welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day!
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in, Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Organ, never. And what's the fish? That should be my first question.
Who will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware? A second impact!
Huge by JV92.
This is semi-final Saturday.
Lowe's now can work around. One player picked up. Globin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out!
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget. Loban with one kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done! One more round is all those need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the worlds, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil. The region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you've got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Hello and welcome to the Europe League Last Chance Qualifier. Our region has already sent 3 teams to the Montreal Major, but we have 1 more spot for a European team. We have 8 teams battling for that 1 spot, so I'm sure we have a tough few days coming up. My name is Anne, I'll be your host on today's show, and joining me on the Endless Desk, as always, especially today as well, is Ollie. Are you happy to be on this?
Yeah, can't wait to get on here, and really excited and looking forward to the LCQs. It is always a very fun time of the calendar when we have to whittle down teams and see who is making it in our last chance. And Leo, I think you know what I would probably say, that I cannot wait to what?
To get stuck into some siege, but I can't do the accent anymore, Oli. I haven't practiced enough. I've got to say, it feels weird to be at home right now. I'm used to the studio.
It is, but it's also quite comfortable, I will say. I mean, we get to watch Siege from the edge of our own desk chairs, kinda, as we're going into these 3 days coming up with the LCQ. But we've had a lot happen in Europe League already leading up to this point. We have the bracket of our playoffs to have a look back at everything that happened prior to this, because, like we said, we have already sent 3 teams to the major. We got Secret, we got BDS, who eventually won that grand final as well. And then at the very bottom of your screen, in our qualification match for the major, the 3rd spot of Europe went to Virtus Pro. It was a very close game. Wolves unfortunately lost out, so they find themselves here. But Leo, do you feel like this bracket kind of played out as we expected it to do?
No, I've got to say, and I was super surprised. Now, people are going to say again that I'm a Wolf Shield, that I'm French, blah, blah, blah. But come on, who could have anticipated that Virtus Pro made it? Makes it to Montreal. Like, when you think at their stage in European League, they were 1 round away from being out of playoffs on the last play of the stage. If ITB actually had beaten ENS, they wouldn't even be there. They wouldn't even played in the playoffs. They would have been sent directly to the open qualifiers. So to see them qualify on top of Wolves or even Wild is crazy.
I think, you know, you got to look at it and you've got to take it for what it is, haven't you? Obviously, I've cast a couple of EUL play days so far this stage. I've been an avid watcher from home, and you do look at it and you just think, how the hell did VP make that run? You know, we joke about like a VP paradox sort of thing. I know that's one of Fresh's favorites, that, you know, you get to the point where you've done all the analysis possible, you've looked at the numbers, you've looked at previous results, and somehow they still win. And it just begs belief, but they are that team that can find a way, that's for sure.
They do find themselves here in the LCQ. We have another bracket, but this time for the LCQ, to show you what is ahead of ourselves for these upcoming 3 days. These are your 8 teams participating in the LCQ that are still in that battle for that 1 spot. And we are going fast here. We are eliminating teams per day. We're eliminating 2 teams per day, as we do not have a lower bracket. It is do or die. And we're starting with our 2 quarterfinals today. The very top left of your screen, those are the 2 matches that we'll have for today. Wolves taking on ENS, and then Fnatic taking on Into the Breach Academy. Don't be fooled, Into the Breach's main team is here as well. They will be playing tomorrow against Wild in that other quarterfinal, and then we also have G2 Esports versus Project X. But zooming in on the matches that we have today, like we said, Wolves and ENS, and we have Fnatic versus Into the Breach Academy. Ollie, which of these 2 matches are you looking forward to the most?
I think it's a difficult one, isn't it, Anne? Because on the face of it, you look at it and you see, you know, Wolves and Ents, we've got a bit of a French derby going on there. And then we've got Fnatic and Into the Breach Academy team, it is worth pointing out. I think both are going to be, you know, good on their merits. I think, honestly, maybe the second one. I love watching up-and-comers, Anne, and you know, we get to see the big, you know, T1 teams week in, week out, and the sort of academy teams and the teams in lower parts of leagues and tier 2, they're not always as visible. So maybe the second one for me.
I 100% agree, honestly. I would probably pick the same one. Now, I'm going to say, though, French derbies, I'm used to them right now, okay? I'm used to Wolves, I'm used to Ants. But now, to see ITB Academy play a tier 1 teams, that's super interesting. And how much can you flex as an organization to have literally 10 players of your rosters playing the same qualifiers in Montreal? It just goes to show just how good ITB is at scouting players. Even their main team is mostly made of tier 3 players from a year ago. It's crazy.
And you're spreading out your chances for making it to the major as well. But to remind you what we're all playing for, we of course have the Montreal Major that is up for grabs for the teams that are participating here. And we have a video to show you what it's like to be at a major.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
And as we had a lot of leagues already happening, a lot of teams, regions have already sent teams to the major. A lot of regions still have their LCQs to start out as well. But we can have a look at the teams that have already qualified to phase 2 of the Montreal Major. This kind of gives you that advantage. You get to play in phase 2, skip the play-in stage as we previously used to call it. We're missing our European teams here, of course. We talked about BDS, Secret, and Virtus.pro having made it to phase 2, but these are the teams from the other regions that they will be playing against. Now, looking at this, Leo, any kind of big upsets that you're seeing here?
Yeah, well, you said we're missing European teams. I'm missing the world champion and the major champions. I'm missing Furia right now that aren't there, so they have to go through the LCQ. And I'm missing Cloud9 Beast Coast as well from NA, the major champions of Manchester that aren't there either. For me, these are two of the biggest upsets. You expect these two teams to make it directly to phase 2. It's a big surprise there and there. But I've got to say, I'm quite happy about it because W7M, you know, I've been a big favorite of them, a big fan of them since the Esports World Cup. And the new Sonics roster really get me hype as well. So yeah, probably the two big missing ones here, Furia and then in NA Beast Coast.
I think you can also look at over toward the right-hand side of things as well, you know, start thinking about Korea, Japan and Asia and some of the upsets that have gone on over there. Obviously, we don't have Talon. D+ have qualified into that phase 2 spot. Also looking toward Japan, Scars beating out on Bleed, getting there as well. And obviously, with this being the second major of the year and us only having 2 majors a year in our current ecosystem, it has quite a big impact on SI points. So there are going to be teams that you don't see on this list that are then going to be struggling to make it. I was going to say back to Montreal there. I mean, that's like a force of habit, isn't it, from SI being in Montreal for all those years. But of course, back to Boston, where SI will be this year. So, you know, it goes a little bit deeper, I guess, than just who's making it to the major. It's almost like who's going to be at the next event as well.
And also,
it is,
I just maybe just to point out about Asian teams, don't you think there is a pattern here of all the Asian teams missing to qualify to each other? And right now, what it means is that it's leveling down their SI points. So like Bleed, for example. Bleed have done amazing in majors, but now they're reduced to 300 points. So it means that technically, I don't think they can qualify using their points. Elevate, who just qualified, they won't be able to gain as much as possible. I don't think they will win the major. So that means that they won't qualify either from their points. So right now, what's happening in Asia and the competition there is in Asia effectively lowers their chances at qualifying to SR, at sending more teams to SI than they did last year.
It's going to be really difficult for those teams, especially given how competitive the regions are and have been. And we're seeing that again when we look at the teams that have qualified for phase 1 of the major. Because once again, Ollie, I mean, you were there for the Korea game. That was something, wasn't it?
Yeah, plot twist, Dan. We said that Talon didn't qualify into phase 2. They also didn't qualify into phase 1 either.
Yikes.
It was FearX that got the win on the day. And well-deserved, to be honest. I think Talon, I'm not going to go as far as to say that they've imploded, but there's definitely some problems that are going on over there from a team that didn't lose a single game apart from the last play day during the regular stage to then not make it through into the major is a massive upset. And as we've said many times over on the Korean broadcast, it is a team that's almost too big to fail with the investment that's gone in over there. Obviously, we can look elsewhere across the world as well. Falcons making it out of MENA. I guess that's quite an expected outcome at this point. OS as well. There was definitely a little bit of controversy over there where with Chiefs making it through, and then CAG, I think it was only last night, I think, that CAG actually qualified through for Japan.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many big surprises for Japan with Scars and CAG. You expect them, but for me, what really, what's doing Manhattan is Oceania. Oceania with Bliss, the former Bliss, so Gaming Gladiators, the Australian team that has been the best performing one in all of international play since Fnatic, missing on the major, to a team that's composed of Jigsaw, who just freshly came back from Fnatic and literally used to play for Bliss, Oda, who used to play for Bliss, and Tex, who I used to play with when I was in Fnatic. So I'm glad to see them back, honestly.
It is an exciting thing to see them back, of course, but it comes back to your point, Leo, where it just keeps on making it difficult for teams from all these different regions to be able to qualify to SI later with just their points as well. But we're looking at the things in like the grand scheme of things, right? Let's zoom back in towards EU, because that's what we're here for today for the LCQ. And our first game does have a pack of Wolves in there. We have a quick video to summarize how their season went so far.
All of our teams have one mission on their minds, and that is Mission Montreal. This is phase 2.
So we find out whether the players on Wolves can steal their nerve when the pressure comes through as they make their way on forward. Asa has the diffuser in hand. Deadshot can cover for 1, can cover for 2. Mowgli finished off by the flames, and Solotov and Yunes have found frags as well. Deadshot punished on the flank. Asa cannot find anything. No, what is that? Mowgli, you are a madman. Who does that? Tracked by the Deimos. Okay, time to scoot and boot. Quick kill for him. Nako finds a consolation frag, but that's a 3k for Mowgli on the round. Rykos against the world, and Mowgli finds his 4th.
A Wolves crumbling before our very eyes, a 4v2 breaking out. Someone's got to make something happen, but it simply is not to be. P4s have one hell of a series. Will find one more for himself, but Leaky Fak hits the shot, sends BDS to the major. Interesting opening on this wall. Is it going to be enough by the looks of it? No, Wolves have just timed this to absolute perfection. And Virtus Pro a few seconds behind the curve. Pasha might get in to try and play damage control, and he's played well this game, but he'd have to find all 5. Of course, Wolves aren't going to let that one happen.
He's been a little bit quiet, but he still finds himself 7 and 2. He continues to push forward, might just find himself face to face if he's not careful. He's just going to wait for the smoke to dissipate, move through, but Pasha's there, ready and waiting. Deadshot manages to find Dan. Look at the denial coming in. It's those Maestro cams that we spoke about, Des. They're coming clutch. They put the blitz down, and that is surely all as Wolves just drop 1 by 1. Virtus Pro need only 1 more, and they get it. They will be heading to Montreal.
Well, Wolves have certainly given us some entertaining siege so far this stage, but if you are a Wolves fan, I am so sorry. You must have experienced quite some heartbreaking moments during the playoffs with them not making the major a few times now, but they have their chance for revenge here today against ENCE. A bit of a French derby once again. They might follow the footsteps of BDS, the other, well, part French team that has qualified to the Montreal major. And these two teams actually met each other in the LCQ last time as well. ENCE then sent Wolves home. I think that came as a big surprise to everyone. But Ollie, do you think there is a chance for ENCE to like surprise us again today?
I mean, there's always a chance, Dan. If there's 2 teams in the game of Siege to be played, you never know what could go on. The fact that it's a best of 3, I guess, somewhat reduces that chance a little bit, because it's not as if this is just a best of 1 and some team could get extremely lucky or something like that. You'd have to have a lot of luck stacking up to get a series that you didn't deserve. So for me, I'm going to be looking at both these 2 teams today. quite critically from the Wolves side of things, because I think they have played very well over the course of the stage, especially considering the substitutions that they've made, or the new players, should I say, that they've brought in. And on the flip side from Ents, maybe you look at it in the balance things and go, well, are Ents as strong as last time? And maybe there's a question mark over that.
Yeah, I think if you think of Wolves in general, you have to ask yourself, why are they here? Why are they on the LCQ? I mean, you look at the summary here. You look at the summary from their entire season and you think, these guys should have made it, right? Like, they were 5 rounds away from beating BDS. Well, technically 5 rounds to close that Skyscraper game and then win the next map. They also had 2 entire BO3s because they were in the upper bracket of the LCQ. And they still lost to VP. And even if you look at the season, right? They beat ITB, they beat VP, they beat Wild as well. Like, they were so consistent. They're way more consistent than Ents. So it's going to be a case of me saying that Wolves should take it again, and then they lose to BDS, and then I say they should take it versus VP, and then they lose versus VP. So I'm not going to say it again. But technically, they're the heavy favorite here.
I'm afraid that the Wolves fans are not very fond of you at the moment, Alpha, but it's okay. We'll get there today. And I think if we look at Wolves, right, unfortunately for them, I think they've seen this film before because they're getting a repeat of exactly what happened last stage for them too. They got knocked out from the LCQ. They got knocked down to the LCQ there. They lost to Ents in the semifinals. They had 3 chances of making it to the major, and they lost every single one of them. But Leo, I'm just wondering, what happened? How did Wolves end up here after such a close game?
I think it's basically a case of them, like I said, being the most consistent team. But if you look at the opponents that they were facing, BDS, even on this one on Chalet, remind you, the decider, they had a match point. They could have taken it. And in these very last moments, when the individuals mattered, BDS showed up. And that's what's the truth with them. Now, with Wolves, with Virtus Pro rather, I think they played a really good, decent game of Siege. They took them to maps where they were comfortable on, and a throw-up map that was Laps. Mind you, VP, out of the hat, just brought Laps for the first time in 2 years and beat them 7-3 by playing the exact same playstyle I would expect from them. This methodical, slow-paced Siege. And it was perfect to counter Wolves. Nothing that they could anticipate. And in general, I think there was a big problem for Wolves, and that's been a problem in the last few BO3s, where one player heavily underperforms. In some cases, it was P4. In the other case, it was Lasmo versus BDS. And I don't know. There seems to be this ceiling, maybe it's a mental one, to maybe reach that final step and qualify. Something that happens when you have a young roster like this.
I think the young roster point there, Leo, is quite important as well. And I think you sort of look at some of the situations that Wolves have found themselves in, and it feels like they're on the 3rd chance now in the LCQ, because there was potential in the VP game, there was potential in the BDS game. But is it the nerves that are getting into this roster? Is it the fact that they've got 2 younger players that are in that maybe haven't got the same level of experience, certainly not got the same level of experience as someone like BDS or VP, for example?
Guys, I feel like we're talking about some young additions to the side of Wolves, but then the kind of opposite is happening with Ents. I mean, they haven't really had an easy time this stage, but then we're seeing them have a boot camp in Finland. LM's also saying, the newest addition to this roster, saying that the core of this roster is very young, and a lot needs to be learned still, but there are improvements. Do you feel, Ollie, that we're seeing these improvements as well?
I think the improvements are small and they're maybe over time, aren't they? I remember casting Ents last stage in stage number 1, and you were sort of looking at this team and wondering, you know, where the fundamentals are, you know, what makes these players tick in a way. And I think in one of the interviews we got a bit of a glimpse, and it was that, you know, they were just very nervous in those first few games. They're going up against players that they've, you know, been watching for a long time. Don't forget, on the face of it, it's still a very young roster. And I think that the more experience they can get and the more exposure, particularly to best of 3s, even at a domestic level at the moment, because the competition inside of Europe is very good, it's going to be standing them in decent stead, and, you know, more LCQs to come for them, really, and keep pushing it. And when they're going up against a team like Wolves and they can see maybe some gaps in the armor, and they know, you know, this Wolves team, yeah, they're good, but they're not unbeatable. You know, sometimes they kind of do it to themselves a little bit. So I think Ents are going to be going in there feeling quite positive today.
I think I don't really get behind the inexperience excuse for me. Maybe I'm just too harsh on them because I expect them to do better, right? But you look at a team like ITB, for example. They've had players that were in a similar path of experience, right? They used to be in tier 3 last year, yet they had an incredible Manchester Major, they had an incredible EWC, and even looking back at ENCE, they had a great stage 1, I think, for a first team that joins tier 1, and they had a great run in the LCQ. And they were so far away from it in stage 2 with adding LMs that I think it really disrupted the balance, and I don't think experience is the problem. If you look at their run so far in the LCQ, or through the open qualifiers, it tells you about just how hard it was. First, in the stage, they were 3 points away from being the last team. And then look at this, playing 3 different tier 3 teams. And on all of 3, you at least drop 1 map, and you even lost a BO3 to a tier 3 team. Okay, there is Hungary against you. I'm gonna say, yeah, Hungary is playing great. But honestly, when you're a tier 1 team, barely making it to the LCQ, that's a first. Usually it's a given for a tier 1 team to make it there. And that for me is a sign of weakness and not a sign of progress, and if I may say.
No, but that's okay. I mean, they have a chance to redeem themselves here, then, if you may say so, in this best of 3 in a do or die situation when it comes to making it to the major or losing out on any of your chances. For that, we have our Veto as well. And to remind you, it is a best of 3. So we see 4 bans first 2 from either team. And then we'll start having our map picks as well. Wolves to pick the very first map in this best of 3 series. A drum roll to let it come in. We'll be heading to Skyscraper. Leo, a Wolves and Skyscraper, does that match very well, you think?
Yeah. Honestly, they should have won against BDS. Just for context here, for anyone that hasn't seen the games versus BDS, Wolves were leading 6-1 versus BDS in the first upper bracket semifinal during the LCQ, and they lost it eventually 8-7. They threw away 5 match points. And I remember calling them at this point and saying that it would go to overtime. Well, it went to overtime and they lost it. If you look more globally around this map veto, Wolves actually removed their perma ban, which is border. But they also removed Club, which is a great map for them, but an even better map for ENCE. But that leaves open a second permaban for them, which is Cafe. So we'll take a look later, but maybe ENCE has picked Cafe. So that for me is a big news, because Wolves, they haven't played it in a very long time. They haven't played it since March 9th, which was in Malta. It's been 219 days since we've seen Wolves play on Cafe. And it's a bit of a similar story for ENCE. ENCE, they have 3 permabans: Lair, Bank, and Skyscraper. And by only having 2 bans in the BO3, they let open Sky, so Wolves can pick it. Right now, it's looking very much like a game where the best team picks up their best map, the only one that's left open by the other one. And it
all comes down to the last map.
Yeah.
Comes down to that chalet. I mean, this is the perfect formula for a best of 3, though, isn't it, Leo? It's win your map and win the decider. This has got 3 maps written all over it, just based on the bans right now, and either team really exploiting the other's map pool quite well. I think chalet as a decider, for me, definitely it sort of swings it a little bit more, maybe Wolves favored. I'm not sure if that's, you know, a little bit biased or a little bit out there of me to say, but I just think that Wolves on that chalet, they've got a bit more recent experience on it. It's one of the maps that they played against BDS only a couple of days ago, so it's going to be one that they feel pretty good on.
And technically, one map they had a match point on it, right? They were leading 7-6. They could have beaten BDS on it. And I don't know how you feel about it, but I just feel like Chalet is becoming the new Oregon. I feel like we're seeing that one as a decider, or like that's the middle of the ground map for every team. Wild has played it like 4 times. BDS are playing it alone. Same thing for Wolves here in ENCE. I don't know. It seems that we are seeing only Chalet here right now in Europe.
Potentially. I mean, the first task, I guess, for Wolves is to win their own map pick. And now normally we have this whole screen where we bring all the cast in as well. I'm afraid there is not enough space for us to have our casters here as well. So it's going to be a direct throw to them. For today, you'll be able to listen to Fluke and Hap with the very first map of Wolves and ENCE.
Thank you very much, Anne. And yes, we are here for the French showdown to see which team is going to keep themselves going. It's lovely to be here. Isn't that right, Hap?
It is definitely lovely to be back on EU here. As we go on with these LCQs, and as the name stands, it is the last chance for these teams. Wolves already had a couple of opportunities, but somehow managed to miss out on all of them, including the 6-1 on one of the maps that we we've seen before, Skyscraper, don't want. So gotta make sure that they're able to, well, convert all these opportunities they have now against ENCE, who are the team that have been struggling so much, Emmy, just through the open qualifier teams they had to fight through.
Okay, let's be real, let's be statistical, let's be analytical, and let's be precise about how this conversation should be going. The current form of these two teams, how close Wolves have been multiple times, not just in terms of the opportunities that they've had based on how they've performed, but it's a difference of 2 rounds. It's even a difference of 1 round in one case with that 8-7 Skyscraper OT map with BDS. It's just the first 8-7 of the 2 8-7s in that showdown went into their favor. They wouldn't be here right now. They would be sitting pretty, waiting for their option towards Montreal. Instead, they're here once again. ENCE in the same time, I mean, they haven't even had a good time in the sort of open qualifiers run to get here, have they, Hap?
No, that's what I was just referencing as well. They've been struggling, and it is just a rough kind of run that they're going through right now. They basically instantly lost their very first game to Project X with a 1-2 scoreline. So that basically forced them into 5th place decided bracket, which was going to be the final spot for this last chance qualifier. And, you know, that they won from Eminem Academy, I'm going to have to say that right, with a 7-4 on Skyscraper, then a 2-7 loss on Chile pretty handily, and a 7-3 on Border. And then they went up against Matchgo for that final spot with a 7-8 loss on Lighthaven Labs initially, and then a 7-4 on Club and a 7-5 on Chile. So the one thing we can state for ENCE here is that they've been struggling to the tier 3 teams inside of Europe. We know that Europe has a very strong tier 3 scene, always has, although, you know, of course, there's a lot less play now, and they're more so focusing on these last chance qualifiers, a lot of them. But the thing is, Wolves has had similar kind of like map score results, but only against like a world champion to some extent.
So, Wolves, what lessons were learnt by what happened with that game with BDS the other day? Starting on their attack with a quick little look towards the top of the back stairs and a quick little look at the bottom. There goes Ella. Oh no, there she doesn't. Holds on, gets the second. And we're off to a particular pace. Skies swaps between the guns, and okay, that shotgun is perfect, but the pistol is even better, apparently. Surely they don't get 4. It's a known rush and an attempt. There's at least a response, but Skies surrounded. A Monty, a Finker, and an Ace gone because Anella refused to die.
Was pushed down by the Montaigne, instantly down to 14 HP, Emmy, and somehow still managed to get the kill with the FO12 on that Montaigne before the second punch came through. I don't know what happened out there, but just a follow-up with the pistol afterwards for those 2 kills, that is something that you shouldn't have allowed happen as Wolves. As this round, it kind of feels like it's already over to some extent. It's a 2-4, there's a minute 30 left. There's a lot of time to make stuff happen. However, if ENCE plays this right, and they play the trade game, they play on contact with one another, and they just continue holding on the control that they have, it should be a round win for them, and it shouldn't even get close to a potential Wolves round. So, as I said, it kind of feels like a throwaway round after that triple kill came in from Skies there, basically single-handedly winning the round.
What a way for this to start. I mean, you know, it's a risky play. You're blinded, firing a shotgun. It's probably one of the perfect guns that you want in a toe-to-toe match with a shield in that situation. The pressure's coming around. They were hucking the canisters, and as Azox finds Asa, this is just a scratch-off round here for Wolves. Pressure up the top of Shrine. They're looking down towards a jiggled fight that Rykos wins out. ENCE, they will start us off with the first round.
Yeah, pretty decent start from them here as Skies again, like from the back stairs, able to basically completely dismantle the entire team and push from the get-go. And, you know, like we were just talking about how Wolves got so close, like multiple times, and ENCE just have been struggling through what is often known as the hell of Tier 3, which is just a lot of unknown teams you have to go up against. It's an amazing start, and definitely will put a bit of a, you know, a good mood in their heads. Not much there to break down either, by the way. It's just, you know,
it's always impossible to break down a round like that, especially when it's the first round. Because you can't talk about it as a response to things. You can say why they tried it, which is it's the first round. You throw yourself in, you go for it. You try something big and bold, it's failed. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry to say there's no moral of the story at this point, because tactically there's nothing you can really take away from it other than they tried to play and it failed.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, and it is quite a usual thing to try and take the backstairs and the control for certain pushes here. Maybe this one was a bit quicker than it usually is, but if you have the opportunity to go because the ground floor is clear, why not just push for it? It will definitely probably slow things down on the side of Wolves the next upcoming rounds. Probably not going to be, you know, as quick in these kind of ways. Trying to be more secure in the next engagement they'll find. And it all starts as we head towards the opposite side, towards Exhibition. Multiple ways to approach this. And the way they find it is still yet to be determined.
First round, a bit of a false start. Let's see if they can try and get themselves slightly more structure here. The approach on towards the VIP house wall gets almost the bandit, but primarily the wall. That's the idea. Stop them being able to trick it. Rykos maybe overstayed their welcome, tried to get into the scrappy fight through the bars, but it's not really where you want to die because it's not the toughest wall to get opened now. Maybe avert their focus, change it over towards the opposite side as the Keepers to keep themselves safe from the concern of Deadshot. Just to make sure they couldn't shoot them as they put the barricade up. There is things to slow this clear. It's a steady take. You'll isolate yourself portions of the map, get into drum, get this player pushed further back into terrace and across. Make sure that the Azami, well, not that they get caught and killed, but they cannot slow you down aggressively. Quick, again, utilization, but Skies finds the first, finds Mowgli. The Nomad's gone. Not sure if the air jabs had been already deployed, but surely at some point this Army's going to try and get out of there. There's a take. They got a little bit aggressive and Deadshot levels things up, but they are alone and concerned about that fact.
Yeah, those two options there. As soon as the wall got breached in Geisha, you could have either gone and tried to go for the fight, which is the option they chose, or try and fall back and hope you're not getting shot in the back. Try to go aggressive there into Deadshot and maybe try and regain some space. That failed. Actually has given the opportunity for Wolves to bring back that numbers advantage and start playing a bit more into that trade game, as this is the next strong point they have to go through. There's a very tight angle on the right-hand side of this shield. It can also play the pop-up game, which can land a kill or two, if not cleared out with the impacts from the Zofia.
Holding on this back dragon shield. They can try and tuck themselves out, but the full stack of Wolves is encircling. There's two quick takes. They've just wrested control as Rykos does the best to hold out, but on the sword's samurai window. And with only 10 seconds, Wolves still need to try and get themselves in, get their heads down. This could very quickly turn into a 2 versus 2, and it does, with Skies just getting that cross angle. The last remaining players of Wolves need to get a shift on. It's a close fight, they win out, but now they just didn't have time to get into the site, and failure to land.
Took a bit too long, I think, on the opposite side of the map there. It took them about a minute and a half before they started to put any pressure down on the divider, Emmy. And that's usually what we talk about, that wide divider on Skyscraper. You want to get control of that. That is Terrace, that is Dragon Statue as well to go to a Shrine. It took them too long before they started pressuring that. And, you know, then you have to start hitting the site with not a lot of time left. Struggling to actually, you know, find a final player. I don't know why they didn't try and attempt the plant, or if they, you know, weren't in the side, because we were obviously watching the Bandit at that point. That's just a rough way to lose that round two there. Because after they managed to find a return kill, Wolves seem to have been in control in terms of the kill department out there. They were outnumbering them 2-1, yet not able to convert it. So ENCE finding themselves off to a good start in this first map of this best of 3. And we'll be looking to continue more. Of course, one of them was based on Skies popping off in the, just finding the 3K in the back stairs. Kind of a throwaway round. That round was, you know, a more actual ordinary round, we can almost say. Just running out of time there for Wolves. So that is something they can speed up. That's something they can work with. Don't even have to use a tactical timeout for that. I assume that the experienced voices on the team will be making that noise.
It's a shame that we kind of get ourselves into that situation from Wolves, that just trying to send it through a single door without the awareness of the last two players. They didn't have the back line. They didn't have the, you know, pressure on towards the main wall breach. They were purely sending it in. Flat across Shrine, across Dragon. And at that point, you know, when you're out of options, not even being able to get in and hold F is probably the worst. The quick break on towards Geisha Wall, and hence, to be fair to them, I mean, I know I sort of made comment that they're not really giving up territory. They're trying to hold on for as long as possible. It becomes that argument of, is that going to be something that works as Wolves cook into it a little bit more? Are Wolves going to be able to maybe try and piece some of these plays out, as Deadshot does get the opening here for the side of Wolves for the first time?
It's a great opener to find. Azix was actually the person who was trying to hold off on Geisha, so this provides him with a bit of an opportunity to start working on that verticality, of course, right above the kitchen. Still that worry of Drum. You see them watching the angles that are being held. Rykos is the one that is trying to hold on, but Lasmo will find a kill onto Sky. So a 2-minute advantage right now before the first turns come back through. And as we find ourselves with a 2-minute advantage for Wolves in the last minute 20 left, it is only a Lems left on the board in the pantry trying to hold on for dear life.
Obviously, the old experienced player that came into this French roster that was looking for a little bit of a guideline hasn't quite been able to direct them with the precision and joy of the air traffic controller they probably would have wanted, and with Mowgli getting the swing round onto the main stairs. Wolves, they find their first round. It is easily their strongest, but it is also the tertiary site. It's the weakest site. So now, when we go back towards Geisha, when we go back towards Karaoke and T, what we are looking for is how Wolves try to approach it, obviously, because last time was a rush that fell pretty magnificently. What are they going to adapt to learn the lessons almost from the second round, weirdly?
So quick chats somewhere taking place. And yeah, what is the questions that, or rather the answers that have been found to some of the stuff that went wrong? As they're getting back underway. Karaoke T. They wanted to take care of the back stairs. Got shut down by Skies. Not much to learn from that, except for maybe you should be approaching this another way. If a player like that is able to pop off the way he did. There's also a bit of like luck factor in there, right? Like you were bashed down by the Monty. I believe he was flashbanged as well at the very time. So the fact he managed to get the kill with the FO12, I don't even know where he shot at that point, but was able to shut him down and live to fight for another 2 kills. And as Wolves get themselves in the attack again, are we going to see a repeat of taking backstairs? Are they going to try and do that with other pieces of utility this time around? Or is it going to be a complete swap as they change the side of the map they'll be approaching from?
Okay, taking their way across. It's probably going to be the lead through now as we get our heads on and eyes towards the progress that can be made. I guess I've still always have those high expectations of Wolves. I think all of us are going to have them, especially, as they came back towards this map. This was a map where we saw BDS start to develop it with Lems at the helm once upon a time. And obviously BDS beat Wolves recently, as tight as it could have possibly been. So if anyone's going to have the decent VOD review on towards that map, it will probably be the person who knows how a lot of these teams like to think and has been competing against them at the highest level for the longest possible time. The fight on towards Shrine. Get the window open, and then they want to put the pressure towards House Stairs, VIP, force Snako into an uncomfortable situation where he has to either pass this divide, which he's sort of toying with the idea of, but he does slip away before the pressure gets too hot behind him. Give up ground slowly and steadily.
Minute 20 left. Still a lot of ground to cover here. No real prep being done towards the actual site itself. There is cameras in sight. This will be feeding information, but information is not the end of it. Like, it's only the start. You need to start getting that pressure down. It's not really coming in. They're very worried about pop-ups coming through. Of course, there's a piece of utility here and there that are slowing things down, but soon they'll be running into the engagements. And with 60 seconds left, they need to find them their way as Rikers gets the ferry first. It's not the way that Wolves wants this round to go.
Ooh, dead shot. Gets Nako, gets some of that pressure back on. Hasn't been able to get his teeth into this game as of yet, but with Mowgli out, as you said, they lose that shot caller, they lose that leading voice. It's now up to the rest of them to try and formulate something in the mess, and that was where they struggled to land. The last time, there's a trade out. Deadshot still doing his best to keep the pressure on towards Rakos, keep the pressure on towards the team, but with Azox holding this narrow drum angle, no pressure to his right-hand side, he feels a bit comfortable. They're just going to hope that he's blinded, go for the cover. Surely they don't just shoot in towards gold. It's so narrow. Great throw and flash. They're in.
15 seconds.
Can they feel comfortable to go for the plant? They do not have much room for error. 15 seconds here, and a C4 will dictate Deadshot's death. There's the cross and the take, and Wolves once again struggling with that final, 10% of the take. And yeah, it's the toughest bit. Always. Getting yourself in and getting the plant, but it just feels like they're not quite aware of how much control Ents still have.
This might turn into a tactical timeout because that round was just not there for Wolves. They were trying to make the push happen. They didn't have Drummond under control. They throw the first flashbang. They don't move on the back of it. They start opening up. The second one was great, by the way, as they managed to actually get that control, getting gold, start planting. However, no information of the fact that a nitro cell was coming down from below. There was no one even there to try and cover it. As soon as you lose the player, the second one tries to run in towards gold. Shut down from the side of Drum because they never really dealt with it. It was a temporary solution, a band-aid, to use that flashbang to temporarily blind him. He gets shut down. There's no one there able to get the kid anymore. There's 3 seconds left. And where is the last player? Repelled on the karaoke window. Like, you weren't going to have any impact there that was going to be lasting. Maybe you were going to find someone who was rotating through the hallway trying to get himself inside of the actual site, but you had to deal with Drum to provide the actual backup. You had to have someone downstairs to stop that nitro cell from flying through. They knew exactly what was going to be happening out there. At Ends, they responded to everything perfectly, as Wolves kind of just left in the dark.
Now you see me? Now you don't. Reloading!
Wolves. Obviously, this is, in terms of the grandest conversations, in terms of where these teams would like to be, as with any team, is SI. That's just how it goes. That's just how things get formulated. Neither of these two teams are in a great position to get there, even if, they make it to Montreal. Wolves, you're looking at probably getting to the top 8, the live stages, to have themselves secured on points alone. This isn't counting the potential LCQs, but we don't know how those will work yet. Ents would need, I think, roughly top 4 to secure it entirely.
Which is going to be a tall ask, but you never know. Sometimes teams make, like, Cinderella runs. And that's something that is definitely possible. 3-1 on the board currently. Wolves, again, they need to speed it up. They haven't used their timeout yet. I'm not very impressed by their attacks so far. Of course, it's been a hero play here and there, but also just the lack of being able to deal with something. Nako, I think he got the down to Mowgli, and suddenly we're finding ourselves in a 4-on-3 effectively. Yeah, he did. So before he got airjet blasted out, managed to get enough shots out to injure the player out there. Whoa. And suddenly it's only up to Asa.
Wolves locked out this time, and again, eyes towards the site. Hasn't quite worked. Ents, it's a different story to when I said it last time, of just who has control and how much control they're aware of the control. That time Ents, they, tested in a very different direction, just trying to throw things towards and seeing what sticks here. And it's that conversation that shows up about teams' best maps, teams' worst maps that they had on the desk, where what we've got here is almost that showdown of this is this team's favorite map, this is this team's favorite map, we're probably going to enter map 3. At what point do you get worried about not getting towards map 3?
I guess we just have to wait until the second map starts and see how that one plays out, right? Like, if the first half is definitely getting away from the team who's losing this one, then you might start to worry that this is, unlike what Exotroika predicted, definitely looking like a 3-mapper, could become a 2-mapper. I don't think people would have expected ENCE to step up this big here on Skyscraper against Wolves. And no tactical timeout once more called by the side of Wolves. They're just running it through. They're running through this first half, thinking that they can change it and turn the tides on defense. And whilst that might be possible, as a spawn peek attempt there from Mako doesn't land anything, but whilst that, you know, might be possible, surely you want to actually, you know, take control instantly on the attack. Find 2, find 3 rounds. Is that just sets you up so much better? And it's not like it's been impossible, it's just that they've been slow.
It puts so many eyes on that second map. If Wolves aren't able to get themselves a decent setup here, and it's a game of 2 halves, they know that in the worst way, better than anybody, after their 6-1, 5-1 lead or whatever absolutely dissipated on the second half. You're looking at a map that they haven't played, as pointed out by Alfama, in, what, 215 days? Or something like that. It's been locked away. It's been hidden. So it's only really going to raise concerns if Wolves, even if they win this, cannot just sort of demonstrate with a strong hand how much this is their map. ENCE, 4-1, can secure themselves almost the same sort of setup as before. And if I'm going to say Wolves learnt the lesson, ENCE will probably know it just as well. That not everything can last when you get to the split of the half.
A minute 30, and it looks like they're going to be massively entering in from the bathroom side. Just look at where all these players are. 3 of them are around bathroom, 1 of them is already in the bedroom, and Mowgli's finding himself outside. They need to cover so much ground once more, Emmy. They're only now just going up towards Exhibition. You have the Demos down below, logically, considering the fact that, you know, if there is a player upstairs you want to deal with, you can use the Demos out there. But you're also kind of forgetting that's the site, so there will be some defense at least present. There's a lot of verticalities out there. So this also points out you cannot just plant because they'll shoot you down from above. You need to start putting pressure onto that top floor if you want to be able to get this plant down. And with 60 seconds left and only Drums starting to receive a little bit of pressure now, it's not looking too great.
The blinds come around, the tracks are in, and Asa is out. Alems swings boldly, blind into the depth, and is able to find one. Wants the second, but P4 took the secondary out and took the first initiative. They're trying to flood their way in. Deadshot, an important fight one against the reception desk, and now they're just making sure that nobody's immediately cleaning in behind them. But Hap, look at the time, 30 seconds, and they're going for the rotate all the way around up top. They still have the vertical control and still haven't been tested here. And with the eyes on the site, with the eyes on Pantry and Prep, there's no way they can just tuck themselves in. The C4 out on the window. The hop in on the fight is one out by the cross angle. 10 seconds and a 3 versus 3. Once again, we're in this territory of Wolves. You've just got to send it 2-2. Their eyes on towards the kitchen, but without the idea of getting in and planting. The cover is above Deadshot. He's holding on, holding out hope, throws himself into the 1 versus 1, but there it is, Skies! With the pistol round the corner, cooked them in kitchen.
Oh man. And again, like, wonderful rotate from him to come through, by the way. There's no 2 ways to point it. But you had 2 people dropping down from the balcony above. They rotate all the way back up to house stairs. They go over towards the geisha. Eventually they will win out the fight, but the Demos is forced to hop in knowing someone just rotated into Pantry and they weren't able to deal with it. It was a 2v1, but the pistol came in clutch. As a choice had to be made, what angle will they be covering at that point? You see P4 is just talking to his teams like, what are we doing? Like, what's going wrong? How are we losing these rounds? And again, like, okay, what if you had more time? What if it was 20, 30 seconds extra? I'm just saying, it's the late rotations are kind of killing Wolves here. And ENCE are perfectly replying to these small issues that are arising. I mean, Alems, that's the experience there, just with the flashbang to come through, instantly peeking and pre-firing, knowing he was going to be swung.
And whilst Wolves was
5 seconds
trading,
to
it was just too late. They should have started that fight earlier.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We have been in this situation before, but Wolves were in the power position, the power seat. Now they aren't, that's for sure. And at this point, hence the conversations are just how can they push themselves? That little bit extra. Where are those 2 rounds? Where is that hope, that chance, that possibility of having this wrapped up so quickly? They struggled. You cannot emphasize that enough. Ents have struggled to get to this point. They had to go through open quals. They barely were able to get anything out of the league itself. 2 wins and 1 overtime loss with their only sort of modicum of points. Wolves were almost second. It came down to the last play day, and here, the Lems opens up. The C4 does perfectly timed. Catch one, Deadshot caught the second. Didn't die in the reload as there's a fight that drops Mowgli in the meantime, but Deadshot is doing his best to hold on. If he can win this out, he might be able to fight his way, and there's some support that's coming as he slowly gets surrounded. Can somebody save Private Mowgli? Asa gets Azox. And it finds itself in a bit of a lull as the players of our tragedy separate and reevaluate.
Mowgli gets picked up in the meantime, and whilst it was supposed to be a bit of a quick attempt to take that exhibition side of the map, it turned into quite a bloody fight. They managed to take P4 down. Instantly, there's 2 or 3 players from Wolves leaning back in. It's what you like to see, just that responsiveness to make sure that they're not able to get these kills for free. And whilst Mowgli went quite low, actually injured, Deadshot found himself in a bit of trouble as well. They come out the better end of it. In the 2v4 with the 2 players and ends, both being on 14 HP, a single bullet will do the job for them. And as they start pushing through and as they start trying to make ways, 50 seconds are on the clock. Trying to push together. Smoke canisters used to block lines of sight. Will it be enough? That's a big question. Probably trying to see if they can get a plant down somehow. Use the other man for cover, but being so low, again, anything will kill you. You cannot afford to make a single miss in your gunfights.
They are being so careful to get the clean first. There's one drop down, but they'll now know. The player's a position of gold, and it's a retake and a spray up. Deadshot really was the reason that round stayed in. They lost the first body. The C4 was luckily timed. Obviously threw it out towards Samurai window. The player hopped in at the same second. At that point, as they look down, a C4 drops there at the same point, says, hey, oh, I didn't know you were coming to this part of town. Blows them out of the room. But great then take on towards the second player, and importantly, 180ing and surviving whilst reloading against the next and just ducking, keeping themselves a problem. It meant that that player that entered into office couldn't then try and move in, put the pressure on. You never know if Mowgli would have been confirmed at whatever position he went down on, and then it would have put Asa in this tricky situation. It was just Deadshot doing everything they could to keep the team alive, and to be fair, I mean, didn't get much worse. They win a round, the first in a while, but it is their first defense.
Also worth noting, Deadshot currently on 10 kills is really the one that is fighting hard for Wolves here. I think it was like 3 kills in that round, maybe? No, yeah, should have been 3. So you mentioned it, doing his best, keeping the team alive in that round specifically, succeeded. Round win is in. It's the first defense of many more to come, and ends, whilst they almost hit gold at the very start there, kind of just washed out near the end of it because of the fact that Wolves was just rotating back in so aggressively, taking those fights. But that's something they can adapt to, something they can learn from. As Asa gets the very first. That's not a way to start off a round right after that.
Nope. Asa and Azox, they had a brawl last time, and Asa's going to keep it going. Now they lose the Ash. You're looking at those mirror windows becoming a bit more problematic. In some cases, obviously, you've still got the Zephyr charges, but when you've got Keeper barricades, mirror windows, and castle barricades to work up against, your juggle of utility becomes a lot trickier. The couple of grenades will have to find a way to formulate themselves around, but you might need those to get rid of you know, some of the traps around on swing corners before you take it rather blindly. There's the necessary break on towards the house VIP wall.
Oh, I didn't get it.
But it didn't get it. Did not find the bandit battery tucked to the side. The second will, but again, that utility cost is higher and higher. They're just going to pull away. But at this point, knowing what they've been able to take out and knowing what is still going to stand is going to put them in a really decent situation for the pressure and the close down here.
That man advantage is there. The time slowly ticking down as well. You're looking at ends. They've only opened up a single wall at this point. Not sure how the quad wall or the triple wall is looking to... Actually, sorry. On the other side, usually one of them is left somewhat soft as castle barricades are being punched as we speak. They're trying to break themselves through. One providing some cover. Mowgli right behind the shield is going to be waiting from the other side there. Next, the thermics now having to be used on those breaches is definitely not ideal. The keeper barriers are repurposing, rebuilding the breach as well. That will just give them VIP again to start playing around on.
Punching their way through castle barricades is a long, meticulous task, and Wolves can sit, and they can wait, and they can know that there is going to be a very strange bout of pressure with the use of the exothermic on towards that castle barricade, and with no other hard breach in the pockets. You know that, well, the other wall itself is going to be as open as it was. Don't know if they were doing a partially open hole, but at this point it means it's somewhere they can turn their backs to. Back and forth, and Nako does find Mowgli, who took a risk, but Deadshot ever eternally doing his best to keep Wolves in this game. They flood in towards house, towards the top of the VIP stairs here, and they want to try and swing onto this close corners, but P4 in the aggressive position gives it away and still is able to win out. Tucked onto the next, with Sky's about to find another hidden player unless Asa gets the cut down. Wolves lock it out. Hence did their best, but they were on the back foot from, I think, the beginning without the utility necessary.
Yeah, taking down the Ash there was definitely a huge pick. Losing those breaching rounds, it's just going to make life a little bit more difficult. So Wolves at least is starting to come back now, is starting to push themselves back towards equal numbers as they reach 5-3. We're still a couple rounds to go, and you know, the pressure is still on them. All it takes is just a slight mistake here, and Ents will find themselves on that point. Now, a tactical timeout is used by Ents. Those last 2 rounds have given them some stuff to think about, and that is just quickly going to be addressed now for these next 4 rounds. Better take it early than too late, I'd always say. And with that, they have the opportunity to, of course, after they've done the third tree side, but, you know, maybe there's a thing or two to take away from that as well, especially considering, you know, the VODs are there on the side of Wolves. But mostly, how are you going to be approaching karaoke and exhibition again once you go there? Maybe some small mistakes are made that are just quickly being addressed.
Seconds to go.
I think it's the importance of it being the third round, right? They're still fighting. They're still getting themselves engaged. That was the furthest round away, really. If you think about how the previous one started, they were back and forth, they were brawling it out. Yeah, ended up in, after the sort of dust had settled, a 4 versus 2. But one of those engagements flips the other way, and you're in a different story. Quickly taking a second, fix his camera. Some of the players during timeouts, they will hide their cameras a little, distort their cameras, because they maybe accidentally don't want to reveal anything, Hap.
Don't want to reveal the strategy. That's fine.
You know, some people can read lips.
Yeah.
I think Jesse J. Chick can read lips.
Oh, can he? Can he also speak French?
Any language.
Oh.
Yeah, literally. If any of you ever see Jesse, speak to them in your native tongue and they'll understand.
Or any other language that you know.
Or any other language. It doesn't have to specifically be your native tongue. I hate my native tongue. But I can't speak a second, so I'm stuck in it.
It's unfortunate. It's never too late to learn. What about that?
I don't know.
You know?
I've given up.
Well, Ents haven't yet. As still ahead in this game. A tertiary site now, which they're attacking, and if they manage to find is a map point to go on their opponent's map pick, which would be huge if they can lock that one out. Preparation is being done towards the side. of Geisha. There's a bit of fire that's going off. I believe that is one of the Goyo canisters that has blown up. I believe that was placed on the actual window, so when it got shut off, it exploded. It's maybe meant to... There's a bit of a counter rush tactic out there, not really going to be working out, as the breach is also in place. It's now just about finding the players out there on that top floor before you start heading down. And Azek's on that Montaigne. It's just going to be a living camera. It's just going to try and figure out where the player is. Going to be calling that out to the rest of his team as the prox alarm is giving things away slightly. Together with the Banshee, first impact used. That might have actually destroyed utility. No, doesn't seem like it. As the smokes are coming out to try and reply.
Yeah, they're obviously what they're doing there. They're being a big presence. They're making them have to pay attention to them, but also saying, look, as long as I'm here, things are going to go bad. And Wolves, they react pretty well here. They push themselves up. Unfortunately for them, Skies wins out, but dropped shields, and P4 caught them on the awkward angle of the stairs. It makes it a lot easier to get your bullets if they have the high ground. Unfortunately, Anakin, it doesn't always translate perfectly.
Understood that reference.
Well, Obi-Wan was the one who fell in this situation, and now it's time to see if the Sith can rise. Ents. They have themselves held on a 4-4. We've had a blow, and nobody else has come on the back of it. I say as Mowgli, he's found out the swing is instantly picked up by P4. Big mistake there, but as Alems keeps things back and forth, keeps things into their favor, and Alems makes sure that he nails that home. 30 seconds for Lasmu to try to be that clutch factor here on a tricky site to make it happen. They have themselves coming over the vertical. He's slowly being surrounded. A drop on a hatch is an easy catch, but as the blinds come out, it's a little bit of a disconnect between the application of utility and when they went for the pinch themselves. They're giving them one engagement, and that was almost 1-1 out there, but Ents, one round away from locking out this first map.
That's what it needed, a tertiary map for the tertiary site. Sorry, not the tertiary map, but nowhere close to that. Yeah, we still have a second one to go through first. But a great round from them. Although some slight mistakes. You mentioned it, the shield dropping on the staircase. It is an awkward way to get your feet taken out quite effectively by the player right ahead of you. Also, just the 3 1v1s that were about to be attempted inside of the kitchen on that final player. It could have ended badly. It didn't this time round. One fell, the other managed to get the kill. That's what we said. Like, they're basically at feet level as soon as they drop the shield. Of course, they're going to be able to get that kill at that moment in time. So slight misuse of the Montaigne there. And from there on, I mean, the diffuser was down on that back stairs, and Valkyrie was playing all around it as much as they could. The repelling right afterwards was also quite confusing when there's no other pressure coming over from the top. But again, worked out. They managed to find themselves around. There's some stuff to clean up on there for the side of Ents as we head back to Karaoke Tea. And I wonder if their timeout has said anything useful about this site. How are we going to be approaching this? We saw it wrong the last time. Let's make sure we can clean up on it.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, the entry game throughout this whole map has generally preferred Ents. They've been able to get pretty consistent lock-ins. It's not that the trades aren't there, the back and forth, but I think at this point you're looking at them needing that game shut down from the side of Wolves. They've had mixed luck with it recently, and as I said, it was one of the rare times last time where we had a fight that didn't immediately turn into at least 8 of the 10 players trying to brawl it out to earn that last step, that last laugh. They seem to be getting themselves angled a little bit more direct this time. None of the play towards Exhibition side. Instead, let's go for top of the back stairs. Let's see if we can try and draw those players over. We threw ourselves in. Think how many people lost their lives on Exhibition and how they've refused to let it happen again. Skies rotating their way around over towards the Geisha side. They've, in fact, might just enter on towards kitchen window, not rappel up. No, there they go. But it's the drive behind the Monty. It'll be the important one of Azox on top black stairs.
And Lems wanted to open up the VIP wall, but decided against it as soon as they saw it was electrified, and that probably also rang the alarm bells, right? Like, okay, they're going to try and hold on to this aggressively again. As Zaza spots the Montaigne now, that's the first smoke canister gone. A minute 30, and all of the other delay they have is just the 2 smoke canisters and a single nitro cell they could use in a potential post plant. Nako, though, does find a player rotating out on the back of VIP. They do spot out the player, so aware of the fact that he has been seen, forces him to kind of stay in place, at least for now, which means that we're still on a 5v3 or 5v4 on the actual side itself. As Montaigne is stuck in the actual smoke and forced to push the smoke down.
Oh, again, just gunned out, but there's Lasmu getting Nako on the back, and these positions of Wolves have netted them some resolve. There is a great angle from the rotate in towards Geisha, down towards the bottom of the staircase. They're going to try and play some of the pressure against it. If they can blind it, then they can swing their way up. There's Zafir that's struggling on the window, but there's the motion.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Can they find a second? Can they try and level this up? 40 seconds. They're knocking on the door of site itself, but it is so far from being comfortable, as Mowgli proves. Has the long watch, has the long lineup, and Skies has a long fall down towards the ground. Wolves double it down on the karaoke side.
Azok's kind of just misusing that shield 2 rounds in a row now. Like, they're finding themselves on the back stairs, getting shot down, this time by a shotgun, just exposing a little bit too much of the site there. And of course, it is difficult. You have people that are around in karaoke and in T that they might find themselves with angles if you don't, you know, like, angle your shield the right way. But this is the second time now where they've kind of died without making any impact whatsoever. So that shield, not really working wonders yet. Let's see if they can clean that one up, because it could have been a great way to deal that player and push him down the staircase. I mean, the smokes were there. It's going to be very unlikely this one was going to be able to get like a clean shot. I think it's just like the one little bit of damage he took from like the single bullet that went through the smoke that made him worry and actually allowed the engagement for Deadshot to come through.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
6-4, and now this has been not the same as how it was formulated last time, obviously. Ents almost won that first round, put themselves in the 6th-1 position, but Wolves, maybe they expected it. Maybe it really will be that last regulation round, that tertiary site once again, that the sort of end result will be dictated and decided. Barbecue Kitchen on towards the exhibition work office side. It started tragically, but almost came back to a decent engagement, a decent fight. It was a gunfight. It was a brawl around the top of the sort of VIP area, but with it almost netting results, there's still concern from the side of Wolves, I think, of how can they make sure Ents aren't able to just get their teeth in, get their fangs, and claw themselves piece by piece through the map. There might be some quicker play on towards the breach here. I'm wondering if P4 wants to try and peek and swing against it, but Zafir isn't messing around. The Bandit is able to trick it out. The Zafir left, and they really struggle with that wall.
They used the concussion, but it didn't even really concuss the Bandit. Like, you heard it instantly pop off, but it didn't really do anything. So I think they were convinced that P4 wasn't actually going to try and go for it after that concussion went through. But now they've just wasted an exothermic, like 1 concussion and 2 impacts, and they haven't really gotten the actual objective they wanted to go for there. So that's a bit of a painful investment that just won't pay off for the side of Ents. Forced to rotate around now as a result, because they will not be able to put any pressure up from that area of the map. Means they will be turning their attention towards Shrine now, towards Terrace, towards the Dragon Statue, as Aza will find the very first onto Nako downstairs. Might have even been through the window out there. So that's an entry there for Wolves, looking to close up, looking to bring this to a 6-5 and bring it to the tertiary once more.
With the pressure on towards the mirror windows, with the eyes across the front of Terrace and onto the minibar position, they're looking at rooting out these shields, these heavy lockdowns. There's the burn onto the first ADS, the fires over the bow, the second ADS, and at this point Mowgli's not going to stick around for them to get reassessed, reevaluated, although they will actually reactivate. The fire is the reason they couldn't sit around any longer. Now Lasmu is playing a bit of a danger position, and LMs is playing a dead position, but Mowgli does go down. And at what point can they try and keep pushing? There's the pop-up of Lasmu, sprung and released. And across that, only Rykos is suddenly left. Enters approach, suffered the great divide of the second story of Skyscraper.
Yeah, inefficient usage of utility there from the side of Ents. A lot used initially on the VIP wall, but unable to quite get the shot off. They didn't want to be inside the building because it is quite dangerous. People could be playing around the main stairs, or the house stairs rather, jump down, try and get the shot on you, or maybe even from the verticality. So if you can do it from an angle, that's better. But the concussion, the second time in a row actually, because they tried at the same time, the same thing last round, didn't actually concuss people on the other side of that floor. So it might instantly explode. Doesn't quite have the actual effect that it's supposed to have. And then you have the Great Divide that they're trying to clear near Shrine. A lot of utility used to try and clear out the shield, but it doesn't connect. The ADS catches most of it, then also fire gets used. They finally forced him back far enough, however, unaware of the fact that there was still a player tucked in close due to the fact that it didn't have a drone close by. See there, Lasmo able to step up, find themselves a kill. You know, that's just one extra nail in the coffin for that round, as Wolves find themselves with a flawless. But now we go back to the tertiary side, Emmy, and this is the one that ends one, although not handily, but they should have had it with a way clearer margin if you looked at how the round was going. Again, a mistake made by Nako, who's playing around on the shield, dropped it a little bit too early. 3 1v1s given to the last player that was actually on the site, instead of just pushing him altogether. You knew where he went to that point. There was no reason to go for it the way they did. And as a result, you know, it turned out to be closer than it eventually had to be. So if that can be cleaned up by the side of Ents, they will find themselves with the map victory. However, the Orcs on the other side for P4 might be there to try and stop Nako if he plays that Montaigne just a little bit more safe than he did before.
This is where we really get the story of this game put together, regardless of the fact that if Wolves can win it out here, and you assume that in OT they will be starting on their defense, which obviously massively is preferred by either of these two teams, that we're then going in to Cafe as the follow-through. Ents could make a big sort of statement and hurdle us on towards Chalet with all that energy, all that momentum of saying, look, we pushed your map, which we never played to the brink.
Let's proceed slowly.
And then we took ours here. The freedom for the Monty to just step inside, the reveal, the ping, the Banshee, all of it is...
Oh, the Banshee
can cause problems, but with the Goo Mine and Mowgli dropping skies, the perfect opener quickly responded to. Rykos has the cover from the balcony itself. Monty's about to find a friend. Do they know? This time, it doesn't matter. P4 sprinted, played the bait perfectly, and the Monty has just not worked across any of the 3 times they've tried to bring it onto the same play space here. Wolves have had perfect answers for it every single time.
I was already afraid when I heard the Banshee scream and I saw that the Orcs was down the staircase. It's like you don't have a time to try and swing back out as P4, slightly concussed, looking to take the fight. Rykos taking small amounts of damage on this actual swing. It's a 4-on-3. We might be headed towards overtime very soon. Is now aware of the fact that Azax is on top of that window. Upside down, dashes out, but won't make it.
I mean, they took a risk. I say why, but understandably, there's 40 seconds left and he knew the pressure was coming from above him. It's either take that fight and hope you can get away as Alems finds Lasmu. Suddenly, they might not be able to get anywhere at all. Aster and Deadshot. All that is left
Attackers have recovered their
of keeping Wolves alive here on their map, the first map of this best of 3, their last chance at getting themselves towards the Montreal Major. But with 20 seconds and with what is starting to shape up to be the start of the plant, there's a bit of motion. Aster's juggling around the bottom of the main stairs itself with Alems holding the cut, looks for one. Oh, transfer to the second, but Deadshot, he's been so big in hoping and helping the player and the team towards staying in this fight. Now he is 2 ahead of him somehow. The range on the shotgun seems impossible in his hands, and this suddenly seems possible in making it able to get the player up. The pings are there, you gotta move, you gotta go for it, and they do! Ents, they're finally able to push this one over the line. They take Skyscraper. That's 2 for 2 on losses to their French compatriots. Now Wolves, they're 1 map away from being done.
And They saw an opportunity to bring it back here. They managed to find themselves that victory. And Wolves, they might have thought, okay, we almost won from BDS, a team that we are basically famous for to losing against them all the time. Surely that they will work out against ENCE, who have struggled through the open qualifier. But little did they know, they had a game ready as well.
It was a game, and I think, you know, with how it started pacing, with how many of those rounds, with the rush round, with the things that went away from Wolves, they're probably sitting there thinking, what should we have done differently? What could have we done differently, and when, really? But it's that tricky situation here where now they're back-to-back with losses on that map. How is that going to translate to their energy of the rest of the season? The rest of the playoff, even. Not the season, that's done. This is all they've got.
It is scary terrain that they will be headed towards next, because they will be on their opponents' map pick. They haven't played it in, well, I think it is 9 months by now. So, of course, they could have hidden it. They haven't banned it, which means that, yeah, again, in a best of 3, you accept going there. But how much of that acceptance was based on the fact that they thought Skyscraper was theirs to pocket? That is going to be that big question for the next map, Emmy.
Oh, a bigger question for our desk, who are more than happy to take it off of our hands.
Thank you so much. Well, the question or the task prior to this map was for Wolves to win their own map pick, but ENCE throw a massive spanner in the works, closing out this map just in regulation, but they secure themselves that map point into this first LCQ series. Now, we talked about this being a bit of a risk, I guess, for Wolves to pick into ENCE's permaban, and I guess also with this being such a defender-favorite map, Leo, it just felt like ENCE played all their cards right in this map.
Yeah, I feel like that's the bigger problem. So, like, actually picking a map that is a permaban for ENCE is okay, right? But when it's Sky, and when it's a map where you know if you pick, you will land in attack, especially after struggling really hard to attack versus BDS. Mind you, they had a 14% attacker win rate against BDS on that map last time. You must know that it's a risk to start attack on it. And it's exactly what happened. If you look at their split, they managed to win only 1 single attack there. And if you look at ENCE also, the only reason they closed this is because they won 2 attacks. So it was, again, heavily defender-sided, and it's by far, right now in the map pool, the map with the most, the highest defender win rate. So it's at 65%. It's huge, almost 10% than any other map. It was a real game of who wins attack there. That's pretty much it.
I think if you're going to be taking Skyscraper as a map, you have to be picking up more than 1 round on it. And I'm not entirely convinced that Wolves understood the win conditions here today. We saw quite a lot of differences in the way that both of these 2 teams approach those attacking rounds. And Wolves, again, really struggling to finish and execute in the later portion of those rounds. You can see there they only got 1 round on the attack in the first half, whereas ENCE on the flip side, when side swapped, did a heck of a lot better. A couple of players also went missing on the side of Wolves today. I think Mowgli was someone that we highlighted while we were watching it in the green room. We were sort of saying, you know, at the end of the attacking phase, he was sort of 1-5, 1-6, and you're just sort of looking at it and going, that's not the performance you need out of Mowgli, especially in some of the key positions that he's playing in, because he's often the real linchpin in the entire attack, and if he falls, the rest of the attack tends to crumble.
I like the point you're making there with how these 2 teams kind of understood the win condition differently in the way that the operators they picked on their attacks, because what we did see from Wolves, Leo, was that they fumbled these late round executes. There could be a really good solution for that.
Yeah. So if we take a look, let's take a look at round 6. I wonder what it could be, but let's take a look at round 6. So you see the problem here, 20 seconds left, and Wolves have the man advantage, right? So they should be closing this. Jump in from Lasmo, I have to say it. It's completely blind, and I assume it was supposed to be linked to an execute. But it's too late, and most importantly, it's not coordinated. So yeah, they end up in that 2v2. Somehow they managed to get a pick on the anchor, so they should win this, right? But then Deadshot drops because Skies can stop the plant, and he actually clutches it. The reason why they're so late here is because, so timing is the problem, right? The reason why they're so late is they spend so much time clearing step 1 and step 2 in the map, losing so much time clearing everything that they're too late for the execute. Only I'm wondering, what's the solution to fast pace that step 1 and step 2?
I wonder, Leo, what do we see a lot of in Siege at the moment in something that we define as the meta, the most effective tactic available? We see a heck of a lot of shield play. Now, drag it all the way back to the operator bans, ENCE removed a blitz. We know that Wolves love a blitz. They very often will bring blitz, and blitz is a very common operator at the moment. However, Wolves' attacking ban was a Ying. They didn't remove the Monty. They also never played a Monty throughout the whole Skyscraper. On the flip side, ENCE did bring the Monty. Now, I am going to preface this by saying it wasn't always so successful. We did see a couple of blunders, particularly on those black stairs from various different Monty players. There wasn't any one person to blame, and Wolves did counter it with an Oryx quite well occasionally, but it was the difference maker, and it was what led them to be able to win those couple of attacking rounds.
We actually have a pretty good example for it. The round, if we take a look at the round, the first time that they bring the Monty, they will use it to push up to dark stairs and get too much pressure from them. Look at them moving away from that. That's because they're pressured by the Monty, and that's how they get the kill. Now, eventually, the Monty will go down that dark stairs and lose his life, and in 2 more rounds, it will happen again. But the pressure was there. He made people move, they got the pick, they got the zone that they wanted, and they won the round, and that's why they needed. So playing
even in the
Monty
last round.
could have been, yeah, even the last round, the Monty was the win condition, and I wonder why Wolves didn't play around it.
So what we're seeing is ENCE maybe understanding the win condition a little bit better than Wolves here, especially given on the attack with the current meta that we're seeing. So that's great from ENCE, but from Wolves, you kind of expected them to win their own map pick. That was the task that we put for them prior to this map. That's the same task we put for ENCE, but ENCE are going to their map pick now, and they already are coming into that with that 1-0 map lead. So Cafe will be next. We'll talk a bit more about that map after the break because it's ENCE pick.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro down here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The 3 go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
Finesse can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. He goes in. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 over there, and he gets a bone. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. And JR and 4K from Iconic.
Batman showing up. Save the day, save the round.
I think what makes Wild the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our playstyle. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
We find Ends on map point here to proceed in the LCQ, but most importantly, send Wolves home and give them a full repeat of what happened in stage 1. Wolves are looking to bounce back from that. They have to do it on one of their perma events though. We'll be heading to Cafe. This is Ends' pick, and Leo, I wonder, we know this is a perma event of Wolves, but how high in preference is this map really for Ends though?
It's pretty good. It's one of the highest preferred one. It's the second most preferred one actually. But if you look deeper, so if you look on paper, it's them picking it to a permaban for Wolves, so it should look great, right? But then you look at the last time that they've played it, it was in the open quals, and it was against Project X, and they actually lost it 7-4 to a tier 3 team. So you wonder, why did that happen? Well, they started defense, they only won 3 rounds, and they won only 1 single round in attack. And their static attack again. So you could see a similar story as when Wolves started attack on Sky. Again, a team that struggles heavily to attack. They were the 3rd worst attacker team in Europe. That for me is a big risk as well, knowing that Wolves has a new roster with 2 new players, and they could show it completely differently a new Cafe right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I think that's the worry.
Sorry?
I was just going to add on to that point and say that that's the worry, is that it's very unknown as to what we're going to see here, because obviously Wolves haven't played it in such a long time, and they've got a couple of players that have joined the roster since they last played it, so that really does throw into the mix there. But if you look at how both teams were able to adapt on the attacks over on Sky, you could see the same translation coming in over here. So whilst Ents might not be fantastic on this map, Wolves weren't very good either.
Oh, they definitely showed us that there is a lot to learn from them still going into this second map. Our match is ready though, so let's send you back to Hap and Emmy for map 2.
Thank you very much, Anne, and we are ripped, raring, and ready to go. But are Wolves? That is the big question here. Cafe Dostoevsky, it's not a map that plays, well, we don't really know. It's been such a long time, and as they pointed out, it's a map that plays okay for Ents, and Ents just took a Skyscraper to the brink, but it's theirs. So, will this be a 2-0, or will the Wolves claw back?
The big question that we will be waiting to see answered. Again, their task was to win their own map of Skyscraper and then see what kind of a game they would have right here on Cafe. To see if a 2-0 would have been reasonable to assume. However, they struggled a bit too hard. They were a bit too slow here and there as well. And that is one of the themes that we are seeing quite recurringly in a map like Cafe. So as we get into the bans, let's see how they try and combat this. Maybe there is some stuff that can help them. First one to be removed is Brava, so maybe we'll see a bit more of a gadget-oriented gameplay to come through.
I think the thing about this map and how it plays with gadgetry and how it plays is tight drops, really. You're looking at, obviously, you'll generally see a lot of the fighting happen towards the top floor, whether it's the top floor site or the mid floor site. It's usually approach from the new Balk hatch, from potentially Cocktail at some points, but not as frequently because it's a bit more awkward, where you've got to drop and throw yourself into narrow corners almost immediately. Top red swings into Cigar. It's a narrow fight. The Cigar swings via a closed doorway, which is the lesser seen route, or you're taking the corner and being able to stack those, make things uncomfortable on big swings. Imagine you're swinging new Balk and suddenly you've exposed yourself entirely to pillars, you've been hit by an Element, you've been hit by whatever, you're stunned, you're knocked out. It allows that to be a limiting factor. Same on the basement, basement, ground floor. And being like you now, where you don't understand how basements work. Yeah. Same on the ground floor of kitchen, where you're look at all the pressure that you can apply on towards bakery, on towards sort of walk in and coat room and that sort of side of things. It is narrow throws in. A single piece of utility taken away from them by a Brava could spell knowledge of location or how easy the fight is.
I also to start to think a little bit, on operators like Maestro, where you don't like to have information on this site, and you can definitely use a Maestro for that. Although the biggest enemy of the Maestro is, of course, the Brava. That gets removed. You think of Valkyrie cameras as well. Same again, the information game. You kind of don't want that to turn in the opposite hands. So, not going to be seeing any of that. The assignment to be removed, by the way, is a big game changer together with the fact that Mirror is gone to architect of this map, which leans into architecture really well. You usually do see that the entire top floor is just being remodeled. The same goes for the middle floor as well. So none of that is coming through. As ends reintroducing the Montaigne, bringing it out once more on Nako. He's the one that was actually picking it up in that very last round and got Oryx back down. No Oryx on the board this time round, so it doesn't have to be afraid of that push.
As I said, it'll start with it's clear here over towards the top. Get the drop down on towards the new Balk and see if you can try and find your way into just a second of safety. The destruction of the castles on the back end of Cocktail, the steady eyes, and even though we are on the mid-floor site, as I pointed out at the start of this, the takes are still very similar, because if you can limit this vertical control, then you can maybe get yourself a pocket of play space. There's two major ways to rotate your way back up, so they'll try and fight tooth and nail for this, but they don't want to lose their lives. Mowgli will eventually step back from the pixel point, as a shield is about to become his, I was going to say best friend, but that's probably a bit too kind. The roll of the Flores drone will get rid of that shield. The appearance of the other shield will make things problematic, and they get out of there. It's a cost of utility they're happy to make in here. Once again, a narrow shoulder, a narrow fight, and an awkward situation. They want to keep themselves pressing up, but we've seen a shield suffer time and time again when it's in the hands of Ents.
We do have a couple of players down below on the actual side itself. As trying to make some havoc happen from below. Opening up is giving away the position, but not really any threat currently. As a Nitro Cell in pockets, it could become a threat later on. As you see, Nako is currently worried about someone potentially coming up from the white stairs area. Mowgli is being pushed, but it's the crossfire that was ready as a trade comes in from either side.
Honestly, Ents playing a Monty at this point. I'm waiting for Pengu to say that another pro player shouldn't be allowed to use the operator. It has just not worked. For them, it's almost the advertisement against why the operator is so powerful. But Lems and Skies are proving that Ents still have some power, and caught through the soft. Who's to blame? Give droning a good name. The last take on white stairs. Lamb's just fired up, that vocal player throughout the history of the many rosters he's been on. He's always been one that has been screaming since probably year one of season one.
I want to touch on a Monty again. It feels useless right now.
Yeah, yeah.
And they've been bringing it, and let me just check, because I think they still win the rounds.
Okay, well, it's let's put that useless into context, right? Because obviously it's still doing the job they wanted it for. They wanted to use it to drive at that shield, drive up towards Lumber, and just keep pushing the players back. However, across the way that they've used it there, which is just, hey, let's have the Monty fight utility, with how powerful Monty is right now, and what that operator is capable of, you're a bit lost.
So 3 out of the 4 rounds they've brought Monty, it died in like an awkward way, but they've won. They've won those rounds. So, I mean, what you mentioned, right, like, is being used well to clear out space, especially Pixel. It can be a really tough area to fight through. So using the Monty to remove the player out there is already a big help. It gives so much utility, or rather so much space, to the actual attack to work with. So then they keep walking into crossfires or like Oryxes afterwards, and it just feels like it was all for nothing because you lose like an early body that way. And thus they've decided to swap to the Blitz instead. A different approach, maybe with the shield, will work. A different shield might be the reason for it. I don't know. We'll see. Might not be as effective at the actual goal they're trying to achieve as the Montaigne is, unless they want to go for some kills on like quick corners. In that case, the Blitz will be the better option.
Well, we'll see if it's in the hands of Azox, a more powerful tool. Lem's on the glass, trying to get their eyes down the long road of red, but Ruin isn't offered towards them. Instead, they'll sit, hope that Disguise of the Audio becomes a forget that Deadshot drifts into sideways. You can see that they're not entirely giving that fight. Asta wants to find their way towards Wedding, see what's on the other side of it. They're definitely aware something's happened here, but how aware? Alems gets the first engagement almost and gets dropped. Deadshot. It was good movement there from the pair of Wolves. They knew that someone was playing that bait play, and they knew that they could do a 2 versus 1 before anything else happened. Skies is found by P4 on the jump out from the top floor, back in Wedding, that's cleared for him before. And like nothing had happened, Wolves, they now have themselves up 2 bodies.
Yeah, good round so far for the side of Wolves. They find themselves those early kills. There was a bit of like horizontal pressure to come through, and whilst it might have worked, there was just a lot of castle on the actual board. There was only 2 defenders out there, but it kind of prevented them from going actually to go and put the push to the shove. And as a result, they needed to go vertical. You lose a couple of players that way. Now having to find themselves a horizontal entry with just so many angles to worry about, and Lasmo still on top, being hunted down by Nako, or at least you'd think, but he's watching verticality as Azat will take down Azix. That is going to be that Blitz shield gone. It's now just a 2-on-5 pure guns. There is Roamer still up and about that they need to worry about.
You can see that Rykos is finding his own engagements inside Bakery and does get the first, but with 30 seconds and now the only one left, it's just a failure to land here. Whatever approach Ents wanted to make come together hasn't quite netted them anything more than a couple of pity kills, and Rykos with a lot of work to do. The player in coat check can sit there and wait to play on contact if they want. It's a gauntlet of death. As they step into the boots that we saw at the beginning, we also see players so ready for this. As I said, they're just playing on contact. They don't need to put this into the wind. Remember, Wolves, they're 1 map away from devastation, but 1 round now up and level.
There's actually 3 players all just watching that door. Absolute,
yeah, they knew.
Knowledge. Yeah.
It's like, do they know?
Coming from?
Yeah, they know.
You know, the red ping on 1 actually started the engagement off there, but I was like, oh no, this might be like very counterproductive to what you think is going to be happening next, because as soon as you take that fight, it's just 3 people swinging. But that round was never going to be won anyway. Diffuser wasn't in hand. They were all like in proper enough positions where if one would have fell, they would have been able to... You still wrong past tense there. Incredible. Either way, they would have been able to just instantly rotate back out, get into safety, make sure that there wasn't even an opportunity for him to reach him with the amount of time that was left. So Wolves, they had that round under control from relatively early on in the actual game as they head back towards the first floor site now. We are yet to see the actual top floor. Isn't in the initial rotation that Wolves is going to be utilizing. Of course, it doesn't mean we won't see any play around the top floor like we've seen in that first round, because the verticality is always key. So, again, you see the setup happen. Pixel is going to be utilized. There's the Valkyrie out there as well. Like to see that information gameplay to come to fruition here for them.
5 seconds to insertion.
Leveled up.
Attackers are
And
heading out to defuse
they're obviously still putting the pressure on their attack. Now, this is a big pool of data that has had roster changes, but over the past year or so, the times that they've played this, generally they've had themselves around a 40 to 50% attacker win rate. They've kept themselves quite competitive on the balance, so they know how to get these even halves, these intricate approaches. Obviously, LMs is the recent addition, but is one of the most major additions towards the roster in a long time, because you're pulling in an experienced older IGL voice. This was a young gun roster. This was a 6-person roster not too long ago, and to change that into a new person's formula is always going to take time for teething issues, which we got the demonstration of during EUL. Here, the first step, conquering Wolves, conquering the opposite end of that. A team that's been, you know, had the same sort of journey not long before, and yeah, they've changed again, and they've got rid of sort of Bibu, especially as being a similar sort of older voice. It's still a roster that's experienced that and had a decent first stage. Wolves drifting around the top floor. Now, again, last time they sort of, I'm not going to say they gave up the land without a fight, but it was quickly forced out of their hand because of, in part, the Monty. Can the Monty get more than just being a moving wall?
Might try, okay. I was going to say, they might try and find it with a C4, but not going to be the case. Mowgli tossed it early, wasn't quite able to get the kill. Now you see Ends just trying to work on clearing out that top floor. Rykos has the shield now right in front of him. Mowgli wanted to go for a bit of a barricade, but now the Montaigne is standing there. So it's a bit of a reconsideration. Like, maybe I shouldn't. Rotation comes down as well into Laundry from Lasmo. That will be spotted out. All 5 players now not on the actual top floor itself. That means it can be taken, and the Montaigne can start working on that first floor clearing with a minute left on the clock. P4, the only man down on the ground floor, now being tracked by the Deimos as well. Gets deactivated. No point in broadcasting your own position. No one was nearby anyway to try and make that challenge stick.
Monty checking and rechecking every single possibility, but it's P4 that can play this. Although they don't have the C4 to follow it up. Now, Deimos, very powerful in this sort of situation. When you have all of that soft floor below you on towards the site, if you track the right person, you can get a pinch just before they get the idea of you. That gun is a Behemoth in the right hands. And these floors are paper to a Deimos. The shield drops down right onto a goo mine. They know the train's clear, so they're just going to get that goo mine out and maybe try and get that shield on their back, turtle it off and plant. They have some coverage of the windows, and you're waiting at this point. Wolves, where's the reaction? 10 seconds. They just need to strike once at the right time, and it's a trade out, but it's suddenly back and forth there. It's the perfect place. The play from P4 drops the kick cold in the middle of the room, and although it's a 3 versus 1, they just cannot get themselves in the right timing for that final landing. Again, things falling apart a little bit there in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, P4 in a good position there on red. They knew he was downstairs. They didn't see him come back up. And, you know, like, he could fire down on that Monty as soon as they walked in and try and get the plant in. He would also have the window jump in to come through. Sure, you might lose the initial pick as soon as the execute is slowly starting to come together, but you still had that angle covered off. They really need someone to start pushing down red, to start putting pressure down onto P4, at least that staircase, as soon as that push came to where it was. Just the back turn towards him. I mean, that's an easy kill for P4. All he had to do was just stand up, and I'm pretty certain that they might have even had that on like one of the Black Eyes from Mowgli, who's playing, of course, on the Valkyrie. So Wolves find themselves with a second round. This time the Oryx is being brought by Mowgli, so maybe trying to challenge out the Montaigne a little bit if it is being played again, considering the amount of times the Ents have brought it so far, and they've just not been able to really deal with it. I mean, eventually they'll get the kill, but not after they've been shepherded out of position for quite a bit, and, you know, you don't want to make an entire setup just to be bullied out of it, so that's why the Oryx is being brought here, just in case the Montaigne is back on the menu. just to bash it out of existence.
Wolves in the lead for the first time today, and P4's positioning was well put together. You don't want to ever sort of point specifically at a player, but P4 is always a good example of how in it Wolves feel, to be fair. And when he's popping off, usually the roster's in a pretty good stead. You look towards the VP game, and unfortunately he was, I think, the lowest rated player out of the whole showdown, but Pasha did go insane in the battle of names beginning with P. Pasha reigned supreme. I was waiting for you to say a word that began with P. Oh. I don't know if... Pizza. That's the bit. That's the bit that we're doing.
Going for pizza.
Did you just say pizza?
Yeah.
Preposterous. Pressure over the top here on towards Piano. There, again, you don't really get too much confidence in that top floor from teams that haven't really played this map much as well. They might feel even less because it's so rehearsed for attackers to get in that if you're not a very confident top floor team, then you're going to be a locked out team. There's the catch onto Mowgli. Last time he played that position, and I'm not going to say he overstayed his welcome. It was pretty nicely balanced. This time with the window under control on the white corridor. Even with the sprinting, there was nowhere for him to go, so he unfortunately had to sit, wait, and accept fate. Rykos, eyes down red stairs as the backline of Cocktail isn't being tested yet. Instead, Ents want to try and position themselves maybe to cut off those loose players. Deadshot, I'm sorry. Filthy take on towards the halfway cut of the stairs. There's Alems gets Asta. In and out, and off he pops to make sure they keep themselves 1 kill ahead, 2 kills ahead. P4 is gone. Deadshot and Lasmo, all that's left.
Will the fight taking place off the actual side itself? I believe just P4 died near it, actually on the middle part of that white stairs. Now the pressure is coming down onto Lasmo soon, and I'm wondering if they know where he is. They know where Deadshot is because they've been engaging him vertically. They've been trying to find a new angle to try and take him down from, but Lasmo is a bit of the, you know, the unknown factor, the danger factor, if that matters. But he gets shut down. Nako wins the gunfight, down on 3 HP. They know Deadshot's somewhere around mining, somewhere around train, and there you go. Finally, the vertical angle is found, and will get that kill, and will get the round as they push themselves to 2-2. And you know, you were talking about the percentages, the wins earlier. I think if they manage to find 3 on their attack, they're going to be quite happy with that performance, finding themselves in, I wouldn't call it pole position, but just another leg towards the next matchup and towards taking this in a 2-0 fashion. So, Wolves, the next couple of rounds are going to be very important for you.
I love the tension music. I keep saying Lasmo, but it is Lasmu, technically. It is like a cow, but it's written like that at least.
Maybe you should have capitalized the move.
Lasmu. Isn't that just what a cow is? A Lasmu.
You mean in
I think we're just irritating Alfama now. Oh, I don't know French. I only know Alfama.
I know Alfama as well.
What? I thought he was my friend. 2 apiece. We're back down towards the kitchen. Now, this was, I would say, easily the most controlled round from the side of Wolves. Obviously, they've been able to win 2, but here it wasn't like there was ever really any massive pressure on towards them. They lost 2 players by the end. However, the kill with the jump out from the top floor down below, the great take on towards the Glaz that tried to get in, it was a failed plan. Here, with the Blitz, with the Glaz, I'm wondering if they might try and go just a little bit more direct, I say, as we get the perfect panorama of all 5 of them prepped outside Bakery. I think we're about to do a 3-2-1 let's boogie. They're in. They're trying to cut their way across the cover and the blinds itself. Now, Alems is able to win out the first, and he is just holding down left click to get the follow through on the second. The Blitz wants to get this Goo-mine out so they can start screaming through, and the Glaz is only on a sliver of health. Lasmu holding on for everything that he can, but he can't get that. Skies gets the cover, and the canister will buy them at least a pocket of the prep window. The continual push is finally cut by Asa, but P4 has to know the right time to move. And it's the only time he can make left. He wanted that smoke to dissipate so he could put the pressure onto the Glaz in a clean or even firefight. Sprays through and gets lucky, but Ents, they get even luckier. What a great scream through. They read how tall the hold was last time, and they said, we aren't going to play your game, let's play ours.
I'm pretty sure there was 8 smokes on the attack out there, and it's like 3 of them by like actual smoke grenades, 2 of them by the smoke bolts that of course Capitao carries, and I think they were all placed on the wedding to red door just so the glass could stay out there. And whilst the lens was fully flashed, by the way, managed to find the warden who was, you know, with those goggles looking through those flashbangs, not being blinded by them and not being hampered by the smoke. So that's a huge pick to come through from a lens at that moment of time. For a second I was afraid that this one Gumai would just completely destroy the entire rush though, because Azox was wanting to go in quick with that blitz, the Gumai instantly slowing him down to like just being basically limping onto the side itself. But the Lambs with a huge round there, and a great call from Ents to go quick there. You mentioned it, very tall last time round. Let's force them to come back towards the actual side and just overwhelm them. And that gives them that 3-2. That gives them the lead again. And this is what I spoke about. They now have those 3 rounds. That is already huge for the side of Ents, as they will be going over towards defense next. If they manage to lock this off with a 4-2, Wolves might find themselves knocked out by a team that was struggling to make it through the open qualifiers.
It's actually a very fun statistic, and obviously it's a shorter data of pool that I'm only pulling from the recent EU tracked stats that we have and can operate with, which is about 180 days, or about, I can say, not about 3 or 4 games of Cafe, but it lands at a perfect 50-50 attacker-defender preference across the games that we've had it driven in recently. And here on the kitchen, it is also 50-50. It's the only one that's perfectly reflected. The pressure comes immediately on towards here. The VIP as Nako gets one and Deadshot's able to trade it out. They get some use of the blitz. Azox doing a demonstration of different shield usage, and it used. It's perfect play there. Alems doubles down before being shot down by Lasmu, but Lasmu is all that left with Azox getting the end of it. I was a bit taken by surprise by how quickly it exploded, but look at the timing of those last 2 rounds. You could fit both of those neatly within pretty much all of the others that we've played through so far.
It truly Ents just decided to, you know what, for these last 2 rounds, let's just kick it up a notch. Let's just go into the next gear and start accelerating. They struggle with that pace, and that showed out there just completely shut down. They tried to respond, but as soon as they tried to, you know, even step out for it, there was an Ents player out there to respond, to find that kill, and instantly shut them down. And then suddenly when, you know, in round 3, it looked like, okay, Wolves are finding themselves in a pretty good standing here. 2-on-1 in terms of the actual scoreline. We're finding ourselves with a 4-2 in favor of Ents now, and the shield finally getting some use out of it. What is it, like round 7 where the shield is being used, and finally we see like the oppressive capabilities it has on the actual killing game. And you see all the smiles happening. They knew that round was, you know, it was going to be quick. It was either going to be a hit or miss, and it was definitely a big hit on the side of Ents, who now are on the defense.
What a time for Ents to find their energy. Obviously, they have struggled. You know, we've said it enough today. The desk has said it enough today. I'm sure a lot of other people have said it in worse ways and more colorful ways. But that is their recent history. And now, against Wolves, who, for all intents and purposes, regardless of the memes, regardless of how close they've come, they were very strong throughout the league. They're, you know, 1 game difference. And yeah, it was a 7-1 to Secret, but 1 game difference. And they would have been in 2nd place. They would have got a bye. 1 round difference. They would have already been confirmed for the major against BDS, taking that victory. And yet, here they are. 2 rounds down on Cafe, on their attack, trying to make it work against us. Ents with 1 map already away from them. What do they have as their plays? What do they have as their chance? The pull on towards the red hats, the focus on towards Cigar as well. Force that player out and see if you can encircle them. So if they try and get out of there, they're not going to get very far. It's Nako. He's just tucked himself quietly. I'm not going to say confidently yet, because he has no idea how aware they are of him. But it's down to Wolves, and I'm trying to piece together where they're hoping to force these players to go. And
And so now just holding them off. The first E1D is starting to pop. You would expect a push to come behind it. I think it just came into Cigar. The Nitrocell is going to be too early or too late. No matter how you want to go for it, as a trade comes through, Sky somehow manages to rotate up red stairs. Will be shut down eventually. Now it's a 2-on-4 situation. P4 on 1 HP as Ryko's going outside for a little bit of an adventure, but Aza waiting out there, knew that was going to be happening, and now Azox all alone in a 1v4, a minute 20 left on the clock. In 10 seconds or 20 seconds, all of that changed from like a 5-5 to a 1v4.
Huge challenge here for Azox, and he's tucked himself in a dangerous position. But as soon as he gets this first, they'll obviously have a decent awareness of where he is. And, well, he hasn't been offered that first engagement, so he goes to where they're trying to get the plant confirmed. Now this side will be watched, as it is. Asa has the cut, and Wolves open strong. As I said, I was trying to piece together exactly what they wanted to do when they started shuffling around. You can see a bit of the up and down by the snow doorway. But, hey, lessons shown more than anything. Wolves take their first attack, and although it is something we haven't seen a lot from them this map at all, they might still have this secret game. I know you're never supposed to say that. I'm not saying they're hiding it before everybody gets up in the messages about that.
Are they hiding strats, Emmy?
They're hiding them, but you know, there's a reason that it's here, right? If you have a statistic that something is permanently banned, especially from a team that is very often in best of threes, and lo and behold, here we are in a best of 3 and it's through, there is a reason for that. And that reason is for them, finally, let's give it a go. It's maybe not always that we think we're very strong at it, it's that we think we can beat them on it. That is the ground rule. And they're able to pull their first attack. One more, it's suddenly level, and they have a lot of momentum here working on what is the primary 2 sites here, especially on this, which became, I'm not going to say a point of dependence, but a point of pain towards the end of it for the defenders, because it was just 2 quick rushes, 2 smashes that went away from them.
Well, the setup that we're seeing from the side of Wolves around the operator selection doesn't necessarily scream quickness. This is more so focused at using those R00s to kill. Well, actually, never mind. Lasmo's already finding himself inside a code, but he's getting stunned by the Echo drone. They're going to be aware of his position out there. Yokai will fall, so at least there's a piece of utility gained there. But he's now going to be a bit of a sore in the middle of that side in Kojak, which is usually used as one of the defending positions.
As you said, a surprising bit of pace, but nothing that they could really back up with anything other than just that first shaky engagement. The smoke isn't suffering the same without the glass that's operating in the middle of it, but Nako might. He's tucked himself close towards it. As I said before, when we had the glass try and get an early position, it was then closed down by a 2 versus 1. They wanted to do that, and P4 is here to try and offer some support for the player that's otherwise pulled themselves out, rotated round. Now they have 2 inside, but 1, as the Lems wins the coat check fight, checks the player out, and Wolves has to check their whole approach here. They tried to cut it in the middle, failed otherwise.
And now they have nothing. And this is kind of what I was thinking. Like, the setup screams, we're going to try and go for verticality, just, you know, completely open up everything that we need to destroy the castle barricades. As Nako knows about one person up top. He's in cocktail bout. Do they know? No, they don't. And Deadshot now falls as well. And this is what I was afraid of. Like, that plant filled. They send Lasmu and Deadshot in there basically without, or Lasmo in there without any support. Got shut down. And then they lost all control that they might have had, as Nako will finally be punished for it after he finds yet another. And now P4 and Aza find themselves in a 2v4 situation. They do have capability to start opening up some of the verticality out here, but they don't have the time. They would have started off with the round if they did this from the get-go. 60 seconds to make everything happen. Luckily, it's soft breach and hard breach. It is basically everything you need to open up the side to some extent. It's just that the numbers advantage is really not in their favor. And as they're trying to collapse on VIP now with the flashbang, it's Azax that's completely blinded, but they don't work on this together. It's a one-on-one kind of swing to come through, which will be in favor of Aza.
Now a 3 versus 2, 30 seconds. They have some time to work with, but the limitations start to come towards only 2 flashes in these Hibana pellets. They're cutting a slow route through. They're cutting their only route towards the bomb chassis. Maybe try and tuck the plant, hopped up on the sync window and locked out immediately either side. Now from the loss of the first player towards the fall, towards the rest Ents, they make sure that they have an immediate response towards his Wolves round, and that's that thing I talked about there with the importance of that secondary site, the secondary swing at holding onto it, because now Wolves know, they can win this one, they can win this one twice, we could be guaranteed OT at least. They have to try and put the difference elsewhere.
All right. I mean, yeah, the top 4 kind of went away, and, you know, they find themselves a pretty convincing round here, but I also kind of am questioning the approach that was taken here. Like, Lasmo was just sent in deep into Kocak, and it's only a matter of time before either he dies or he finds himself a kill in the middle of the site. And I mean, Ents played that smart, to be honest, because for a second it looked like they were going to hunt the player in Kocak, but they also knew they came in from the door. There could be someone waiting there. That's exactly what was happening. P4 was standing by near the lobby, was waiting for someone to swing through, but it just didn't come. So it might have been tried as a quick bait and switch, but instead, they found themselves at an opening death. And then you have Deadshot single-handedly and only entering from the top 4. There's no support whatsoever. He got himself caught off there as well. And then you basically have 2 players which were so deep in, without any support structure around them whatsoever, that if they get kills, it's great. But if they die, there's no one there to try and support for it. And then a second kill to be found by Neko as he's rotating back towards the side before he gets shut down. You know, again, talking about nails and coffins, that is definitely one of them.
Deploying drone. Drone ready.
Wolves, they are circling, sitting at home, not being able to go to French Canada. I don't know if the French like to go to French Canada, but I'm sure they would like to play Siege there.
There's always something magical about being in Montreal for Siege. This time, not for SI. Oh, spotted out the captain there. Drone will be dying very quickly, I'd assume, as Lasmo, together with Mowgli, trying to make a push happen over the top floor. Neko has an opportunity to jump out the window, but he doesn't know he's being hunted this badly from the piano side. The longer he watches this direction, the bigger the opportunity is that he will be found on that horizontal level. Will drop eventually, knows it's not the site, it's not worth trying to keep on to, right as the drones come around. So they will confirm it's going to be clear, and that means that verticality can now start to be operated. They can start opening up with the bucket. They can start opening up these hatches. Gonna have to try and do it with the X-Kairos due to the electrification. A first Nitrocell kill will come out though in favor of Skies. He will find it, but there's more being prepared. You see it. Currently Azix has one in his hand, ripped, I believe. Neko still has one in pocket as well, and the injury on Lasmo. I don't know how that one happened, but that's definitely not going to be beneficial. Oh, the Nitrocell bait.
Oh, that could have been both of them if it was a foot difference. It isn't. They live, they survive. I'm not going to say thrive yet because, well, they're trading hands. They've at least worn through most of the C-Force, but there's still one left in the pocket of Azox. There's still an opportunity for them to try and play against this range. The Buck, I'm assuming, got on the wrong side of a firefight they opened, and Alems and Rykos get on the wrong firefight of Wolves. Once again, that switch has flipped. They've changed it, they've reversed it, and in the Missy Elliott styling, they're going to see if they can try and work it down towards the site. They're eyeing up every possible engagement here, Ents. They want to try and just hold them off and maybe take the drop here, Nyko, and lead the rest of the response. It's so cautious. It's so thin, these margins. And with 10 seconds, Wolves, they've got to land it and stick it once. Blinded out, the push is coming to shove. They're forcing them off a fireplace, and Mowgli forces Skies out of the map. It's a bit of width, it's a bit of an angle, but there's the cover. Well played, Wolves, for fighting that one back.
From the start, that looked like an Ents round. The first kill to come through, the injury on the Buck, the near opportunity to find 2 if only the Nitrocell was placed a little bit further. However, they abandoned that top floor quite quickly. They after a minute, they gave it up. And that just means there's so much time for these attackers to start working it. And that Nitro, I don't know how he didn't get it.
That's just one of those things, right, where you'll watch that back and go, I should have got a double kill there. But also the game says no, and you play to the game. Play to the whistle, Hap. I don't remember
for sure, and
you ever did sports.
It is just going to be like, there was 2 people there, didn't get them. That's unfortunate, but they still had a man advantage at that point. The issue is that so much verticality was being created that we're just being locked out of any rotations. They found themselves in reading. There was a drone watching the exit out there. There was so much verticality above that as soon as they moved, they were finding themselves instantly shut down. And Wolves, they played that well. They played that well with the tools they had left and the time they had left in that moment in time. And that's why maybe they shouldn't have abandoned that top floor so quickly, because, you know, if you abandon it after a minute and the drone comes in and confirms it, you have that buck on the board. What is it going to do? Well, it swaps over to the skeleton key, starts opening up as much verticality as possible, and suddenly your life becomes a lot more difficult as a defender. Nico, I think, is debating whether or not to go for a bit of a spawn peek from the piano here. Doesn't want to give it away off the get-go. There you go, small opening, mate. Wonder if there's any drone that's seen that. But I believe he's rotating out. Actually spawn all the way on the opposite side anyway.
Wolves, once again, within touching distance of tying things up on this game, but also of being 1 round away from it all hurtling towards a finish. Hence, just want to try and step themselves in towards this early engagement. The traded rounds that we had of entry statistic has absolutely disappeared on towards the second half, but it's something that Ents aren't fully able to lock, regardless of the fact that they're pretty consistently getting them throughout most of this match. Wolves, I think, only have them twice or 3 times total, and yet the score is in the position that it is. Ents, there's something about this close down that they're not just able to have their hands on, and that's the other side of a map being hidden away. It's the difference of the knowledge they had of the approaches on Skyscraper and where things are being pieced apart here. They're fishing for hope and for clues.
Lem's playing downstairs, very aware of the fact that there might be drones around that are spotting out on him, and there is a couple of them in that ground floor. Saw one on Bakery just now, and it was just there as a bit of a flank. You don't want to run out like this! Lems, he did it. They found out. They shut him down before he could do any damage to the attack whatsoever. And that means the opening is here for the side of Wolves. That's going to be a painful one for Ents as they lose one of their top performing players. But Azix finds one, goes for the jump out. Completely blinded as he gets injured as well. There was someone waiting below for him.
It looked like he was lined up, but the flash was timed so well for the side of Wolves. And now, as they bleed themselves in towards Cocktail, they're trying to serve up a dose of pain, but Nako's the only thing on the menu for now. Lasmo, seeing if he can secure it amongst the chaos underneath the hatch. He's holding on to a very delicate line, but he gets it landed, although he is all that is left. And no! Ents find the final fight there, and Rykos is the only one standing. That is the margin that we're playing with, but the margin now for Wolves is 1 round left.
Ents trying to find themselves with another 2-0 in LCQs against Wolves, and are a round away from doing it. And I don't think many would have predicted this to happen. I mean, Wolves, again, they were 5 map points up, or match and series points up to some extent against BDS, couldn't close it out. And now they are a round away from being sent home by Ents, the 8th rated team in the EUL, struggling to get through all the tier 3 teams, dropping maps left, right, and center, but somehow made it through in the end. And now a round away from knocking out Wolves and proceeding in the bracket.
Ooh, it is close. It is close. And, you know, the journey here for Ents, obviously following this, Fnatic versus ITB Academy. They'll play the winner of that. Then it's one of those 4 teams down in the bottom of the bracket, but when it includes Wild, ITB, and G2 alongside Project X, who they've already had a blow and a back and forth with, it's all uphill for Ents. Every other team ahead of them is one that's tested and beat them. But who better than this? The team that was so good recently, the team that was so close multiple times. It's almost the perfect opening towards a run of games to go, look, for us, we've beaten maybe the biggest hurdle. Nothing is our limit.
All right, Wolves, you had your timeout. The shields are being brought out. The Blitz, the Monty are making a appearance here for them. Oh, never mind. Montaigne is being swapped off.
10 seconds left before
Should put the asterisk next to it, but maybe the bit of pace is exactly what they need in this current situation. As the setup is being finalized, the last second of the prep phase ends, and the action phase, what could be the last for Wolves in this entire season, could be upon us. And to reiterate, they are currently not in the top 16 in SI points, meaning that they'd have to rely on however the LCQs would take place for SI to try and find themselves secured for a spot.
What was in that conversation, apart from the idea of Deadshot bringing Blitz, a big goal is to try and just scream your way through, past Pillar, past the site itself as a Blitz is chasing them out. They're going for the pinch and the lockdown inside the site, and Ents, they got to try and just get a quick awareness. The conversations will be blurry, as will Valkyrie's vision as they're the first to fall. Deadshot, they get themselves in, and will Lasmo try and get the plant secured here? They have some eyes, but Asa's gone down. So they need to make sure that there's nobody that's going for the immediate swing. They can't secure the plant, and Nako secures Mowgli. It's a 3 versus 4 technically, unless they can get Asa up as they go for a retake. Asa is back to his feet, back to the boards, and back to a chance at keeping Wolves in this and alive. But the first rush hasn't netted the result. Rykos hasn't been caught by Lasmo, who rotated their way up with the kit, but they are alone until the Blitz has shown up now. And, well, if that little pinch had gone away from them, then they're in a bad spot. The push into the Fenrir mine, every single step Wolves are making is putting themselves in an awkward situation because Ents, they're not throwing themselves into these engagements. They know that it's a cat and mouse game, and as the pistol fire comes out again, the second time this long-range fight hasn't been secured, but now they have a pocket of space. Now they have a chance to lock this kit down and put it to 45 seconds. Ents, they have to now have this modicum of control thrust into their hands, looking for the 2 versus 1, the pinch on a player, but Wolves are the ones trying to keep loose and steady. A 3 versus 3, instantly leveled as Skies, changes that with the Blitz gone. Asa makes sure that someone is still fighting, and Lasmo has to cover Skies. Could be the difference. They're both so low, so hurt, and pistoled out there, but with 18 seconds, has to sprint for the fight. The C4 is the attempt. It's not quite close enough. Asa's playing this well. He pulls himself away. They're going to go for the long arm, and no! Asa gets the end of it.
Wolves, they made it so difficult for themselves. They started pushing in. They had the initial control. They had the initial kill. They started planting, and then they went off. Lasmo took the diffuser up towards the top floor where 4 players of Ents were waiting at that point. If that would have dropped there, it would have been the end of the round. It would have been the end of their run for the potential qualification of the major, but he lived. He pulled back. They started pushing for the actual side. They forced the player of White Stairs, who had the opportunity to play verticality, of course, from below, because that's what a true threat was in the actual site they were on. But eventually it comes down to that 1v1. It was just a single shot. And remember, if Asa was confirmed after he went down, that would have been over now. It would have been Ents that would have continued on the bracket.
Now it's within 1 round. Either way, Wolves could get themselves to OT. We could go to a 3rd map, but they have this site to work with. Kitchen is theirs to lock down. It was the site, to be fair, on the other half, where Wolves had 2 runs at the defense at the end, and Ents just smashed through, got both of them. Here, with the Monty, you assume not the same sort of pace, but a different take, something slower, steadier, something maybe a bit more direct.
Early E1D there. It's going to be spotting out 2 players, but they're not really at risk of being caught here. They're just going to be aware of the fact that, well, they are on the ground floor. When the side is on the ground floor, so if nothing really lost or gained there from the side of Wolves or Ents. And as breaches are made into the garage, a lot of the X-Scar was actually used on opening up the garage wall, so that leaves them with relatively little to deal with other things, like hatches or the wall if they would need to open that one up. Now, I don't think there's a safe way to reinforce that last wall anymore. They would have one in pocket, although it would have been perfect because it kind of just completely stops this push that they were trying to go for. But the push instead will be coming towards a VIP, but they're waiting! They're ready on the crossfire! That's the Montaigne gone, Emmy!
That's the Montaigne gone. That's the follow-on to Mowgli as well. Deadshot, Lasmo, and Asta in the situation of keeping the dream alive here. Skies checked in behind Bakery. Deadshot trying to check out the rest of that push, but look at the kit hap. It's isolated, it's stuck. You have to try and then circle the player around VIP, force the way through, and they cannot do that. Azos gets one, Nako gets one more, Lasmo is nowhere to be seen. Ents defeat their demons, defeat Wolves. Wolves are hounded by theirs. The first best of 3, the first team to progress in our open quals. In towards the last chance is the team fighting for every map and round. Ents.
Wolves knocked out by Ents. Who would have thought that would have been the result today? By a 2-0 fashion nonetheless. No third map needed to decide this game. And what a game it was for Ents. They really turned up the tune on those final rounds of that first half. That might have been, or actually has been, a difference maker in this matchup. They just completely cranked it up and decided to go for those rushes. And then the defense as well, perfect responses to what was happening. A deserved victory. No other words can be said about it.
It was such a great performance from Ents as well. They made sure that they were in every position they needed to be. They did their homework. They put themselves into decent maps for them. Obviously, their Skyscraper game better than was expected, and their Cafe was just good enough. And it's been such a solid throw, and, well, so will this be as we finish that thrown story to our lovely desk.
Thank you so much. That was a very fast game for the two of you, but a very deserved victory for Ents here. A 2-0 fashion for them to close out this game and keep their hopes and dreams alive for the major. For Wolves, that is not the case. Their stage 2 ends here, potentially their year, because they don't have enough points to directly qualify to SI, so they have to bank on the SI LCQ there. But this is great for Ents. We love to see it. The stage was not the easiest for them, but we're really seeing them play their win conditions here, right?
Oh, absolutely, and I think that, you know, you're touching there on the LCQs and Wolves maybe looking toward that now. I think there's going to be a lot of the teams across the world that are looking toward those LCQs as a chance at getting to SI, but focusing in on the major in Montreal. Wolves, of course, out of the fight. Ents brought a very exciting style of Siege, and they played a very current meta version of Siege as well. Lightning on the attack, and I think we found out really, Leo, why this was one of their permabans.
Yeah, 100%. I think especially look at the amount of times they used the glass, the blitz, the Captao. So many times they've used the initiator operators that we've been speaking about for the entire stage to get them quickly in the building, but also to build slow and methodical attacks as well. It was not only about rushes. Some of these opening kills happened really late in round. Actually, round 3, the first kill happened with 11 seconds left on the round. It's crazy. It's the first time I saw it that late. But overall,
it was.
If you look at Wolves, how did you come here? These guys only 2 matches ago were 2 BO3s away from the major, and they had one of the craziest good split. Am I the only one that's baffled that they're out? That's it. It's crazy. 3 BO3s, all 3 lost. End of the tour. Ended.
I mean, people sometimes say third time's a chance, and that's unfortunately not the case for Wolves here. Third chance for them to make it to the major, and they lose out once again. It ends here for them, but I think during the game we had a bit of a discussion whether we should call all of Ents' attacks kind of pocket strats. Ollie, I think that was the conversation that we were having. It wasn't really the case, but I think they understood these attacks better than Wolves, even though Wolves' time management on their attacks was already looking a little bit better.
Yeah, I think, you know, Wolves showed a little bit of improvement on that time management front, but it was by far and away nowhere near catching up with the pace that we saw from ENCE. And you said, you know, we did have that conversation. We're like, you know, what sort of qualifies as a pocket strat? You know, I kind of feel like if you bring in smoke, glass, and blitz, that's the sort of qualification in my book, because the smokes need to be used very specifically. Otherwise, other players might find that their angles have been cut off and stuff. So there needs to be that level of team synergy. There was a really good example of that we've got actually attacking onto the basement from ENCE, one of these rush rounds that it was just orchestrated perfectly. You can see the lineup there: Capital, Glaz, Blitz. They've got the Twitch in there, they got the Ace. This immediate hop in, nice little flash there just to ensure that they were entirely out of it. And LM still picks up 2. I think he had a bit of the flash effect lingering on him. But ENCE then just moved through and continued to pick up kills. It was very suffocating for Wolves. And I don't think that Wolves were ready for it. They were caught very flat-footed in a lot of those instances. And it was something that ENCE, they weren't quite telegraphing it, but after the first one, you've got to kind of get a bit of an inkling that it could be on the cards.
And I think the most impressive thing here is that somehow Wolves actually set up the utility for it. So they had the Gu mine on the prep window, for example. So the Gu mine actually caught the blitz. For me, the additional is to have the glass come in and just spray that hallway at the same time, and the entirety of the team committing to it. And that was for sure, I think, the win condition for ENCE here on Cafe, especially when we said they only won 1 attack round on that same map against Project X only 1 week ago. And now they went for a 4-2 split in attack, and that's the reason they made it. And it's just great to see them finally have the synergy, I think, after going through so many dead ends this entire stage.
That was huge for them. It was great to see that. We can speak to someone who was in the center part of some of these pocket strats, because we have our winners on the line. LMs, congratulations on the victory today. And we know the stage hasn't been the easiest for you, but this must feel like the start of a great redemption.
Yes. To be honest, after the LCQ run we had, we weren't proud of us. We knew that we had a lot of work to do, and only 1 week for the LCQ, so I guess we had a long talk together, trying to fix the mistakes in a short time. We had like the magical Agdar thing, and I'm happy it works for today.
LM's obviously massive congratulations. It's the first step in what is a longer road here in this LCQ, but it must feel good to get that win over Wolves. Obviously, looking in onto the maps a little bit, we saw a Skyscraper and a Cafe. I think Cafe was maybe one that surprised us. Did that surprise you that it was a map that, you know, was left open for you guys and you guys picked? Because let's be honest, it's not one that's played very often between you two.
The thing is, like, to be honest, we expected another map, but I mean, there is no worries for us. Like, we just saw this and we were like, okay, we're gonna pick Cafe. Even though this is a map we lost, like you said, in the LCQ call, sorry, we are still confident in it, and we had like I said, a week to work and to fix like all the mistakes. So it wasn't maybe a bit of a surprise, but we were ready for it.
Oh, you could see that the mistakes were, you know, they were obviously fixed. You got far more attacking rounds today than you did in the qualifiers as well. And there was some nice little pocket plays that we were discussing on the desk. Something that I do want to ask, and I don't know if you've even got the answer for this, but both Project X and Wolves banned the Brava against you on the Cafe. Like, why are these teams banning Brava against you? We were trying to rack our brains about it. We've got a few ideas, but why the Brava? Why is that such an important attacking operator to ban against you guys on Cafe?
To be honest, I don't know. But,
neither do we. I hoped you would have the answer. I was asking you this question because I wanted the answer.
The thing is, like, when we play Project X, they banned the Brava to use it kinda in the clever way. So they banned the Brava to play the Maestro, the Echo, and the Bulletproof Camps, which Wolves didn't. So we were ready for it, even though Brava was banned, but they didn't do it. So it's good for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you don't know as well, because we couldn't figure, all three of us couldn't figure it out. So I guess back to the drawing board for Wolves. But no, it was a brilliant series to watch. On Skyscraper, you did fantastic on those attacks as well. The attack's something that you've been working quite hard on, I guess.
I won't say that much, but yes.
Very, very detailed answer. Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, the one question I still have is that we saw this big bootcamp, of course, for ENCE in Finland. And when you spoke to us previously, you mentioned there's a lot to improve for the young core of this roster. How much are you already seeing in effect after that bootcamp?
So first of all, I want to thank NC Esports and all the people that are managing the bootcamp when we were there. It was amazing, probably the best bootcamp experience I've ever had. Sorry. So thanks a lot. It was so nice. We had like great facilities to work and to fix everything we needed to fix. So just for that, thank you. And yeah, like you said, we use this to just fix the mistakes and to talk. Like when you are together as a team, it's better than on TeamSpeak through the microphone and stuff. So you can talk to the people, have fun, and just team building, you know. So yeah, this bootcamp was very, very great for us.
That's awesome. It's also a big thing to say because considering you've been on quite a few bootcamps before, but that's very good to hear at least. LMs, thank you so much for your time. Wishing you best of luck, of course, at the preparation for either Fnatic or Into the Breach Academy, and a great rest of your night.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Don't forget to drink Red Bull.
Okay, well, I think he's ticked off all the things from the sponsor boxes there coming into this interview here, but we're looking at the comparison of the entire series here, guys. And the one thing we want to talk about as well, the player who we just interviewed, I think Alems has shown us a great improvement as well, hasn't he, Leo?
Yeah, he stepped up. I think one of the things we were looking for is this leadership figure to come up and be the interesting pickup or the difference maker in most of the series. And if you look at the difference between his entire stats this stage and his stats this matchup, that's exactly where we wanted him. Also playing on flex support operators. So that's great for him to actually be in positive KD, get 5 entry kills in 2 maps, playing flex support. That's crazy. We really needed him to step it up. Most of the times that's not going to be seen in the actual statistics because he's a strong voice for the team. But here he did both. And I think, like he said, I think the bootcamp really helped a lot. It's exactly the kind of mechanic that an organization can use when a team has been struggling to mesh well together. And today it's shown. We're going to see now for the rest of the bracket if it was just like a Wolves fluke or if they have been consistently getting better and actually maybe make it to Montreal, because now with Wolves gone, G2 is the main target now.
The bracket is, I'm not going to sit here and say it's wide open, but there is a lot more space in the bracket now that a big player like Wolves isn't in the picture anymore. And hence they've made that space for themselves and they need to work in it. I'm sure they're going to be watching our next series very closely to figure out who they're going to be going up against, because that's going to be another big hurdle for them to climb ahead of getting, you know, maybe even too far ahead of themselves. But at least from Alems there in the interview, it did sound like they've been putting in a lot of work from the attack. You know, he didn't really want to say too much, but he gave the answer of yes. So they've obviously been putting a bit of effort into that. And they played some good Siege today. Somewhere that really stood out to me was their opening picks. They were fantastic in that opening engagement. They were brilliant on Cafe. They were very consistent over on Skyscraper. I think they got 14, 15 opening picks across the course of the maps. So you look at that and you already think you're giving yourselves an easier time of things as it is. Now, we didn't see the best Wolves today, but that was their opportunity. That was their chance, and they've kind of put themselves in this position.
Yeah, I mean, the whole discussion we had about the bracket as well, I think a lot of people looked at it and either called Wolves or maybe G2 the favorites of making it to the major. Now, the good thing is for ENCE, they won't be G2 all the way until the final. They'll have to face a different opponent first. It'll either be Fnatic or Into the Breach Academy, and let that be the best of 3 matchup that we have after this break.
Welcome to Manchester.
Feels like this one has been a long time coming. Should we show them how the UK does it, guys?
SSG sent home. Scars came so close. Talent have fumbled at the final hurdle.
R6 Esports has taken those that love it all around the world, but never before in the UK. That changes here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. is our 8 final teams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our finalists.
The world champions defeated.
There's a fire sale on tournament favorites Manchester, and the underdogs are buying.
A semi-final Saturday of Siege. Let's have it, Manchester!
From the bees, it goes in, shotgun in hands! Oh my god! Oh my god!
And it's heartbreak for Nath, but for BDS, their first shot in a year and a half at raising that trophy.
Are you ready to introduce our show match? Let's bring them up!
Get in there, Tom. Here we go. Bang!
How intimidating is that going to be having that stuck behind? It is absolutely massive.
Our champione, Mr. Tom J. Sherlock and his team.
It's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the final.
This is the Cinderella story, to say the least. I mean, they made themselves #1 NA, and now they find themselves here at the grand final.
BDS on the other side.
I think they are some of the best players in the world.
Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up our team to the stage.
The job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just gonna keep proving people wrong.
Against the Solis, the fate of the intel. Day, holding up for the blood.
If you didn't believe in us, I love you. Let's go.
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than chaos. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure. You know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now. Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns.
We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Our star of tomorrow is going to be Sarks, who currently plays for Fnatic inside of the EU League. Now, his time in Tier 2, Leo, was a very, very short one. He played only on Project X for the Central Combine. But not just that, he managed to get to the final with Project X up against Team Secret Academy. Unfortunately, did lose that game, but I think he was the MVP across the whole competition, and that's what caught Fnatic's eye.
Yeah, it's a small window of opportunity, that one single T2 competition, and that was enough for Fnatic to take the bet on that player. And I have to say, so far, it's been working really well for him. He was one of the only reasons why Fnatic was able to get some victories in his Esports stage, and mostly because he was able to frag a shit ton on flank operators or support operators like Ace, for example, and still join his teammates, showing a lot of maturity. He's been a bit inconsistent, but he's showed so much potential so far.
I do think it just goes to show that even if you have just one short stint in Tier 2, you don't have to be a stalwart of Tier 2. You don't have to be there for years to get picked up. If you're good enough and you show that in those lower tier competitions, you will get picked up. And there are EU teams waiting to pick these players up.
That's all it takes. We've seen so many examples from young players and big teams that hire these young players to finally make a chance, finally have a difference, because they bring a new vision and new hunger into the game. That's exactly what Sarks did, and maybe what you could do if you perform in Tier 2 tournaments.
For another episode of the Stars of Tomorrow, we saw Leo discuss about Sarks, a player that we see in this best of 3 matchup, Fnatic versus Into the Breach Academy. Really a star of tomorrow, a player that's been picked up quite recently, has shown his worth in these Tier 2 competitions, and now can prove it once again in a Tier 1 competition where it is super important, because this matchup would have been the grand final of the qualifier playoffs. That eventually did not happen. Into the Breach Academy forfeited the game. It would have only been a seeding game, but Ollie, this time around, it is do or die.
Absolutely is. We've been waiting to watch this game for maybe a week or so at this point, and it's been about 8 days, I think, since we were meant to be watching this one. But yeah, we are going to be here now. It is, of course, do or die. No lower bracket here in Europe, just best of 3s all the way straight through. And you kind of wonder what were people hiding here, because you sort of look at it on the face of it, and it's like, well, why wouldn't you want to play Fnatic back then? What have you got to hide? Obviously, something is up Into the Breach Academy's sleeve.
We're going to have a look at the team that Sarks belongs to. First, we're talking about Fnatic, and we've seen this team not have an easy stage 2 at all. They got 2 overtime victories. They like to make it difficult for themselves, and then to make matters worse, Leo, they've been here before, because last time in the LCQ, they also lost to a Tier 2 team.
Yeah, they lost to Forgotten Days, which was, to be fair, mainly composed of former Tier 1 players, but still they have an history of losing in LCQ to teams they shouldn't lose to. And then they went on, had 2 roster changes, and they had a really poor stage. Now, I want to mention, it was either with Fnatic a game of, it's super close, because 4 matches were in overtime for them, out of 9, which was crazy. And also then, either just a question of complete, utter mental shutdown. 7-0, 7-2, 7-3 defeats, where they just couldn't get their hand on the game. And for me, overall, the only big win condition that was there, and it's the one we mentioned in the Stars of Tomorrow, was Sarks. Because the only moment where they were close to winning in overtime, or eventually won in overtime as well, were when Sarks dropped double digits. He had some crazy impact games. I'm sorry we cannot see his little couch and so many pillows behind him, because I thought that was a really cute webcam background. But I want to mention that this guy was the win condition for Fnatic. And whenever he was not performing, they were back to being that team that was completely scattered and did not look like a team and were losing heavily. And this, for me, means it's a good chance for ITB Academy to take it.
Definitely is. I mean, this could be the biggest potential upset that we have today, given that we've also just had ENCE beat Wolves. But this is about a Tier 2 team. We'll talk about their opponents, Into the Breach Academy. They made it here through the open qualifiers, played the qualifier playoffs, and I think it's quite impressive to say how far they made it, because let's just think about it, Leo. They didn't drop a singular map in the qualifier playoffs either.
Yeah, oh my god, Hova is looking scared right now in that picture. He's getting
There's some scary photos there, isn't there?
But I have to say that I'm super impressed with that roster. Like you said, didn't drop a map. Most importantly, didn't drop a map against the ITB main roster. They actually beat them. Yes, it was close. It was 8-7-7-5, but it was well deserved. And the guy is even eating a carrot. What, man? How can you not like this guy? Come on. That's just some next level 3-game snacks.
Yeah.
If this guy doesn't win
energy.
after eating a whole carrot right now, I'm disappointed.
Typically, it's a banana, isn't it? Like, that's sort of the fruit of, I mean, carrot is a vegetable, but like the fruit of choice is usually a banana. Maybe we need to throw a carrot on a bingo board at some point. But of course, Into the Breach Academy doing fantastically well through the qualifier playoffs here. As we've mentioned, not dropping a map, beating the main team as well. Obviously, there's always going to be a nice little bit of rivalry there. You know, they will have that victory against the main team in an official for a long time to come. And, you know, you'd be silly to expect that these, you know, the main team and the academy team don't scrim each other fairly regularly as well, because, you know, why wouldn't you? If you've got some good tier 2 competition there that you can scrim against and it's in the confines of your own team, you know that stuff's not getting leaked out there and going elsewhere. So I think for Into the Breach Academy, really good opportunity to show themselves. They've got a lot of talented players on the roster and a lot of players that we're very familiar with. One of them in particular, and Rorik, we cast him on Dunlimited quite extensively throughout the Challenger League scene when that was around only a couple of years ago.
He could definitely be part of that Stars of Tomorrow scene as well that we're seeing here with players that could make the step up into the tier 1 scene. But we're talking maps for this specific best of 3 scenario. Once again, let me remind you, this is do or die. There is no lower bracket in the LCQ, so you have to win 2 maps here in order to keep your hopes and dreams alive of making it to the Montreal Major. We talked about the potential upset that Into the Breach Academy have, and when we discussed this in the green room, we talked about maybe this being due to not a lot of information being there in the void or in the open about the map picks that we could see from Into the Breach Academy, Ollie.
Yeah, I think, you know, and Leo countered that point, didn't he, quite nicely, saying, well, there is a lot of information out there, but there's a question as to whether you would use it or not. Because if you think about it, it is going to be against other tier 2 teams that aren't in a qualifier and aren't, you know, here playing in LCQ, so they're obviously not as good. So the tier 1 team really should come into this and just think that they have more confidence, they are better at the game, and the maps, whilst it paints a little bit of a picture, as long as Fnatic get themselves onto something that they are comfortable with, they should be fairly okay in this game. It's not a game that Fnatic are expected to lose, but as we've already clarified in the way that we've set this one up, it still has the potential for the biggest upset.
And getting on a comfortable map right now is something that I'm looking at. When I look at the bans right now, Chalet, Café, nothing too surprising. Chalet, they've lost it 7-0 to VP and then lost it to Mashko as well in the qualifier. For ITB Academy, removing the newer maps, let's go on something that's classic. So we end up on Clubhouse, Bank, and Border. So what does that tell us? Clubhouse, the only great map for Fnatic this stage. They've got an 83% win rate on it. They've actually won it 5 times and lost it only once in 2024. And it's the only map in their map pool right now that is in a positive win rate. So it's exactly what it would want to pick. Now I want to say for ITB Academy, it lowers the ceiling because it's a very classic map. For Bank, it favors them heavily because it's a really poor map for Fnatic. It's a story of you can only ban 2 maps, and Fnatic, this is their 3rd least preferred map. So you're going to land on that one. It's a poor one for them. Technically on paper, it makes sense to pick it. And then Border as a decider, it's pretty decent. It's a classic one. It's the same one as Chalet. Everybody knows how to play Border. It's a small map and it kind of resets that ceiling again. If I'm in ITB Academy's shoes, again, a great opportunity to upset a tier 1 team because everybody knows how to play it.
Well, we're going through this pretty fast. You may notice that it is because the game is ready. So let's get the series started with Hap and Emmy and Clubhouse.
Thank you very much, Anne, and we are hurtling in towards our 2nd series now. Will we have a predicted result, or will we have something a little bit surprising as Fnatic, the unfortunate sad story of their EU run, goes against ITB Academy, which, as they said, this could have been a game a week ago.
It could have been, but it wasn't due to the forfeit. So, we're finally going to get the result. We're going to finally find out what it could have been. But this time, it's for realsies. There's no more Second Life. There's no more, you know, matchup that comes in right afterwards. And that means that whoever loses this is out of the running for the major itself. The have funs are coming out. We're headed towards Clubhouse. It is the bread and butter of Siege. It is the basics. And Fnatic is a tier 1 team, you are, well, expecting their fundamentals to be on point as Montaigne gets banned very first.
Now, it was pointed out, obviously, that this is a good home for Fnatic. Even amongst things going away from them, they've still always kept a pretty decent performance here. They've always kept a pretty decent showing on towards Clubhouse, and it's good. I guess it is arguably the core map of Siege. It's the flagship. It's the one that everybody knows, and it's the one that you need to nail your fundamentals on. And that's going to be the test for ITB Academy, really. Here is obviously they've had an exciting run to get to this situation. When they've played through, they've taken a couple of bigger teams out, but it's still a test, really. It's still a true notable matchup. The other tier 1 team that they beat getting to this situation was ITB, and they're probably the team that they know the best. I'm assuming they scrim against each other fairly regularly.
It's always funny when an academy team beats out the main team in official games. But yeah, they should relatively know each other quite well. Of course, probably won't use the exact same coaching staff, but there is the same supporting structure right behind it, and you learn from one another. That's the way how you improve. And as we start out on the basement, you instantly see the Skopos to be used here by the side of Rorik. Now, Skopos, of course, has an opportunity to, well, swap shells. Basically, sort of, it's not really a teleport, but it kind of acts like a teleport. You go back to your previous shell, you then, hold the button a couple of seconds, and boom, you are now there. Which actually gives you a good opportunity to use it on a deep roam, especially if then the side is being hit directly, because you can just instantly be back and support the actual players out there. So, especially on deep roams like this, when you're in the basement, you're all the way on the top floor, Skopos could be quite useful, but we're yet to see it really, make the difference.
I like the idea of being like, Skopos, well, they can swap shells.
Yeah.
They can swap
there.
shells. Welcome to Rainbow Six. Now, Fnatic, things have been unfortunate for you as a thread, but now it's the perfect statement game, really. You're against a team that you need to beat. You're against a team that you should statistically beat, and they could not be in more of an uphill battle at this point. It was an interesting game that we could have had a week ago. Obviously, it hasn't changed the seeding, because we would have otherwise had these two teams on the other side of the bracket, so it was more just a taste. And Leon tastes blood and wishes for more. Alva and Zodiac gone. The carrot effect hasn't kicked in just yet. Helps them see in the dark, though.
I was going to say, as far as eyesight, just to make sure that he's going to be able to hit these sharp shots down here. As the Skopos shell just came through, actually sending himself towards the roam, being out here, but instead, time to go back to side, just repositioning the shell. Nothing really happening out here. He thinks, as Jax is about to be pushing down onto the shell itself. I'm not quite sure if it has been destroyed yet. Leon gets us quite close to it. Wasn't it on the staircase? I thought it was on the staircase. Either way, 80 seconds left. And the side execute is soon to be coming to play. And the 2-minute advantage is going to be very beneficial here for the side of Fnatic. Still a lot of utility in pocket as well. Look at the phone call that they have. Look at the bees as well. And Rock, that's about to die. It has no way out due to the castle barricade being out there. Somehow survives and gets himself back into church.
I mean, you could not be luckier to get out of that situation, really. There was no way you could have found a tougher route through. They're going to see if they can obviously try and still play the game, put the pressure on towards the hatch itself as the breach is being attempted. The castle will make the swing down from Moto. Sticky, but Deepek sticks the landing. Rorik, gone. That allows Sox the freedom to start moving up, he believes, in the 2 versus 5. He takes the first and leaves the sole player of Raiden, who does get one, but doesn't stop many more than that. Fnatic open up with a very strong first round.
Especially in the basement as well. It is usually quite tough to start off there. Often relies a lot about those hatch drops, but a roam clearing game from Fnatic worked out well. Leon Giddens, of course, with a 2K for the opener. Basically took a sting out. And from there on, they just, they did their work. They started opening up vertically. They started doing the hatches. They started putting the pressure down. No one really able to fight back in from ITB Academy. which in the end, I mean, when you're 5v3, you're on the side, all the verticalities opening, you then lose one more player, is just going to be a shutdown bit by bit. There was a very tight margin there to actually catch the player out, but managed to get it nonetheless. Raiden, all he could do is fight for his life. That one, but not more than that. Fnatic, is it won round one? They've been talking in chat the entire time. I feel like we're missing some of the context from what causes some of these messages to go through, but it's okay.
I'm sure you and I will get filled in later.
We will be filled in later.
By the
viewers at home will not.
I'm so sorry to say, viewers. There's secrets that are put in the old chat that, I mean, that's why we all wanted to get involved in Tier 1 Siege, right? It's just to read.
Just the old chat.
No, yeah, not about casting, not about performing. It's just about reading the old chat. Fnatic. If I'm going to talk about fundamentals, this is maybe the fundamental site of Siege. CC will start with the approach on towards the rafters, force this player out. You're holding on for as long as you can, however. But as the breach gets popped, it's very structured, it's very standard here. There's nothing to deny the walls, specifically outside of a plucky mute, but that's not really where the dedication of the utility is going to be. Instead, it's a fight. It's a brawl that they want. They've got some of the Goyos and the Keeper barricades to keep some of the time stretched out here. Raiden playing the position, but Deepek's inside the site, finds one, looks for the second on the narrowest line, and Kanto does get one at Curry. Gets Deepek back, though. A spray out is met by Leon. It's a 4 versus 2, and Zodiac has to rotate his way back up, only to his own death, leaving just Rorik alone. The Keeper gets forced back by the Capital Bolt, 3 HP. If he'd have been in there for a split second, that doesn't change the factor of the round much anymore, but this is a brutal opening from Fnatic.
It definitely is. They're bringing this with some aggression out here, and Deepek spotted an opportunity, just went towards the site, managed to get 1 kill. And what that causes is just a panic, like, oh, they're in sight, they found a kill. Almost a second one as well. Kanto finding one on the, exchange as well right afterwards. And basically, I mean, it's that Deepek died in the meantime, but you find yourself with like a man advantage, and the side is already falling out of control. People still in deep roam, starting to fall back, and this might just be a bit of the game plan. They realize that there is a heavy roam to go on, and they're trying to utilize that. And you do that either by just directly hitting the site, or like we saw in round number 1, trying to shut them down directly by just lodging yourself in between their actual objective and the floor that they're on. And as that result, of course, they find themselves with 2 very brutal rounds, but this is also part of the experience. If you look at Fnatic, there is a lot of experience on there. I mean, there is a bunch of major winners in terms of Leon and Deepek. Now, Kanto's also, of course, has a trophy or 2, they would say, ranging all the way back to like the very first couple of Pro League finals, a 6 Invitational in there as well. So they are very much aware of how they can approach a team like this, and will do everything they got as well to make it, well, as painful as possible for them.
Skopos. Well, they can change shells. They can play themselves up towards the top. You assume the bottom is down around it, and Kanto gets Rorik. Gets the opener. Obviously, one of the most storied players in the game. Not quite at the form that they once were when they've been able to lift the hammer, but still has decent performances underneath the hood, and the start there will be helping to dismantle those ahead of them. Rorik is the first off the board. They lose the Skopos. They lose the ability to try and play that deep roam situation, pop themselves back in. They're just acting as a bulletproof for now, but with this removal of the gadget, they find that camera is taken out. 2 minutes, 1 body, and all the players already fallen back towards the site. Even with the castle extension, the hard walls, everything they've dedicated up top, ITB Academy are not going to sit around with it.
Long and openings are starting to happen. You see it here from the X-Scars. One of them actually shot out. People already exploded, so just needing an extra single X-Scars here to start opening it up. Oh, Leon! Someone just rotated all the way up top. It's Zodiac that ran up the main stairs, finds himself a kill. Arkari will then respond as well, but he's stuck inside a freezer, so this should be a collapse. Coming in from the side of Fnatic to at least secure this kill, and they do as well. Jax takes it very cleanly. However, still around, near the actual bathroom and strip connector part. So he's still out there on that roam. If they're unaware, he has an opportunity to strike big.
That became that situation where they took a big risk, and I'd said they were sort of leaving it alone, and as you said, Halver has the chance here. Just has to pick that moment with 50 seconds. If he can get hatch control, or if he can get the one player left above watching it, he can define the whole round. Raiden gets the first. The players send themselves in as Raiden goes down. It's a 2 versus 2 technically, but that vertical is an issue. There's Halver making his presence known, hoping they come underneath him. But if they get the read on where the last player is, which they now do, they drop down. It's a 1 versus 1, technically. But Raiden could be calling things as the pings are coming out anyway. They'll know exactly what motions Jegs makes here. He's trying to slip his way either side. The hot pings on the player. Great rotate here from Halver. Gets himself in towards the corridor and back towards the long fight. The rotate is free this time. With 10 seconds, Jegs is the man that needs to cover the distance. He has no idea where the player has gone. Again, great movement here from Halver. And in the dying throws, just has to sit and wait. The round is theirs. The first ITB Academy round.
A huge flank to come in there in the end. Had that hatch under control afterwards. I doubt they had the information exactly on what was going on and when it was dropping. And they find themselves around on that basement on the second attempt. Now on to others. Will it be CCTV? Will it be Jim? And we saw a very quick kind of push to come through. Did Leon just zoom in his camera himself? Or is the prediction that just changed it from one to another? Either way. Because the thing, what we saw in round 2 was also just a very quick start to the executor. So instead we're headed towards Jim and bedroom. A side that we haven't really seen yet. It's looking like a pretty default setup to that extent. The bandit, the mute out there to go to slow things down. No Mirado to play on that window, considering it's been banned. Needing to find different ways to make use of it. As the extension into CCTV is being prepared. Of course, you would expect them, or at least in a normal attack, you would expect the attackers to try and take that under control to the best of their abilities. But we've also seen these direct takes coming in from Fnatic. Now the issue is, it's a very small top floor, so if they would go for a direct attack, it just takes seconds before they're back. So you cannot just do that. You need to have something over there pressuring them, challenging them, to make sure that you have the opportunity to catch them off guard, or at least slow them down just enough. The default cam and garage is being taken out. Might cause some worry over towards that side from the side of ITB Academy.
Yeah, it was a decent step back in, and they try and find more of that magic. They can potentially beat those at the top and even get, theoretically, a rematch against ITB in the final. They're on opposite sides of the bracket. And they've got a couple of hurdles of tier 1 teams to get past. It starts with this team, but anything is possible. Raiden waiting for the approach. They're playing more cautiously on this hold itself. They still have the presence in towards CC, in towards construction. They're eyeing them up and saying, come and find us, come and close us down. And Fnatic aren't entirely taking the bite of the bait yet. They're not going to get caught out, as I said. They are playing cautiously. They're concerned about the chance of somebody coming up behind them, although it is Deepek underneath. If they get the read that Deepek's alone here, ITB Academy could try and get a pinch on the single player. It's not impossible for him to fight his way out, but it's trickier than a broader fight when it explodes.
The thing is, he's been given a lot of opportunity to move here. One of the RC returns took out the actual barbars that have no idea he's coming up the main stairs right now, as Raiden finds one before Leon gets trades.
Now Raiden gets his second there inside Jim. Deepek's at the top of the stairs, hoping to catch a single player, and they finally show their head, but he can't quite get the connection. Starks knocking in on the door, pressure onto the gym equipment, can't get it. Raiden with a triple, and Rorik ties up ITB Academy from the first 2 rounds to where we are now. Feels like 2 different teams having his dinner. Wonder what he's eating.
Maybe a carrot as well. Maybe it's just an ITB Academy thing. They just really like carrots.
They're just sponsored by Big Carrot.
Is that an actual brand?
No.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Have you never heard the bit?
Are available.
It's sponsored by Big whatever.
No, well, Yes, I get.
What do you
actually,
do?
yes,
What do you
no,
spend your time
yes.
doing?
Many different things. Oh.
Is that an emergency? Like, hap, they're on to you. You have a cat. I tweeted a photo of your cat earlier today.
Yeah, they are.
Maybe they
visiting
just take
today.
up all your time. Shivy.
She is. She's. I don't know where she is now. Actually, I think she crawled under the bed again. She's just sleeping under the bedding, just nice and warm.
Truly a tough life cats have.
Honestly, how do they survive? Sleeping and having food all day.
I don't know.
It is such a hard existence for them.
2 apiece. ITB Academy have found a new sense of self, and Fnatic, they found themselves leveled once again. They started so strong as well, so confidently. Maybe it was just ITB Academy needing to get themselves in their headspace for the showdown. Unfortunately for them, it was a little bit later on, but they could still pilot themselves towards a decent half. Remember the fact that this is so known as a map. If there was an entity where a team could build confidence before they go into something, you know, before as it was highlighted, Fnatic removed from their bans all those intricate technical possible maps, the maps that they've struggled with, and wanted it to be a straight up brawl.
Deepak opens up. Down in Lounge is just there to stop any verticality out there. So we'll find ourselves around CCTV. First minute's passed. Still roams around us. Zodiac, but he's hunted down. Kanto, aware of it for a quick swing, gets the kill, and instantly backs off. So Rorik there was for a second debating whether or not he should have gone for the drop, or if there was someone down below he could have challenged. Decided not to. And as this first minute passes, it's just the 2 roamers that they've taken care of. Now they're going to start opening up towards the actual wall, you would assume. Rather, Jax is probably going to, you know, try and get himself in a position first where he can send the incendiary bolt out, make sure that the Bandit of Akari is not going to be actually able to bend the trick, you know? And together with the Ash Charge, it's going to be removing those wires, forcing him to go aggressive. Oh no, they're taking out Jags!
Taking out Jags, get themselves out of there. Akari is looking for the fight. Down the red stairs, he gets dropped from it, but not confirmed, as they quickly try and pick themselves up, go for the cover. It's a very aggressive fight for However to be taken. Whether it was the right risk or not, hasn't really paid off. They get the player up. It's a 4 versus 2 now. Rorik's gonna go for a rotate out, get themselves just for an attempt at a spray down, but as this box is slowly closing around them, they're having to take these risky engagements. They're trying to stop the plant. There goes Akari. And there's a pressure about behind from red. There it is.
Another round coming in for Fnatic again. CCTV though, it's one of the hardest sites to actually hold because of the fact that it's so known. The fact you lose your roamers that early on definitely doesn't really help their case, though, is that, of course, there's a bit of pressure that they would have hoped to be utilizing a little bit longer than that and make sure that they could actually put up some pressure if the plant went down. But instantly read by Fnatic, instantly picked up as well, and they find themselves back in the lead once more as we get to the final round of this first half. Back to the basement. Bit of success, a bit of failure here. Again, last time it did get quite close. They were actually executing on the side. They did find themselves in the advantage. Eventually a 1v1 though, as they were unaware of the positions of Hava, how he rotated around after he's retaken the hatch itself. And a simple drone could maybe prevent that from happening next time around.
10 seconds left.
It could be as simple as that, just a single drone. They can change round
5
outcomes.
seconds to go.
This information is still key.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
At this point, ITB Academy playing for the even half, playing to try and get themselves 3 apiece. I'm curious to see the kind of game they deliver on their attack.
Loading new mag.
If it's something that has a little bit of pace and confidence behind it, build as much as they can before going onto a bank, which is such a fun, exploratory map as they explore Sarks, who's faced with bullets, and Deepak explores revenge, but Zodiac has that final say with Jegs dropped. Now with a 4 versus 3, and easily the biggest ground of sight to take when you want to try to take onto it. Puts a lot of pressure on the remaining bodies of Fnatic. How can they try and opt to get an advantage and a foot in where it's a lot easier for ITB Academy to rotate, reapply their sources? Will Fnatic try and be a bit more direct about it?
The main worry I'm having is that we're swapping these sides afterwards, and it's by no means to be... Did I get impact tracked? I'm not quite sure if it did. I see on the drone. No, it's actually opened up. So the impact trick has failed. They're opening up the hatch. They're opening up the verticality right below. They're aware of the person that's just boosted up on the AK wall there. And they know for the rest of the side is actually cleared. The main worry is the people inside a church, because they can just instantly drop you down as soon as you go from the rotation that's been made, and there's no way they currently have to try and stop that. Maybe bar the smoke bolt that is still in the pockets of Leon Giddens.
Are they concerned of somebody going for the rotate above them? All the ITB Academy players are actually within touching distance of each other. Raiden is the only one slightly further away. But I guess it just shows the caution. Fnatic are trying to pay towards the wind. They want to get just a little pocket of space cleared for themselves, but, you know, without the buck as well, all this soft destruction work is made more specific. The Pookie drones obviously all spent elsewhere. Now, with the control of Dirt, with the Ram going round for the fight onto the player tucked in towards the corner, if they just sit still behind this keeper, they'll be fine. It's a very aggressive position here that you wouldn't expect to find, but Leon found it. Screams their way through behind the AKs, caught and swung round. Leon going for the trade. It's now suddenly a 2 versus 2. The C4 doesn't connect. The blind shot doing the spray over the top of the back box with Akari, getting Leon, leaving just Deepak stuck in Dirt Tunnel. Can't find his way out. Zodiac gets the end of it. It was a good attempt by Fnatic, but all it comes to is an even half.
A good way as well, trying to deal with the player that was stuck up on that box. It was going to be hard to clear, especially on a drop, especially if you're coming in from Dirt, but Leon was able to find the angle, and that really started off that flow of bodies into the site from both sides. ITB Academy sticking in, but okay, here we go. Now we're actually having a side swap. This is where it starts to get worrying, because defense is relatively easier in the game than it would be to attack. Now they're coming up against Fnatic. On that defense, we're trying to lock off this map for them. And of course, I'm not trying to discredit ITB Academy, but they aren't a tier 1 team with like loads of experience. Yes, they scrim ITB, but that's, you know, also just a limited sample size. I'm not sure how much they actually scrim all the other teams. But they'll have to prove themselves on this side, not on the defense that they've just played.
10 seconds left.
I think that's always going to be one of those sort of tests as a game develops, is how the stretch of a best of 3 becomes for ITB Academy, because obviously, as you said, you know, you'll scrim against tier 1 teams, you'll scrim your way through, you'll play these long fights, you'll play yourself into these engagements, but there is a very big difference between sort of being pushed to the brink for every single round, every single point potential, and being able to sort of be, I'm not going to say evenly matched, maybe not the right word, but within the same league, within against tier 2 teams in open quals and all these situations. They were great in those best of 3s, but they were generally all 2-0s. They technically, I think, only dropped 1 map over the 6 games that they played. However, there's a difference when, even if this turns into a 2-0 or maybe even 3 maps, rounds being traded, having to keep yourself fighting against a tier 1 level team. The pressure is great. What an application. Zodiac throws the boogie drone through the castle, cuts Kanto in half.
Great opener here as they start off and still active. And that roam clear, putting up the pressure, multiple different areas. Akari has an opportunity, doesn't quite find a second, a little bit of damage done. As Jags now finds himself stuck. The track is starting to come in, and it is going to be Jags that is going to find himself hunted. The grenade will bounce back. It's going to be clearing out. No, not actually clearing out to keep a barrier. Allows Sark to actually, you know, dig in, get himself another kill. Hey, there was someone that just pushed down an oil pit. Finds the kill into Raiden as well. Was unaware that someone was on the staircase there. A little bit of miscommunication. And it's Halva now on top of the actual logistic hatch. Is going to try and see if he can find anything from stock. Erkari looking to push into the blue steps as well. There's a player there that he sees is trying to chase. The second one pops up right behind to keep a barrier. And it's a 2-on-4.
1-on-4. I mean, it's about to be locked out. Okay, what happened? Let's just take this back a step and look at how that round came together. Obviously, the first take was so good. Just the deploy of the gadget. They knew the hold. I talked about it before. When you've got the castle separating onto the billiards room and the rest of the bar, you've got all the hatch extensions. They're doing a tool hold. They're playing themselves the full space. ITB Academy often, you know, when we saw them do that, they didn't actually fully send it. There was a difference there on the side of Fnatic, who stuck around. They knew the hold they wanted to do, and they wanted to try and make it work. They suffered the first because of it. And ITB Academy tried to cut it in half and move on, and then the first kill went away from them. The aggression on towards blue window and Adam window. The second player not knowing at first. Great gun discipline from Sarks to not see the opportunity, just shoot, instead crouch, sit, wait. You can make something of this, and then getting the next engagement. But everybody then just collapsing on that single pocket of space. It's almost like ITB Academy were like, we've made a mistake here. We have to correct it right here, right now. And at that point, obviously, the Legion had showed up as well. Double swung around from the other side of the Kiba barricade, gave Sark some support, because at that point, you're just pulling the roamers back. Those players that were on the top floor, they can pull back. That was their official route back. They are at their strongest now, Fnatic, in these positions. And ITB Academy just tried to make it work, but could not. Either way, we move on with a quick break. Combine the words breach and break there. On towards at least the angle of CC. Quite high up, though.
And it's quite high up, and, you know, they probably want to get both of them, just get it done quickly rather than perfectly, and the impact stopped it from getting the second breach on, as now the actual breach itself is being attempted. Nothing's on there to stop it, so that wall's just going to be opening up. And look at this stack of 3 people already here instantly. Grenades are being tossed in. They want to go quick here.
They do, and they're able to get the first kill. The drop onto Logi as Leon at least gets Halva back, and Deepek gets the second, but it is traded and exploding inside the site as the fire will at least slow some of it down. However, Jags, he's far isolated. At this point, it's an ITB Academy site. Deepek is playing the C4 underneath. If he can get the catch, he can get a firm denial. Jags and Kanto don't have the same option. Both of Jags' impacts are gone. They've got the Boss G, which is a hell of a gun in the right angle, but is through the floor the right angle at this point. More smoke canisters and the plant on the concrete. Ooh. The only place safe from a C4 is it's thrown through the floor. The double! Thread the needle, the gift from below.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
And Raiden now left, and while they're going to rightfully so plant it here, they don't have a second C4 to throw up. Pre-fires the angle. They have a lot of time. That shows that experience. Deepek, the cool Dutch hand that has carried utility and teams towards major finals and beyond before. He knows not to panic in these situations. Raiden is hoping to be offered a fight. Nothing is really, truly being given to him. He's about to face a Boss G. And it does what it does best.
Yeah, shut down there, coming through, and, you know, the site was under their control. They wanted to go for the plant, and whilst they had the right idea on planting on the concrete part, because it isn't, you know, affected by vertical C4s if it's placed right underneath, it is, of course, affected by a C4 that flies through the floorboards and just lands right in your face. So well done there by Deepek, nailing that one through whilst he was being challenged for the vertical. Gets himself those 2 kills, crucially, even if it was just the one that probably could have been round deciding as well. And now, 5-3 up. Fnatic continue their lead. Even though they lost the site, they still managed to hold on to the actual round. But they'll be forced to go to CCTV. And this is that tertiary site. Everybody knows how to attack it. Everybody knows how to defend it. If we see ITB Academy struggling here, it's going to be a rough time to try and get any of these next 3 rounds against Fnatic. As the cameras are being prepared, so is the push of ITB Academy. See a little bit of heart breach here and there. You see the Maverick and the Ace, of course, will be focused on opening up that main wall, probably initially. Hova is going to be playing around on that Capitao, could be used to stop a potential trick. If there was only anything that would have been able to trick out there, which isn't the case, so the wall will be open for free, whether they know or not. The big worry, however, is going to be all those Q barriers.
They tried to go quick last time around. And obviously, they tried to cut the hold of Fnatic in half last time around as well. Did not quite get itself in that position, but this is something where you have to be slowed. You have to be procedural. You have to be more aware of each step of each fight in. There is the first that falls. Leon caught by Zodiac, killed across. Legion out of the board, and you can utilize that obviously to buy a lot of time on the top rafters, but Jags is going to be that second problem. I said it before that the teams aren't really going for denial on the wall. There's expectation that they're going to be open. Instead, it's expect the fight, expect this battle for attrition here. Deepak could rotate to Oil Pit if he wanted to offer some support on towards anyone who enters the bottom of Garage, but for now, that pressure has to come here from ITB Academy. It is starting. All the Capitao bolts, all the fire, all the tracking, all the bees, all the burn, and almost all the health gone. Jags escapes on 9, but it isn't for very long. And that is a demonstration of utility usage for clearance purposes. They're going for a retake. There's 1, there's almost 2. Grim gets the half of his health. Kanto saw an opportunity, tried to fight it, but Kari instead gets the end of Sarks, a 4 versus 2.
Oh, very winnable round here. ITB Academy just needs to hold on tight, start playing together. The 2 players are both very removed. You don't want to give them the 1v1s right now. As Deepak on a bit of a hunt, playing around at the top of red. You see the rotation coming around. The breach is being evacuated as Kanto retakes the garage. This could be huge as he gets 1, but he gets instantly injured afterwards, so cannot quite find the impact he might have been looking for. 2 more players in that garage are trying to push up now. Where is the final player of ITB Academy walking around? Is he going to come up red? Where is he at as the push comes in? Oh, he's actually on the breach. The first one made it in the side. The plant is being attempted, and Rorik will get the shutdown. Deepak falls, not able to clutch out that round. As a result, it closes the gap slightly, but it's the tertiary site. So now they need to try and find themselves with a little bit of extra, to try and do it on one of the other 2 sites as well, to find themselves in a winnable position.
At this point, these times of thinking are going to feel longer and longer. As Fnatic, obviously, they've been in rough positions to get to here. When they have expectation on them, which to be fair, they haven't really before. With how things have gone, I don't think everybody looked at them as sort of being the beacon of hope, of power in the region itself. But here, when you are so above, theoretically, your opponents, it's not just victories you're looking for, because you have to be confident in how you're taking them, right? When you're following on to this against a lot of teams that have otherwise beat you and have otherwise pushed that medal, there's a lot of big names looking for that final spot.
It is. And ideally, of course, you will be locking this out in like a 7-2 or 7-1 scoreline. These kind of maps when you're the tier 1 team going up against an academy or even a tier 2 or 3 team. But it's just that result that matters in the end. I mean, if they get it with an 8-7, they'll not be as pleased as they will be, but if they manage to find the map win nonetheless, it's still the map win. Especially if you manage to get that series. Cleanup can always still occur afterwards. And if there's any game where you can have, and you can afford a bit of a closer stat line, it's probably going to be the first, because the longer this goes on, the harder the opponents will become. And the less mistakes you can allow yourself to have. The Twitch drone is on the hunt. We'll be aware of Jax's location. Deepak will go down. Again, a very early pickup to come through on the side of ITB Academy. Deepak, I think, was still placing cameras inside the kitchen or in the hallway or anything like that.
At this point, Deepak off the board. I said they were that sort of last line factor, that big final defender. And here, unfortunately, they'll only have to sort of watch and wait. There is a little bit more of a stick around, but Kanto's being trapped. They'll know exactly where he is. As Akari gets Jags. Kanto does fight his way out against Zodiac, but it doesn't last very long. However, is there. And another 4 versus 2. Now, this was a very different application. Obviously, to the same sort of extension and hold. They knew it would be tall. Leon does find at least Raiden over the hatch and disappears, but look at where Sarks is. Look at where Leon is. They've made a sandwich, and ITB Academy is all in the middle. However, if they can isolate the 3 versus 1 here, if they can get the pinch onto Sarks, who doesn't wish to be pinched? In fact, he doesn't like it very much at all.
Now on a 2-on-2. He still have the roamer up above. That's the worry. A minute left on the clock. He can decide to either execute and, well, try and take that 2v1 on the side and see if that sticks. Or you have to hunt down that roamer before. But do you really have the time to go after Sarks? Who's a very deadly player as well. Well, might not even have to go after it. Sarks is going after the players himself.
I mean, he was the reason that this site started to come back last time round, right? He was the man that held on towards the top of the blue stairs, and he's been able to find that filthy kill. A 2 versus 2, they've got themselves back together. We now actually have a 2 versus 2 instead of a drifting 1 versus 1. The first smoke will come through, and Leon has a C4. If he can time this right as he watches the first player drop, they're actually going to push on for a second. One at the bottom of main has been called out. There's the cross angle. There's Kit. The drop, the Kit, the 2 versus 1. Sarks gets the last, and I mean, really being that extra X factor right now for Fnatic.
The kill he managed to get on the top floor was so crucial because it just brings it back towards those equal numbers, and suddenly the defense is favored again. It's just how the game works. It's like if you have that extra gun firing and you're going for that execute, it just gives you the extra leeway to go for. So him being around on that roam, not properly shut down by ITB Academy as they, well, probably realized he was out there but didn't commit all the resources to it. Find themselves picked off 1 by 1, then having to go towards the actual site itself. The smoke canister was there to cover the drop. But of course, fully aware, caught off, Kit found as well on the actual main breach. That kind of takes away the opportunity you would have had to potentially go for the plant. And a round win was secured. And Fnatic, of course, will be looking to lock it off now as soon as possible. As they go into that next round with a map point in their hands. Not yet. Let's lock it off.
10 seconds left.
6-4, so that's 2 opportunities now to lock it off, and 2 more different sides they can try there.
Yeah, it's all very well and good right now for Fnatic. They've got themselves eyes on the prize, really, at this point. And it's not that ITB Academy have been a million miles away on the second half. They've been throwing themselves in, finding this aggression, finding these engagements. But from this point onwards, you know, how do they try and go against the grain? As I said, the pressure is always going to get hotter and hotter as they are looking towards tougher and tougher teams. The burn over the top and the bottom. The Maverick trick on towards the wall. Very well done. Not the short, quick one that we've seen a couple of times, but a very clean, traditional Maverick.
Love myself some traditional maving, you know, and especially with the RC Terror to follow up, make sure that that breach is now walkable as well. Jags, however, hunting on the top floor, has a little bit of support as well from Sarks as they're around in CCTV cache. Rorek trying to go for the hunt, though. That's a boss G you're going up against. You got to make sure you're hitting your shots before he hits his. Otherwise, you're finding yourself your head removed. As I believe the rotation has been called, that Sarks now falling back. Still, though, Jags left behind, has the opportunity to activate the ERC-7, gives him a little bit of a doubt on where he actually is, but makes it out as well. Just quickly runs past the doorway, and no one there to respond.
Remember how they approached this last time? They threw themselves in. They aggressively tried to take the breach and move on and move on and move on here. Different take, different hold, different strategy, and it's something that Fnatic are more than well aware of. They're peeling themselves back. That ground that Jags played super late last round is nothing he wants to hold on to here. Whether that plays into the hands of ITB Academy or not. Well, as Jags is caught the man on the rotate out the window, almost got 2 just by sheer timing luck. Won't get that gift, but Now, without the Maverick, his work should be done. They'll just have to try and fight and force their way through. They're concerned about giving away the CC territory, so they have to still keep a player dedicated over there, which technically turns it into maybe a 3 versus 5. On the site, the breach onto Jacuzzi finally comes together. There's the throw to follow through on towards the bathroom wall as well. So Starks' position is a little bit mute. Well, under pressure, but muted out and locked in.
No more EMPs as well that they can use, so they're just going to have to try and force themselves through. Now, Fire is there to try and stop people from moving in, but Kanta finds himself on the jump-ins. They're starting to come through, though, as Zodiac finds himself on the middle of the site here. Has the opportunity to try and go for the plant, but look at Rorik's HP. Very low, and he's still being, well, basically forced around as Fnatic is starting to rotate back towards the side. The bulletproof camera will be giving away Rorik's positioning here.
Look underneath. There's still a player in that position. They have to try and get themselves towards Concrete to have a chance at it, and Concrete is the most defended area. And there's the 2 players watching. The first map goes into the favor of Fnatic. It was theirs to take. Was it closer than people predicted? Is going to be the sort of conversation piece here, because, you know, arguably it turns into this idea of should they have won it sturdier?
I think the case is always that a Tier 1 team should be winning their games against Tier 2, Tier 3 teams in like a pretty convincing fashion. It is still going to be, you know, that 7-4 scoreline. They still managed to get, you know, a pretty decent win. We didn't go to overtime, so that's already a pretty good metric to go off. Should it have been a 7-2, 7-1? I think ITB Academy had enough merit here to push themselves into that fight. So, yeah, I think it's a okay scoreline.
I think it's also the part of it that we have to look at here is that it's ITB Academy going onto a map that they'll know, and now they get to go onto a map that they want. And that's that conversation of, are we going to get the truer taste of them here? Were they expecting to go to 3 maps? How is their club statistically? That's the data that we just don't get the freedom to pull as we do. What we'll do now is pull in our desk as we get them over to talk about it better than we can.
Thank you so much, Hap and Emmy, for a very, I guess, relatively close game, we can say. I mean, there was a bit of a discussion at the end there if Fnatic should have won that even more consistently. Well, I don't think it really matters to them, because they got this map point, and that is all they really care about. They had to start an on attack on their own map pick of Clubhouse, and I guess a 3-3 split, you know, you're Fnatic, your stage hasn't been going the greatest. A 3-3 split, Ollie, you shouldn't be complaining on that for that about your attack, should you?
Yeah, I mean, a 3-3 split on Clubhouse, it's great. Obviously, whatever the split and however defender or attacker sided the map should be is going to largely depend on the bans. Now, if we look at the ban that Fnatic brought for their attacking ban, it was a Finker ban. Now, I mean, have I just like gone back in a time machine to like 18 months, 2 years ago, where Finker was like a mainstay and the core of this roster won a major basically off the back of Finker and Spoit being able to play it exceptionally well? No, I have not. The Finker ban was the thing that I'd sort of questioned the most in the run-ups. I think there's probably a lot of better things that Fnatic could remove, and as such, it means that there are more, you know, attacker tools on the table that we see brought in this day and age. But neither of these 2 teams really wanted to play into that heavy sort of initiator-based operator, your Capital, your Bees, your Ying, and your Blitz and stuff like that. It was more of a default Clubhouse. It was more like back to basics. And I think that's probably what Fnatic needed, to be honest with you, because they just needed to get their heads down and get a good game of Siege under the belt, which they did.
Yeah, I was about to say it's Clubhouse in the end. Like, it's not the kind of map where you can really thrive in the initiator meta. Blitz and Montic both can get their use, but I think here it was mainly a case of Fnatic playing good methodical Siege, ITB Academy recognizing it after losing 2 rounds pretty extensively and then trying to go aggressive. And I actually have an example of when ITB tried to play more aggressive there. They were going for early aggression in defense, especially on that basement extension, where they actually managed to get 2 picks in the first 30 seconds of the match. And that for me was a good reaction. But in the end, you could see the experience, like in the late round. Take a look at that last round, for example. They were in a 2v3 position, yes, but the 2 players were running around, not talking to each other. One attempts a plant, the other one is rushing towards office, sees a bulletproof, runs back. That's the kind of composure that they were lacking to close out the late rounds. And Fnatic had that, and that's why they got the upper edge. Yes, it's a 7-4, but in the end, I think ITB Academy can be quite proud of the way they're playing right now.
They definitely can. I mean, what we're seeing from them and what I'm hearing from you basically is, and I think you have a clip to show that as well, is that there's two kind of play styles that we were seeing from Into the Breach Academy on their own attacks or defenses.
Yeah, that's basically what I mentioned here. So they had one way to react to the slow methodical siege of Fnatic, and that was playing passive. Now the other one is playing aggressive. Look in stock right now. Who's going to play aggressive? One on cash, one in stock going aggressive, that you get your entry pick. Now he's overpicking their heroic, but they get the trade in the end with another player that's roaming in gym. That way, look at the round. 2:30 in the round. They're in a 4v3 position. They can run back to site. And Fnatic still doesn't know who's upstairs. So you'll see Kento late in the round. We actually saw him looking above him, looking at the vert with 1 minute left before they execute because he was scared of the roamers. And that, for me, is a good way to be disruptive. That's what ITB was trying to do. They also did it in attack by being fast-paced. But we need that end of round composure of taking the right decisions. It's small mistakes, but at this level, it costs you the round.
I mean, we're seeing it on the, was it like the hot tub execute where they were just outside the breach, they were breaching the wall, then the mirror, and then all of a sudden they were just walking inside like the building was their place. So I think it's definitely showing that the Into the Breach players or Academy players are hungry. We're seeing that as well during the game. And whilst they might have not won this map, at least they were making sure they were hydrated and they were well fed. So I think it's important that we all take some good advice from that. We'll head into a bit of a break so we can all replenish, and then we'll be back.
Wonder
come in. Are you still tailing Deimos' men from the Heartbreaker?
Affirmative. And you'll never guess where I am. Thunderbird, they have hostages.
I'm a few minutes out.
We don't have time. They don't have time.
Go. I'm on my way.
It was too late. We have to stop Deimos.
Well, now we know where he's going next.
Emerald Plains.
Yo, man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Bustin' if you're coming at my head though. Fuck sexual innuendos. At the door like I'm coming for the rent. No, man's not running like I've got no legs. No, no, me, I'll bring it to you first. Not a coroner, but I bring it to your hearse. Man, I'm on full, man, I put you in the dirt. Man, plotting on the best and I bring it to your worst. Always had a comeback, no banter. I'm known as a serial ranter. Means I don't hold back, nothing, put hands up. My emotions might lead me to snap up, wrap up something, no gift, not Santa. Do you know where you're from, don't matter. Anyone can be food, no platter. I do wet man, let the thing splatter. Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back, since way back. Man, roll around and spray that, and spray that.
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than chaos. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure, you know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Welcome back to the Europe League LCQs. I'm Anne, joined by Alfama and Ollie, and we're about to get into map 2 here in our final series of the day. It's gone really fast up until this point. Trying not to jinx it here, gonna knock it off on some wood. But what we're seeing on this first map, it was Clubhouse. Fnatic came out victorious, and I'm just wondering, with Clubhouse being obviously a different map than Bankleo, how do you think the play style from both these two teams is going to transfer from Clubhouse into a map like Bank?
Well, we discussed just before, right, on Clubhouse, it's the kind of map that you need to play really step-by-step methodical siege. It's very clear what you need to do on it, and it doesn't give much space for you to get aggressive. Now, ITB tried to do the same, tried to be aggressive, but like I said, Clubhouse gives you a frame. If you transfer to Bank, it's a much wider map, and it really will reward teams that A, can roam clear really well and efficiently, can be quick, but also B, it will reward teams that are great in defense at being aggressive, at finding holes, at expanding and hiding in the map. And that, for me, suits a team that is able or is trying to play disruptive if they can thrive in these heavy room setups. So it should, in theory, help ITB Academy be more aggressive in defense and be more disruptive, give them more space, basically.
I would agree. I think, you think about ITB Academy and some of the rounds that they wanted to play on Clubhouse. They had a very good understanding of pacing and when they were trying to play aggressive and play off the back of one another out there on the roam. Likewise, when they were trying to play a little bit more reserved and play into sight. And I think that Bank has a brilliant balance of both. And often both the schools of thought are required in any one given round. You'll have players that go off and waste time, and then you'll have backlines that have got a lot of denial and area denial, time denial, C4s, Goyo, Vulcan Shields, whatever it might be. So I think from that respect, it looks like it could be a map that favours ITBA because they are a little bit more unpredictable. We've had a quick flick through the results and they have played Bank a couple of times. They got a lightning 7-0 win against Omen. Now I know that Omen have got some players that are inside the LCQ as well. So it does sort of shed a little bit of light, I guess, as to how they might want to play onto this. And again, from Fnatic's side of things, the pressure starts to mount, doesn't it? We've seen them inside of best of ones where they've, gone toe-to-toe with some of the best teams that we've got here in Europe and then struggled to get it over the line. And when you start thinking about a best of three, you can kind of just extrapolate that a little bit and wonder, well, are they going to be able to close it out in 2 or is it going to take them to 3?
Well, cheers, Ollie. I think you just made the entirety of the Fnatic fan base cry while having said that they sometimes toss away these advantages that they got for themselves. But hey, at least they got this advantage. Now they have to build from it. The question is, I guess, if Into the Breach Academy can understand the pacing that's been put out for this game so far, or if they'll get devoured by Fnatic on Bank, we'll find out with Hep and Fluke.
Thank you very much, Anne, and we will go hurtling towards the second map, making a deposit of blood at the bank. Is it a blood bank? I don't know, Hap, but it's going to be a bloodbath.
It seems like a cash bank to me. I mean, if you have seen the vault down below, I don't think they store blood there.
Imagine if it was a blood bank in the game. First of all, weird place.
That would be an odd choice.
Yeah, it would be a particular choice. But also, imagine just if you shoot into one of the rooms, the spray everywhere. I don't know. I don't know if that would get past the sensors.
I think that would up the age rating. You looking at Leon's cam, by the way?
I am now. What's he eating this time?
He was kissing a carrot.
Oh, has he got a replay on that? There's some real what's up dog energy from the players tonight, let me tell you.
He grabbed the carrot, he started looking at it like all lovingly, and then started kissing it and eating it, yeah.
I like the two, we have I can be your devil or your angel, but of carrot eating, where Halbert was very serious about that carrot, wanted the nutrition, yeah, fair enough. Leon Giddens.
There you go. Oh. This is the replay?
I don't know if it's a replay. You might have put the carrot down.
I don't know. It's too late now. Okay, for a second I thought we were going to carrot eating replay there, but no.
Going through. I like how Deepak has an actual stand for his jersey in the back there. And that's
just in case people couldn't read it from the lower third, it's just so it's always behind him as well.
Well, I like that it's the room is otherwise quite bare by the looks of at least that corner. I'm sure there's excitement everywhere.
All the best trophies.
And then there's just a mannequin in the corner with his jersey on. Very cool setup. Fnatic here on Bank. Now, Bank can be a tragic story for this team, Hap.
Yeah, I don't think they would like to talk about it, but they're basically forced to go back here now and face their demons. And, I mean, they've just managed to win this very first one. ITB Academy, they've chosen this map for a very specific reason. And, wanting to bring Fnatic back, see if it will haunt their dreams as well. And maybe, their conscious minds. And see if they have the opportunity to bring it back to a map number 3 here. And that might have been something that they've actually been preparing for from the start, right? Where they've been okay, map 3 is what we're trying to go at here. And see if we can force that out. As Kento going for some quick pace towards the garage with the Nook. Has the opportunity to go unseen, of course.
Nook, some of the resident of some benefits recently, slightly different sort of drive in, but this is going to be a clear firefight. They obviously have the ping on a player that's watching on camera. how much can they sneak in? That's the point right now, because they'll probably be on and off live checking, and you can see them moving. A teammate will be calling out when they're next on cam, and that is when Kanto is going to want to make that move. Click the gadget on, but Jags has made that move. They're in the back line of sight. They're eyeing up gold and red, and they seem aware of it. ITB Academy, Leon gets Rorik in the meantime. Kanto screamed his way up Garage. It's a second for Leon onto Zodiac at the same time as Zodiac getting revenge. So that puts a little bit of a cold temper on that engagement. Deepek caught by Raiden above. ITB Academy, it's a 3 versus 3. They don't really have control of the site, but it doesn't matter because it's not against them right now. Options are being opened up. Cover from Raiden across. They have a tentative grasp as Akari is caught. It leaves just this fight on Garage and Raiden's fight above. But as long as they've got above, it becomes a little bit awkward. They obviously don't have the kit as well right now. Fnatic, that has been dropped out. Sarks is the cross, and it leaves Raiden here hunting from above. Now, obviously, Deepek would have called the player's position. They have it watched here. They'll get the plant on the opposite site. And Fnatic win it at the same pace that they applied at the start of Club. They've been able to bring in some mana here as well.
Yeah, great start to come through there. Instantly finding themselves on the backline, completely unexpected by ITB Academy. And whilst, I mean, they might have not been able to continue the pace like right through the entire round. Listen, some of the trades are starting to come back at that point. Still though, like, the damage was already done at that point. So much time left. They've got site control. And whilst the kit might be down, the players weren't in a position to actually try and play that as a win condition. So a good start there. And that might be exactly how they want to, you know, get things off. Just play it with pace. Don't try and slow down too much at the start, which gives the opportunity to build momentum for ITB Academy. Then this is exactly how it started off in the previous map as well. Just an instant surprise, like shock therapy, where they just basically get completely overwhelmed, didn't see it coming, and they lose the round on the back of it.
10 seconds left.
Now, the drop on towards the gold position from the lobby hatch, you assume, rather than elevator, was so sudden. Even our observers were caught a little bit by surprise. We were all wrapped up in this Nook play, but I mean, the fact that there would have been a player that was calling it on cams as well means that one of Fnatic wasn't quite fully locked in there. They were also quick above the hatch, and he's going to be quick underneath it. ITB Academy, they are drifting around,
Bomb located by attackers.
generally closer towards the site itself. And now, as there's Leon already cutting the pass, does he know that there might be a player around Archives? Not too far away from him. The Valkyrie camera and the sprays over the top will catch his face, though. Akari gets the first drop, removes the Ash before the pressure could come around them.
As Amira taking care of the Ash is always going to be quite helpful. Those windows will stay just a little bit clearer now and a little bit safer. Get used to the camera as well. Struggling to actually take it out. Not sure if they've found it in the meantime. Either way,
Drop the diffuser.
good response to come through. Yokai's still on the board as well from the side of Raiden. Of course, will be seen by the side of Deepek, who's of course playing around with the IQ scanner. His shields are being removed by the RC arrows as well. So even though they're a man down, they're still just continuing the prep. They're doing the work that is required to get themselves a fair execute on the actual site itself. And his keepers are being removed as well. It's just a question of where and when are you going to try. They cannot get it.
Oh! Oh, wow. Halva showed up, and yeah, they couldn't get it. I wonder... It's a bugged Valkyrie cam is what is being called out. I mean, that's for the admins to rule and decide at that point. Obviously, two different players have tried to shoot it. Based on the ping! Whew! Sucks. One shot, one kill, one bullet. One drop there. And that was a purely violent first take here. So they slowly creep their way towards it. There's two trades instantly back at that point, and that leaves just Jegs alone. Oh, obviously, I don't know if there will be conversations about that Valcam or not. That's not our job, so we'll just keep it on going as we do. Didn't even Clay Pigeon shoot their own self there, just watched it out, playing catch with themselves, buying some time and maybe trying to bait the opponents to shoot at it. Instead, they're happy, they're drifting, they're chilling, they're thriving, they're enjoying themselves. I mean, there's 20 seconds for them to talk about it and make sure that ITB Academy don't get any pace off the back of this. They're going to ping out that camera and look for it.
15 seconds to go.
Oh, where is it gone? Did they get it?
10 seconds remaining.
They're trying to find it. Maybe just get footage. Maybe it did get caught in the end. Maybe
5 seconds to go.
it got... Oh, no, there it is.
That is inside the wall.
Wow. That's not our job.
Interesting.
You and I, what do we do? We talk. We say silly words.
If I say interesting twice more, does Milos show up?
Milos will show up. It's like saying Beetlejuice 3 times.
Interesting.
Probably shouldn't replay this bit.
I mean, it was just a drive.
We can replay that bit, though. Filthy. And then the great response there from ITB Academy. Cutting their way across the reception desk underneath. Clean as you like. Clear as day.
Now, 1-1 is the current scoreline that we are finding ourselves at. So we're headed back into the game. Up to the basement we decide to go. Of course, this one was on the back of a very clear, quick cut, finding people in the middle of the site, starting to put a pressure from multiple different entrances. And finding themselves with eventual success, but it wasn't without struggle. They were starting to fight back on the side of ITB Academy. Maybe the rush wasn't quick enough, it wasn't uniform enough.
5 seconds left.
Of course, the round still eventually went their way. Fnatic able to take that victory in their pockets. Now having to try and do so again, and you can probably assume that the same trick won't work twice.
One apiece. And, well, when we go into a slightly different site and a different application here on towards their control over the top, it is pressure on towards Fnatic. They got their first lead through. They opted to start on their attack as well, obviously. This is ITB Academy's map, and well, Fnatic think that on their attack they can try and make a bit of distance work. It does work well as an attacking map for teams that enjoy that. However, over the 2 recent times that they've played it, the 2 losses, and with Raiden and Kanto getting trades out on the beginning of Open, it's beginning to open up in a similar fashion. They've only really been able to connect 33%, and Kanto connects with another head. Akari watching on the wrong side of a quad wall, hoping to get Kanto, who's just taking control here of Open. They've lost that cut in the middle. They've dropped their way back towards the site itself. They're, again, as I said at the start of this, reevaluating their approach. Instead of just going for the rush and the drop on towards the vault, they're instead taking it methodically, cut them in the middle, force them down, get the 2 kills, and now focus on closing it towards the end. The 2, either side of a Deimos track, including the Deimos in the castle, are on the other side of a heavy staircase, and they're catching each other.
An advantage, minute 20. Rorik trying to go aggressive. If he manages to hold off on the 0 here, that's going to be one of the flanks that they no longer have to worry about. They have the Argus camera there, so they should be aware. Yeah, they should be aware exactly of Rorik's position. So what they might do is actually try and wait for him to turn, or try and go for a bit of a pre-fire. It's either of the two. Either he turns and they drop in. And there you go, he's actually walked off now. So that's not even going to happen as Leon finds the first to respond to it. Oh, and they have it. Lockdown instantly. Fnatic, again, the bottom floor is just being shut down there. Like the initial 2 kills, then they have the information of the 0. I doubt they even knew that there was the Argus cam inside of the elevator. And they're just acting on the back of the information. Just a complete collapse on the site itself.
So, we find Fnatic, once again, off to a strong start. And as I was sort of making the point, it's a 33% win rate, roughly, over their attacks in comparison to how they've been able to get them landed. 50% on their defense, but that is data pulled of a match with G2 and a match with BDS. Very tough opponents to have to get through. I think BDS is one of the strongest defensive rates across the board. G2 still pretty strong, but on this map at least a 50. Here, they're putting the pressure on towards the defense, then they get to jump onto their preferred side on the second half and hold off against the attack. Looking pretty good here for Fnatic. However, the last map obviously pushed itself to the brink. It kept going and going and going, and from that point onwards, obviously, you're looking at, you know, where is it going to be slowed down here by ITB Academy? When might they call a timeout? When they might start doing that game they dabbled in on the first map on Clubhouse, where they leant back in aggressively.
Here comes the Twitch cam. Fnat's being taken down little bit by little bit. And I guess all just preparing for an eventual push, but there's no one on the side currently. And I mean, Kanto's droning this out. He's like, it's very clear, guys. There's no one. Oh, wait, there's someone behind that one cubicle. But besides that, there's no one on side. I wouldn't be surprised if Deepak is going to make a bit of a deep run for it again if they realize that there's an opportunity to just move in for free as Rorik gets taken down. The drones saw him just in the end there.
Oh, Jags gets the second. Raiden is watching up, hoping that the entrance on stock comes before the entrance onto open. He's in a very dangerous position here. If he gets rooted out, Akari isn't far away for the cover and the support, but at this point, even though it's the site, and even though that's the pressure coming towards it, you don't want to be caught out looking and drifting onto a different engagement when they've been so quick to be direct onto the site. They consistently want to be there as just straight as possible. The track will come out on towards the Fenrir. The furthest away player is at least on the wrong side of the supports, and Raiden does find Leon on the other side of those calls. The fight towards the top, the battle as Kanto inside the site. As I said, Fnatic love being direct. They have the control of the stairs. They're trying to get control of a plant, but Kanto wants the engagement instead, and Deepak gets one more on the tail end of it.
Very secure round here from Fnatic as well. Just in complete control throughout the entirety of the round, you can almost say. From the moment they breached the window and the Ram was able to find the first kill, to Jags finding a second one just shortly afterwards. And never really taking things too quick. Just continuing to, you know, slowly start working towards the side, slowly get more information. Kenta then digging in deep with the DMR, finding two more actually. And Fnatic, quite convincing round win there. Is that Rogue's? Like,
that was beef jerky.
Oh, I didn't know if that was like one of the other, like, old Rainbow Six games or anything like that.
Hang on, wait.
I'm a 480p man.
Wait. You just saw some beef jerky, and it clearly said the words beef jerky, and you went, I couldn't
read the
is this an old Rainbow Six game?
I can't read.
A technical pause is coming together. Hopefully we'll find out what it is soon, and we can let you all know. But I still love Tom. It was actually my favorite Tom Clancy's game.
Yeah,
was
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six beef jerky.
Beef jerky. It was a bit of a departure for the series from how it played before, but otherwise, you know, I think it still had the merit. And I'm excited to get our first beef jerky operator in the game. You know, I actually had award-winning beef jerky. I know you wouldn't know, and I opened that with, you know, I had it. When I should have just said the other week
that you had reward-winning beef jerky.
Not reward-winning, award-winning.
Award, yes.
I mean, technically it did win a reward as well, in that it got an award.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was very good. I'm one of those people that I'm open to new experiences, but I also don't always understand them. And I thought, how much better could this be than regular beef jerky? It's just beef you've jerkied. I was proven very wrong because I am an idiot, and it was so good. So good.
I've had an award-winning worstenbroodje multiple times.
What the heck is a worstenbroodje?
I mean, it's not really. I mean, and we'll probably confirm or deny, but it's like, I think we would be able to like compare it slightly to the certain brands are otherwise available. Greg's sausage roll, I think, but just slightly like different. I think that's the closest we can get to like the British thing that is in there.
The Greg's sausage roll is an artifact. There's that carrot.
Yeah. Discovering.
I know that. It's Jackling. Okay, so it's Jackling's Beef Jerky. So I guess they're a sponsor of Fnatic. Behind, because that's the brand that was shown. It's also behind Leon's head as well. Not to shout them out, I'm just filling in the blanks of that story of why beef jerky was shown on the broadcast. Anyway.
So it wasn't Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six.
It wasn't Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six beef jerky. a sausage roll is a British delicacy.
Well, let me just show you a Worcesterbootje.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
typical for
you can
Brabant,
if you-
which is like
if
a
you want.
special, like it's one of the provinces we have. Here, I got a Dutch Wikipedia page you can translate. There you go.
I'm not gonna do that
Just
right
whatever.
now.
It
That's
doesn't need to
like
be now. This is, you know, whatever.
We're filling time until we find out a little bit precisely of what is going on. We'll hopefully let you know soon. Obviously, there's, you know, we've all gone through our fair share of gauntlets of text with this game. It will just be a peaceful conversation, more carrots. I hope, regardless of what team make it from out of this, I don't mind. I want to see somebody at Montreal eating a carrot on the stage. Player, manager, talent, whoever's.
So we can shout one more bite, but at a carrot instead of a banana.
One more carrot. I love the art in their setup.
No. I'm actually gonna, you know, just now we're talking about art. I'm gonna, you know, redo my own setup at some point, considering the fact that I am now in debt for the rest of my life to the bank.
Yeah.
And I was also thinking of getting some siege art, maybe, you know, just to put in the back there when you're having like the broadcast, just some nice art every now and then.
I think I mean I moved in to this new office not too long ago. It's very small. I had a very big cupboard built, and I would like to make it look more scenic. Like, look at Anne's setup.
What if I can make it a reinforcement?
So good, so kitsch, so streamer. There's a little Nessie back there as well. Then Alfama's has the cool mirrors, very stylish, very simple. Ollie's has all his little trinkets, all his knickknacks, and a little Nerf gun that says his name on or something. I don't know.
Alfama's setup is just very like, I don't know what, but it just feels so
Jake's sleeping.
typical French.
Moomin! Is that Moomin? That's Moomin, right?
See,
it's like a classic Finnish thing.
Yeah, it is. Okay, for a second, I didn't know for certain. I was like, please, I'm such on a roll with like all these references I'm getting over the past couple of days.
You've got 3.
Yeah, which is more than I have in the past couple of years that we've been casting, you know? I'm on a roll. On a roll.
On a sausage roll. And just
On a
all caps.
sausage roll.
Whatever the Dutch thing that you posted, and just all caps. Yes!
Anne is also from Brabant. We are like, there's a yearly championship for this certain like, for just this broodje, for this bread roll.
Jake's sleeping. Now we're still awaiting confirmation on what is going on. Again, we'll hopefully be able to filter that to you all soon. The players, if you're unaware of this sort of situation, can't talk to each other in a tech pause. Just got to sit and wait for things to be sorted out. Eat carrots. You can do, you know, you can enjoy your time. Eat carrots. Eat your sponsored meals. Thumbs up at the camera. Do whatever.
I just wondered.
What?
If the rules specifically state that you cannot talk.
As far as I know, yeah.
I've asked the head admin and he didn't answer me when I asked because I think he was afraid that I found a very enjoyable workaround for the teams, which would be to
that
sing.
You could talk.
No, to sing.
To sing. Oh right, yeah. I think the thing is, you can't look like you're communicating, I guess. And I don't know how this stuff works. I'm not smart. I'm not involved in all of that side. But obviously there will have to be some discussion around what's going on, because otherwise everyone was sat in silence, and whatever the tech problem is would never be resolved. So there'll be people that are communicating with them and getting things locked in.
That's what the coaches are for, just to have all this conversation going on now. And we just wait.
We've just been told what has been going on. They're investigating the Valkyrie camp. So that is a decision that needs to get laid out. The easiest way of putting it, and I'm not going to put any weight onto this because that is not my job. Please do not assume that I'm doing any of that. We are just giving you clarity on how these decisions might be put together, because if it isn't sorted now and we play through the whole game and it's used multiple times and then later on it is dictated that it's bad, that could be bad, So now, if they're deciding if it is something that is either let off with the warning so it can be watched, or is something that might need to be rolled back. I don't know. That's the side of the decision I don't make. But if it is the sort of thing where it's like a look, it is bad, let's cut it off, now is the better time. Because if they do it again, or it's done by the opponents and things become a heated discussion, we're in a sticky situation. It's something that we've dealt for the longest time. There's obviously rules about unintended usage, glitches, bugs, yada, yada, yada. But remember how complicated this game is, how there is so much of it. I remember that some stuff in the olden days used to, on the biggest stages, in majors and whatnot, used to be done by gentlemen agreements.
So the nice cap came from as well. I don't know if you remember that one.
Yeah, nice cap. I remember.
Nice cap.
Oh,
yeah.
do I remember? I remember the first time, you know, there used to be a thing long back, and the one that always sticks out as the biggest gentleman's agreement gone awry was you used to be able to stop people swinging in on windows by putting a reinforced shield in front of them sideways. It would render the window obsolete. And nobody
did that in some windows.
Yeah, but nobody would do it, and you could do it on any window. Nobody would do it until one game on, it was Border, and I'm not going to name the teams who did it, but it was an NA team on Border did it, and people went, "Are they allowed to do that?" And played out the whole game because no one had said you're not allowed to do it, and then it became a conversation, and then, but that happens, right?
I mean, you know, there's a couple of bugs that are in the rulebook specifically listed that you can use them, and one of them is, when the diffuser is on the hatch, you're allowed to destroy the hatch and get the instant diffuse, which is why you should never plant on a hatch. And it's never being done. Like, you don't plant on a hatch because it's just an instant loss. Same would be diffusing through walls. If you open up the wall so you can shoot through. So some are listed that you can. But also, the thing is, it's an ever-evolving game. New bugs pop up all the time. Like, stuff that's broken just happens. I remember for a while, like, the purple tarp has just been the ever-living fight between the devs and the player base who just really like the purple tarps on coastline to go on top of them.
I think that's it, right? And there's always going to be elements of this game that are found out. There's the fact that, you know, some gadgets can be bounced off of other gadgets. You could get C4s in tricky, implayable places because they could be bounced off of certain gadgets, and that's not an intended effect, so it's not allowed. And that argument will always grow as the game grows because there is just so many elements to it. And we are saying this now. I guarantee you a lot of people are going to use this Valkyrie camera in their personal games. We're not the judge of that. I'll be mad if you use it against me, but we're not the judge of that. But there's a few situations. I mean, you can also look at one of the most common ones that I think is allowed through that doesn't get harped on, but is probably an unintended effect, is how sturdy certain objects are. Think about the mattress in Clubhouse. It's bulletproof, right? When you're trying to plant behind it and that setup. Think about, in fact, on that sort of setup on Clubhouse, when people put Maestro cams in the racks in Armory, you can't even get Flores drones like close to them to blow them up. They become indestructible. And, you know, sure, if you land something perfectly, you can get rid of it. You can still ash breach it, but theoretically, that isn't supposed to protect it from an explodable. So who knows where the line gets drawn. We are still sitting and waiting, and we'll hopefully get back in.
Watching the stream.
If you missed the point at where we're up to, Fnatic are currently up one map. They took Clubhouse in a little bit of the distance. They are in the lead here on Bank as well, but it's still, I would say, relatively early. They've played some quick rounds and they've just been able to win that last. And yeah, Hapa, I mean, how do you think it's going?
Overall, I think Fnatic is finding themselves in a pretty good position right here. It was like 3-1 up currently, and you know, one of those rounds is what is currently being investigated that they've lost. So, I mean, you know, I think they're doing quite well, specifically if you look at just their bank record, and it hasn't been great. So them, you know, finding all those attack rounds already and still having the opportunity looks great.
It does. And what else looks great? Well, how about an interview? We're going to go to a quick break. It'll take about 5 minutes, roughly, hopefully, to get everything sorted out. So let's fill it with some lovely content. Let's have a look at an interview with Leon Giddens about his life and all the parts of it.
Welcome, everybody, to another special here on the EU League. And I'm here as Milosh. By my side is the one and only Leon Giddens. But I want to talk about big life changes. You became a dad. And as someone who's not a dad, I really want to hear it from you. How did this change your life and maybe your perspective on life and competition?
It's funny you say that because, like, the day I found out, I just got back from a holiday with, like, Tristan, Deepek and stuff. And I was sitting there with Tristan, just sipping my drink, going like, you know what? I don't think I want kids anymore. Like, I was obviously contemplating on it. I was going, you know what? I could just live this life and just have my own fun, do what I want. And then I got back and Amber was like, I'm pregnant. I was like, oh. I feel like it kind of manifested itself in its own way. Obviously, at the start, it's a bit hard for like the first 8 weeks, whatever. But since then, it's just been great fun, honestly. It's just so nice and it's so like fulfilling to like just see him grow every day and get into his own personality and laughing all the time. Yeah, and I think it just gives me a good perspective on like, you don't have to be so stressed about what's going on in the game. You can just take your time with it and just have a bit more fun. You've got so much more good in your life that you don't have time or even effort to be angry at someone like shit talking you on Reddit or on Twitter or tell me whatever I am, whoever I am, whatever. But I know in my life that I'm happy. I've got the people I want, the things I want, and I'm around the right people and doing the job I love, like at the end of the day. So it's just fulfilling, I guess. It's like, just felt like that next step to kind of round me out a bit in terms of like getting a perspective on how I want my life to be.
And how has it changed you as a player, especially as a competitive player? You mentioned rank, but like specifically when you get into the server, when you come into practice, has that had any impact on you?
Like I said, just gave me more clarity, I think. It just made me a lot more like calmer as a person in life, more like outside of the game more than in the game.
You reshuffle your priorities.
Yeah.
I would like to ask you a favor. We've had every part of your family basically on the broadcast in one way or another. You told me there's a new addition to the family. Could we have her on for a moment?
I'll be right back.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's 6 months old. And she's an absolute terror.
Is she a needy girl, Bailey?
Very needy.
Oh.
Always wants me.
Is making her happy and seeing her also, you know, between her and the entire family, of course, the two cats, the baby and the missus. That's all motivations, eh?
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Let me just get down. Very hard to hear you. All right, there we go.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's great, like, seeing her grow as well. Taking her out every day, like, for an hour at least. So it's getting me motivated and moving and more.
Yeah. How is that actually?
Losing weight like no tomorrow.
How does that feel? Because, you know, as someone who also, you know, started larger than what I am today and in a different health mode, I see you and kind of moving on that path. How are you feeling with that now?
Yeah, good. I think I've finally hit a point in life where like it's now like a top priority for me. It's time to sort myself out. So slowly but surely doing that. I've lost 8 kilos in like the last like 30 days. So hopefully this time next year I'll be like, you know, at least looking good.
Honestly, you always look good. Leon, thank you so much for joining us on this segment today. And anything you'd like to say before we close this?
Yeah, just thank you for having me again. It's been great fun talking about just life, you know, and all the good memories of the past. And I just hope we can, you know, get time to show everyone that, you know, with time, I think this team will be really good. And it'll be something different to what we've seen in the last, you know, 2 years nearly.
Thank you very much again, Leon, for joining us here. That was another one of our wonderful interviews here on the EU League. If you have anybody also that you'd like to have a deep dive chat with, much like Leon, we'd love to hear what you have to think, no matter where it is.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood.
find it!
Welcome back, and as you can see, we are back a little bit sooner than some of the players. So I have some hot print intel, some hot goss to get things together. What?
So, what has been decided?
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were.
You interrupted me, and I thought you had a joke.
Oh, I didn't hear you speak anymore, so I thought you were just gonna...
okay. So we came in. That's fine. We're here now. But hey, take it away, Hap. Break down what's going on.
As per the admin decision, we will be replaying round 2. However, all other rounds still count. So, you will be seeing 1-0 on your screen. No, actually, no, you'll be seeing 3-0 on your screen. But this does mean that if the defenders win the round, we will have to do another rehost because of the site rotation. And if the attackers win the round, aka Fnatic, we just continue playing as is. Because the camera was deemed indestructible, and according to, I think it is called 5.1.3.5 in the rulebook, which you can all Google, it's not allowed. So, whether it was intentional or not, it might have just been accidentally happening, but that's the ruling that we are with. So, technically round 2, but it's also round 4 at the very same time.
All right, we are here once again. Now, there might be a little bit of a change in terms of how things go depending on how the round gets won. As it was sort of highlighted, you know, it will slightly mess up the order of what sites are locked. If Fnatic win, it's cleared on through, rolled on through, but I don't know. There's, again, we are not the people that make these decisions, Hap. We're just the ones that talk a lot about them. 3-0 Fnatic, technically, currently. ITB Academy could try and win it on the back. So we'll see if things get pieced together. Even the messages from our loving colleagues and friends are trying to ask us what's going on. And it's just play ball, guys. Just play ball. Just get in there. Throwing themselves in. Obviously, there's been a bit of a change in the operator lineup, as it was last time round. So it is just a clear, you know, pure replay. I think it's as if that round never existed. If ITB Academy can win this out, we might go back to a quick rehost just to make sure that things get sorted in terms of what maps, what sites are locked. But Fnatic, they'll start the pressure here on towards Kanto, get it opened up. They're going for a different take, answering a different question to what was put forward to them before.
As heavy setup around the top floor here. Our sewer towers are starting to come through. They're going to start easing up that side. And with the amount of castle barricades out there, you really want to be starting to get some of those opened up, especially the area that we're currently around. It's such a that you don't want to repel in, especially when you have the castle playing right behind it in the office, just going to be holding on there and make sure that life is going to be hell. As it would have been funny if Kanto was actually playing on the Kanto position. Would have been very, you know, nice. There's a reason why it's named after him. And Rorik is just redoing some of the castle barricades here. Do they still have a rotation back into the site? I cannot quite see because of the angle that we're currently on. I would assume they do, as Fnatic is starting to put the pressure on. The mirror window inside the janitor, that's going to be the big issue point here. They're going to have to try and crack that or destroy it. I'm not sure if they've used the breach in charge already.
With a minute left and the fight happening around Banana, it's caught off by the top of Marble, locked in, and Halver gets the opener onto Sharks, and it's back and forth, but the balance is still in ITB Academy's favor here. Now with the player outside the windows, they're doing their best to hold on, but it does mean it's internally a 2 versus 4. Look at the health though on the Echo and the Azami, the roll of the flash to cover the motion, put the pressure onto Vending, they get a great take, but Zodiac is there to trade it out. 2 versus 3. Again, Echo and Azami so low, so close to the end, but Jegs and Leon have to try and pair up, buddy system their way in towards the site. They need to make sure that they are not caught in two individual engagements. At this point, the thread of positions is well put together, but with 25 seconds, it looks like a hot drop on towards the top white of Marble. There is a player holding onto it that will get called, watching and waiting, and Leon does not feel safe enough to take it. The pressure's there, and he takes the risk in the end, though. Zodiac gets caught out by Jegs. A bit of a difference in step. There's the next, and it's a 1 versus 1 all the way to the wire. The last is inside. Janitors on the far side. They're hopping over, hoping for the engagement, hoping for the fight. The spray is close, but it's their Karis to win out.
And thus, they still win the round that we've just decided to replay. I think that means we're going for another, you know, very, very quick rehost here to sort everything out. But that was so close. If only they knew he was out there in Janitor and they were able to get the pre-fire on. And indeed, the observer has told us that we will be indeed rehosting, just sorting everything out again. As we continue at the scoreline we had at the end of round 4.
This is gonna get EU closer towards the other regions on that graphic that came out the other day.
Yeah, they're just, you know, we're trying our best to catch up to NA.
I don't think we can. It's like it's one
hard.
every 2 days for Japan and Korea, and well, we'll be back in soon, 3-1. So the technical result is still the same, and that is all we have to worry about now, team. Everybody at home, everybody watching, the players as well. All that matters now is that it's 3-1. The site lock is technically the same. That one is locked. Still counts as a win. Obviously, it wouldn't have mattered otherwise, but 3-1. And now technically, and this is where things get a little bit crazy, so bear with me, hold on. The reason it's being rehosted, because you're probably thinking, but only one site's locked, blah, blah, blah. Technically, that round happened before the other one. So technically, we get that site back again in time for it to be played again. That's the important reason for us doing this, because that was the third round technically played in history. And that means that it can be the 6th round once again when it unlocks. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see it again. So
I think it was the 2nd round, right?
2nd. Either way, it means we have the chance of getting it back, which we want. We need, we crave. But from this point onwards, I promise you all.
Don't make promises.
I promise you all on Haps.
No. No, don't make promises you cannot keep, no, especially
collection of pop figures.
I don't have any pop figures myself, so that's fine.
The ones within your domicile.
Quickly moving them over.
It will be smooth sailing for the rest of this map.
Oh, why did you say that?
After this rehost, after this last one, you just have to believe sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
You gotta have, in the words of George Michael, you gotta have faith.
I just lost it all because you cast cursed it.
I did. For how quick the first series sort of went in the end, we'll just make it up for lost times. I think
this one can still be quick.
Yeah, it can still be quick. Slower now, but it can still be quick. We're still ahead of schedule. I like the art in the background.
What is the right piece, you think? I think it's a bird.
It's like watercolor expressionism.
I see like a parrot in it, but like without the head.
One day, this is a ludicrous request. One day, I would like a player from one of the leagues to go to, like, you know how you can rent like castles and like really fancy Airbnbs, to just rent one for one play day and get some absolutely ludicrous background going on.
Playing the, what was the name? Fizz Eye? Just have him play out there. See if we can get that sorted. Maybe Shaiko. He's basically French royalty now.
Yeah, just somewhere like, so everyone's like, oh, what is this? And then inexplicably they're back the next play day in their regular abode. It would be fun. It would raise questions.
Just imagine you have Shaiko playing on like the balcony of the Versailles Castle, having the
halfway up the Eiffel Tower
in the back,
just playing,
or just on top of the Eiffel Tower. It's very cold probably out there. And maybe
probably
that's
very cold
instead of a console.
I don't know if the internet would be very good up at the top of the Eiffel Tower.
5G that they can play on, surely.
Uh-oh.
What have you done?
Nothing. I'm just saying playing on 5G at the top of Eiffel Tower is probably not good. Hey, everybody. We're back. Okay, we are back. Bam. 3-1. Just imagine the round we just saw. We saw a little bit earlier on in the showdown, and everything is peachy. We are back down towards the basement here. We have a Valkyrie on the board. Now, they're not going to do it. They are not going to do it, but imagine if they did.
I wonder if they didn't pick it last round just to be safe, you know?
I mean, you know, usually the role is on rehost, you can change operators. You can't change operators.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
They did, but obviously there wasn't any conversation about it, so there's no problem there from the side of the players. So let's get back into it. Now, we've seen Fnatic get very quick, very aggressive onto this site before. They've been able to find a couple of different elements of success. There was one that was a little bit more back and forth and turned into a pinch situation. Here is the reveal of a player and a quick drop, get out of there as soon as the pressure comes in, and can Fnatic catch them before they leave?
Is that big question? At least the information is out there, and they have an opportunity to play on the back of it. Kanto close towards Stock Exchange. You have Leon Giddens playing around on Janitor. They're definitely going to try and hunt that player down. Question is he still there? I think, yeah, he has rotated off in the meantime, so there is some free space to go around. But Rorik slowly peeking his head back up here. Very curious about if there's any information. You just see him turn around. And that is, of course, because he's afraid that there's a drone or some information out there, and he starts falling back towards the actual site now. As, we're ready to go for some turbo out there to slow down the breach. Didn't go for it. Now they definitely know one of the players out there is also a Valkyrie cam. So it's a Valcam and an Argus cam. They're aware of each other.
Truly a match made in Bank Heaven. They've got themselves generally some attention around the rest of the map, and generally the stress elsewhere. I like that they went and looked there and was like, oh no, this one's already got something placed on it. It was just frozen. Kanto or Sarks, one of the two, has been able to use their gadget on towards that hatch itself. They don't need the extra hard breach. They think they can take this as more of a fight across the hatches. That Valk camera is pinged out for the player. He's not dealing with it just yet. It's on the flag, and he's going to try and lean in towards the fight itself, and well, not that bothered about it right now. Surely. Oh, maybe they were just wanting to bait the C4. That's clever. They're saying they don't know that we know. Let's see if we can get rid of their C4s. So when we go for the plant, they won't have it. They don't have Raiden either. He's gone from inside garage, and here comes the pressure.
Pressure in deep building. Deepak trying to find himself onto the main stairs, but Sark's already pushed all the way through in garage and found Hauva. And that is now going to be a 3-5 on the actual side. Leon Giddens will finally drop though by Rorik. Still playing around near the elevator, and trades are coming back now as well. Zodiac finds Jags. Question is, where are they currently located? You have one inside of gold, you have one inside of the actual site itself. Fully aware, Kanto, that there is people around on either side there, as he will find a kill on Arkari.
9 seconds and the kit's gone cold above. They're not able to get it. There's a player inside the elevator. They've got to just try and win on the fight. There's a single lone player, and Zodiac survived that one drop on towards the elevator hatch. They could not get the kid into position. Baited, waited, and ITB Academy are able to pull that round out.
From the amount of information they had, just unaware of the fact that someone was still inside of elevator, and having the injured there is absolutely detrimental. Like the diffuser kit down cold up above, causing them to basically panic and go for the rush whilst the last player is waiting patiently. Of course, realizing that, you know, they'll have to come for him. Time will run out at some point. That is just such an unfortunate way to lose the round. They had full control of side itself, of the main stairs, yet it was the elevator that was chosen to go and be used for the rotation.
Okay, it just shows that one moment can peel things away from a team that feels like they're in control. Fnatic, they were doing a good job of taking the players down, but the distance, the difference of that 10 seconds, 15 that was wasted by the players above the bait, it's all those moments where you go, oh, I thought we were making good pace, and then it shows that the single problem, I mean, there couldn't have been a better person to drop in that moment in time. You can imagine the panic in that situation. It's always the risk of having that diffuser carrier, that protect the Mr. President role fall apart when, well, they're unfortunately unable to get themselves into office. 3-2 Fnatic. They have one opportunity to still get that 4-2 split. Obviously, this is their map to try and put that pressure on the first half, in that they got to choose to start on attack. They got to choose to try and drive this. And then they've got the, you know, worry of going into their defense on the second. It's not that they're worse on defense. Statistically, they're actually better at it. But there was a decision made of why they thought this would be the smarter way to take it. And with Kanto going out first, it's not in that manner Raiden. Now, we saw him sat in this position for a while last time. Didn't get anything as teammates all died before it became a fight. This time, because it wasn't checked, he's able to punish Kanto from it.
Yeah, and after that, Rio's ITB Academy really starting to build that little bit of momentum here. And finding themselves again in an advantage, looking to close this up in a 3-3 scoreline, which would be an incredible turnaround from how things were looking. As the time is ticking down, aware of some of these players, but again, you gotta remember, they do have to start going downstairs at some point as well. And Hova also realizes that, is deciding to go for the drop. And as Janitor is being cleared out, they now have that control. They will find that one kill as they moved over towards the Teller's Archives. Arkari's still around here though, as a bunch of verticalities being made. A Nitro Cell is going to be pre-placed. But you see, Starks is already on the hunt and will find a kill. 1 minute and 10 seconds left now, Emmy, and they managed to return that man advantage towards Fnatic's hands, as they're trying to go towards the side itself.
At this, the 4 versus 3, but the pressure of still getting the landing, the 3 remaining players, ITB Academy, are getting themselves situated inside the site. There is the soft hatch. They could try and pop out and rotate round the back of blue stairs. But that would be down to Rorik to see if he's confident. And there's the hatch being opened. As I said, it becomes a really good power position, but you just have to know when to operate on it and when to try and get the confidence. Deepak is concerned maybe about that humming of a C4. But otherwise, 25 seconds. They want to make sure they don't suffer the same thing. The kit swung on the beeper's door. Sark swung by Rorik. They're trying to cut their way across the middle. Deepak's eyeing up the fight. 15 seconds. They've got that single hatch to try and force out. There's the motion. 2 of them coming in. They need to move with the player. It's Leon, though, that gets the double. Sprayed down, going for the plant. 6 seconds, and Raiden has the ping on the player. He's protected by the bomb chassis. So over the top rope, a 2 versus 1 won't be netted. That is a 4-2 half for Fnatic.
Still managing to salvage that one extra round that gives them that advantage for the second half to come through. Again, they won map number 1. All they need to do now is find 3 defense rounds, which is definitely possible for Fnatic. They've done it before, and they find themselves into the next part of the bracket. Again, there is no lower bracket. There is no second chances in Europe. If you lose, you are out. And it is a very crucial and very harsh reality. ITB Academy, whilst they beat the main team of the organization, they're finding themselves slowly slipping away from the opportunity of moving through and potentially having a rematch against them once more.
All the pressure on ITB Academy, as unfortunate it is to put on the team that is an academy team by existence and definition against one of the biggest orgs and one of those tier 1 teams in EU. Regardless of recent results, you can't write off the fact that there are major winners, there are SI winners in this lineup, and you are trying to shake the tree, scare the nest, and see what falls out. 4-2. Fnatic, they're obviously going to have the benefit of being on their first defense, the lock-in.
Okay, well, the attack is going to be a bit harder now for the side of ITB Academy. They gotta try and get everything together now. Little mistakes that they will be allowed. As a yokai drone is being spotted, they're going to try and clear that out as one of the first pieces of utility. It's going to be nice and, you know, handy if you manage to remove them early on. Never know if they're going to be the difference maker late on in the round. And as 50 seconds have already passed, as Rourke trying to challenge the player that's inside a stock exchange. Could be a first grade opener for the top 4 control, but it's the Boss G from Jex that comes out, and he's instantly able to rotate off towards safety.
I mean, the Boss G doing what it does so well. In the right hands, tearing and terrorizing attackers. Oh, and some parts of defenders, depending on if the Dokkaebi is feeling fun enough and is allowed. Now, with that, the IQ gone, those Valkyrie cams are going to become much more problematic. The chance that the Echo drones drifting around, we know how good Deepak is with them, to the point where he defined how to utilize them in some of the, you know, corners of this meta. The fight towards a Boss G once again. That is 2 for 2, but not able to get the reload. He's trying to find his way out, and now he's pretty much out with both guns, working on the secondary, operating between the two. He's got some support not too far away, but the pings and the attention are kind of what he's thriving on right now. He's saying, look, come in, come find me. And there's those cams of Deepak trying to operate around them as well, give them the read-through, and there's the shot. Is that not quite all the way? The down is there, but it's rotating around the back. He's not going to go for the confirm because he wins it out here as well, Jegs. He's on 3, technically 4 if you count the down. It will probably get picked back up at this point. But think about how much he is now taken out of the attackers. Not just the attackers themselves, but they have 45 seconds left.
45 seconds and a lot of utility still to go through here, with Zodiac being so low on HP and 3 smoke canisters being around. It's not looking great for ITB Academy out here, especially since no breach has been made yet. You see it happening right now. 30 seconds, still 2 smoke canisters. That means that the side itself is going to be permanently stunned for the rest of this round. So Akari will have to dig in deep or just kill the smoke. A great swing to come through from him.
If they pull this back, I swear, 2 versus 1. They have the Echo still slowing things down, and there's 10 seconds. Technically, they could win it out, but Sarks is there. Still got closer than it should have, but the good work of a great gun is not undone. 5-2. That divide ever further, 2 rounds away from securing themselves, progressing along this, the last chance quals of getting themselves towards Montreal. ITB Academy obviously fighting for themselves and the chance of getting to a 3rd map.
Pressure starting to rise now, little bit by little bit. A Fnatic, they're just trying to cruise it out here. And also Deepak on that Echo drone. They've won a major on the back of it under a different organization back then, but it's just so scary. He's just using that as a roam, like aiding device, right? It's like how you use the hot drone in your entry frag on the attack. He's basically doing that for the roamers, but with the yokai drones. With the added benefit, you can also stun. It's just so difficult to take the fight when you're hunting down that drone, or when you're hunting down the player and you suddenly get the stun on you. Good luck trying to win the gunfight in that case. It's going to take a little bit more skill than your usual one. And a 5-2 on the board now. Fnatic on the defense are, of course, not feeling too stressed currently.
Feels like a million years ago that we were on the other map, and maybe that's some of the stress that's adding towards ITB Academy, the fact that they've got to try and piece together this, you know, quick, zippy energy on Bank. It's sometimes tricky to apply yourself onto these attacks, and Halver's going to do his best to have that. Sarks underneath, being droned out, almost being caught. It was a quick opt towards that fight, a second drone, and the players still happy to draw this focus. They want to get this verticality. They want to get this eye on the approach. Now they've given themselves their own intel, saying, look, you're giving that lead through. They can play their own. Pings back and forth, but they want to just get themselves underneath the site. You wonder what they'll try and do with it. Maybe it's just to confirm a C4 won't come up when they go for the plant, or they just hope to get this isolated 1 versus 1 and then move on from there. But it at least allows them the safety to get in up top as Kanto removes it. Roderick gone. Outside stock, the flashes come through. He can dance between keepers, but it's the crossfire from the top of square that'll cement them. At this point, Raiden, he's holding on as best as he can. Jake steps in to the removed position, makes sure it's still dangerous. The pings are out, and this brings them to a bit of a standstill. Yes, they've got this territory, but because they couldn't net the kill underneath, it means that at some point they'll have to pull off whoever's on the flank watch with it and try and get some revenge. At the same time, Starks is being led ahead on his own adventure by the Echo.
Just the hot droning, as we mentioned, it gives you the opportunity to just take that fight with a little bit of extra confidence. But in the lobby, it might cause some longer time before that stun comes out. Either way, as ITB Academy setting themselves up to go for a bit of an execute, they're still working on opening things up. At least Janitor has been breached now. It's already a huge stat. It's one of the strong points that defenders can utilize, and now no longer safely have the ability to. The issue is that the Yokai drone is still on site, so as soon as they want to go for the plant, they are aware, and that will buy them about like 14 extra seconds for the defense to start shifting around to have an opportunity to try and deny this plant from happening, which Raiden is going to attempt right now.
Well, the Echo drone is about to make its presence known up on the roof. Oh, it didn't connect! Oh, no!
Just in time.
Oh, yes! What? That couldn't have been a more narrow margin there. Deepek does get the kill in response. There's the cover from the window, but this should get confirmed. There's nobody to throw themselves at it until they pop their head back up. The C4 on the window, but the hop out is the important part. It is this Claymore kill, leaving just Erkari on the top of square. There on the defuse. Sox is going to hold it down. They're going to have to try and push in, take the fight. They can hear the cover coming, and Jags gets it locked in. Fnatic, they sit on map and series point.
Yeah, getting themselves in there comfortably so far. Again, not feeling too stressed. They had the Yokai drone and knew the plant was going down. A slight little bit of a mistake happening there with placing the drone at the wrong position, but managed to make it stick at the very final, well, tenths of a second. Again, it just buys enough time for the defense to start working on that retake at that point. Whilst the plant's going down. And that most important one at a post plant is always the player that's on the window. Like, you have to get that one, otherwise you're just not winning the round. It's a shame you died from the Claymore afterwards, but at least the job was done. And then trusting in the fact that your teammate has the cover as soon as they figured out what the Hibana was. And 4 opportunities now for Fnatic to lock this up. That should be more than enough with how these last couple of rounds have been going. As we head towards open area, it's a tertiary site. Yes, we might see this one fall in the hands of ITB Academy. But that basement, for example, I mean, that was just very chaotic, but also like an absolute massacre on that, everything on the top floor, not really even the site itself. We haven't really seen the site be tested. And that's also like one of those unknowns that we're going into in the next round. If we see a next round, it's like, how is ITB Academy actually going to be attempting to take that site?
New camera feed up.
Starks is the option to do the funniest thing.
Reloading!
They're not going to do it. We're not going back to that. People play by the rules. 6-2. They have all the options of their rotates, as you said. They have all the places they can go to, and we expected Fnatic to take this game. Let's be honest. ITB Academy have done a great run to get here, but at the same time, you know, this is one of the few times they were really tested in it by a sort of tier 1 team that will be fighting. You got to beat them all. There's huge names that are in this, just on the nature of how many teams can get towards the major. But what better experience than being able to get into these games against tier 1 teams, against the history that is on the Fnatic roster. They're being very cautious about this first lineup, this first approach. They know as soon as they make some noise of swinging in, there'll probably be something that tries to greet them. So instead, they're droning it out. seeing if they can get some clearance on the top and maybe trying to clear their way across the top instead. It's calls, a reveal of a player. And they hear it, but they know it's not being answered, so they know it's a C4 waiting. They don't mind if you can hear me. Sarks is saying, look, as long as I'm here, you're not in there. How do they answer it? There's some cover of a smoke, but Roderick finds Leon. Ooh, Zodiac does find Jegs in the meantime, though. Now Sarks can't pay attention to it because everybody started dying.
Criticality in the hands now. Still some roamers around as Kanto's looking to go for a bit of a retake. The trace is coming down on Sarks, which is, of course, going to be a bit of a distracting factor. That's going to be called out. They're going to see if they can actually lock that in. So Kanto trying to step up there. Just trying to catch Zodiac offside. Or off guard, rather. Grenade used to clear those keeper barriers. Deepak, in the meantime, trying to roam all the way back up to the main stairs, see if he can reach someone, but instead gets caught himself. Rorik was ready for him. Raiden finds Kento as well, and Sarks now the last man standing in a 1v5. Make that 4 as he's trying to make the clutch stick.
I mean, he's being tracked by Deimos. He's being swung from every direction. He wasn't going to get out of that one anytime soon. Great round there from ITB Academy. They predicted what was going to happen when they made the approach. They didn't throw themselves in carelessly. They had to close down. As I said, the attention needed to be paid elsewhere. They needed some lateral movement inside the map, force the attention away and try and win it out. But two players were held up, stuck for a while, trying to solve their own problem, but they weren't given the angle. It's easier to play when you're doing the long arm C4, but it allowed them to sort of say, look, we have this focus, we have this call, we have this on the back of it, and on the back of that same call, two of their teammates were able to go out there and get kills themselves. So there's one back. They still got to keep putting the pressure on us. It's not impossible. We've seen Fnatic have advantages like this before, and they filter away to nothing. ITB Academy just have to treat it round by round, one go at a time.
I mean, it's how they have to go for it, right? It's like every round is a new one. You cannot look at the current scoreline. You just got to play to the best of your abilities, because as soon as you start looking at this, it's like, ooh, a little slip up and we're done. No, you're probably going to be done in that case. It's definitely going to be hampering your ability to play. Of course, some teams always play better under that kind of pressure. But if you are a T2, Tier 3 team, I mean, there's already no pressure on you, but you want to make sure that you play to the best of your abilities. For some of them, that this could also be that breakthrough moment, right? Like, if they play a real good game, a real good series, who knows what is going to happen for Stage 1 next year.
Three rounds. That's all they've got now to try and fight themselves back in, push us on towards that potential map 3 a decider on border, which would be a lot of fun. A lot of aggression, but maybe not to be revealed as of yet. Fnatic, if they can get some of their demons on bank taken away on this map, that can help them maybe get a bit more confidence if they have to try and take, say, maybe potentially G2 in a rematch, who are also obviously playing their way through all of this as well. You know, you've got growth to come out of this. The Deimos forcing Leon further and further down. Fire green, they're out of there. Cannot sit around and see what's going to happen next. An Echo drone called out.
Trades to come through on the opposite side of the map, but blue is cleared out. More importantly, gives him the opportunity to start pushing down towards the basement now. Halva is still roaming around, is looking around for one of these players that's left up top. And there's a couple of pings coming through, so I think he's aware of the fact that someone's in the janitor closet downstairs. Or look, I don't exactly know what this is called. Is it called electrical? I think it's called electrical. Flashbangs are coming through. Kanto finding a lot of damage on himself. Eventually will go down as well, and the cleanup is on point. However, player on blue still out there. Gonna have to find a way to deal with them, and the 3 grenades and 2 flashbangs, or 5 flashbangs, sorry, could be the solution to do so.
It's also Starks, who has been such a problem for ITB Academy to deal with. He's been so consistently getting himself into these little engagements, finding a body, finding motion, finding a swing and a 180 take. He's just on a different little level here, and it's taken a bit of time to grow into his position on the roster and how he can play and operate around it. Jegs, he's going to stick around bottom of the white stairs for a little bit longer, see if he can get a passing gift and a kiss into a player with a boss G, which is instantly done there. Jegs gets Halver, gets them on towards Beepers and says, this is our terrain, this is our 3 versus 3, the smoke will stop them moving in, and 20 seconds still with the smoke canister, still with this aggressive position. It's a risk that does not net them reward. Here, Raiden takes care of Jegs. Now they can focus on towards the plant. 13 seconds, but it just takes Sarks to be in the right position to get that catch. There's one. The last 2 players forcing their way down, but at this point, the time ticks away, the players bleed out, and it's a 1 versus 1, but they cannot find it. ITB Academy, a great run, a great route and a route here to get themselves competing, get themselves lined up, but Fnatic, they proved insurmountable today. The team that hasn't had the best time in EUL can at least start to rewrite their story here at their last chance.
They're only 2 best of 3s away from making it to the major after ending last in the European League. It's very doable. They played very confidently here today on their 2 maps. So if they manage to keep up that pace, and they also manage to keep it up to the other, opponents that they will be going up against soon, and being next, who knows? Maybe they will be able to qualify to Montreal after the stage they've had, or stages they've had, you have to say.
They're a team that's familiar with major stages. They're a team that's familiar with all of these sort of high-pressure games, and let's throw it to a team that we're familiar with too as we go back towards our lovely desk.
Thank you so much, Hap and Emmy, for the wonderful casting today, of course, as well. And what a series this was. 2-0 for Fnatic. I think that's really what we wanted to see. Fnatic fans are probably going to be super happy that we're seeing bits and pieces of Fnatic being victorious again, and them actually being able to hold on to a round lead as well. I think the main thing that really differentiated these 2 teams here today is we're talking a tier 1 team against a tier 2 team. I mean, sure, they showed it off in their defenses, but I think, Leo, they really stood out on their attacks today.
And I can't hear Leo.
And I am back because I am the dumb one that muted myself, and that's on me, okay?
Oh, no.
I was about to say yes. The real big difference really was on attack for me, because if you look at the ITB Academy, they only won 1 round there. And with Fnatic taking 4 rounds in attack, and the way they did it, you really saw which team would shine there. The amount of adaptation and the difference in the way they took the steps, you could see it, right? The entries as well, if you compare them, you look at something that's very similar, but the conversion from these entries is very different from team to another. Fnatic were able to consistently convert the end of rounds. And once again, it goes back to something that we mentioned on Club, is the real team with the most experience is going to be consistently the one that closes out the rounds with the composure that they need. And that's exactly what happened there. And I just want to highlight that in overall, I'm happy that we picked Sarks as the stars of tomorrow, because he did really show as a star today.
He really did, didn't he? Stood up and was counted today for Fnatic. And to be honest with you, Leo, someone that I didn't expect to stand up today based on the stage they've had, Kanto, 17 to 13, 77% cost, 2 entries, and above 100 EPS. For the season that player has had, I think that's a good performance. Obviously, we all remember the real highs of Kanto back in the day, but of late, he has dropped off a little bit. Today, he was there and certainly made a significant contribution. I think Leon had a fantastic clubhouse as well. Obviously, this overview is including both Map 1 Clubhouse and Map 2 Bank, so it's a little bit more diluted there because that he maybe didn't have as good a bank. And it was a bit more difficult to keep track of, I'll be honest with you, with all of the rehosts and stuff that we had going in. It was quite a long game considering it was only a 7-3.
I will say, though, looking at the scoreboard, I assume we can all be happy with that because it seems like a very balanced performance from the Fnatic players, but that it really is relying on one person's shoulders. Yes, maybe Sarks was rising up above that just a little bit more than the others, but it seemed like an equal performance apart from that. We saw Fnatic also get a 4-2 split on attack, and I think, Leo, that first round really set the pace of the game.
Yeah, that's what I meant by saying they were more in control in the on the attack side. That in the end, that's why they won 4 times more round in attacks than ITB Academy. Look at this heavy defense setup here. Heavy roam, lots of rotation, mirror windows, castle, all of this to prevent a roam clear. Now, as soon as they've done this, look at Kento lurking with Nock. At the same time, Jex, 2 minutes in the round, 1 minute in the round, already involved. And Ibana upstairs, lurking and getting 2 kills as well. And pushing also from a dirt tunnel. That's a triple pinch directly on site, hitting the only anchors instead of going to roam clear them. You see Deepak that went alone in archives to bait, but the rest of the team, they just collapsed on site. And that's why the last player, the roamer upstairs, cannot do anything. Now, this is what you recognize in a great team that sees a weak hole. They see a gap and they take it. That's the small amount of difference that you see between a good team, a tier 1 team and a tier 2 team, is that ability to read the game, find a hole, and props to Leon is probably the one that called that. That was really well executed by Fnatic.
I think it was nice to see Fnatic go for... Sorry, I was just going to add on to that. I think it's nice to see Fnatic go for these more adaptive plays, because maybe it's something in the past that we've seen them be a little bit more stuck in the mud. So I know we both, when we saw that, Leo, we were like, yeah, that's the one, because that's the Siege we want to see this team play.
It was early on in the game, but it really showed us what the pace of this game was going to be. And yeah, I mean, you said it right, Leo. We could ask Leon Giddens himself as well, because we have him on the line joining us for the interview here today. Good evening. First off, congratulations on the win today. Congratulations. I think we can consider this a pretty solid start to the LCQ for you guys.
Yep, and much better than we have done previously, and better than the stage so far. But don't want to take away from ITB either, but we should have won this game, and we did, so I'm happy with the boys.
Yeah, I think looking at you guys and with Jack, the entire stage, we felt like you guys had more potential than the results that we saw. Like, I felt like so many losses that you had were super close. You had 4 overtimes this entire stage. What do you think is the reason? Was there a difference also between your scrim performance and your match day performance? Because I felt like you guys had something more to show than what we saw this stage.
Specifically for the stage, I think results in scrims and in EUL were kind of similar. They're very close games every time. We kind of obviously we saw that. We know we have the players that have the potential to do really well and to do great things. I think we boiled it down to that. We're trying to force a play style while also not knowing how to play with each other. We're obviously very new to the team with Sarks and stuff. And I mean, Kanto was obviously an old teammate, but he's very new again for us because it's been so long. So we've kind of just rehashed everything, looked at what we did, and we're trying to play the game in a way that we can actually play with each other and off each other a bit more, so we can learn that side of the game, and then we can do the more structured, strategic stuff afterwards.
And do you think committing to that one vision, that one play style, I would say makes you progress quicker than ENCE, because you're going to be facing them? They also had a poor stage. Do you feel like that's really put you on the upper hand there?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I think it's definitely helped us a lot in the last few weeks of scrims. They've been going really well for us, and hopefully we can keep showing that improvement coming into the next few games on Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday is going to be a really important day for you two. Potentially 2 games that'll decide if you make it to the major or not. So an important day coming up. Is there anything you want to say to the fans that are supporting you along the road?
Nope, nothing yet. We've still got a long way to go to qualify for this event, so there's no point celebrating or getting hyped over winning this game. We've still got a lot to do, and we're going to show that off on Wednesday as well. So yeah, that's it.
All right, I see the self-awareness, but that's very appreciated as well. I mean, you're really still focused towards the goal, and until you're reaching that, we're getting this from you, but that's always very understood. So thank you so much for your time today, and best of luck with the preparations for Wednesday.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Well, that was very clear words. I mean, normally players are like, yeah, I'll happily say something to the fans and blah, blah. And this was like, nope, job's not done. Job's not finished. We are focused, and we will continue our path until we reach that goal.
I think it's the right mindset to have, right? They've only won a game. They've not won the whole LCQ. It's the first step. It's exactly the same as the conversation that we had with the Lems. It's, this is the first step in a much longer journey. There's a semi-final to go through. There's a lot of other games to go through. There's a few things that maybe are a bit out of your hands in terms of opponents that you get. And you've got to have a very quick turnaround in being able to go out there, get a win, and then quickly prepare for your next opponent. And you're only going to really find out. I mean, they've only found out now, haven't they, really, that it's going to be ENCE over on Wednesday. Yeah,
it also, like, in issues, it's not easy, right? He's playing for Fnatic, and I mean, I know how it feels like. It's a really big organization with a huge legacy. In some way, you're not even expected to be playing in the LCQ, right? So, you know, not celebrating and being happy about beating a tier 3 teams when you're on the first step of the LCQ actually seems pretty humble and professional. What we're really going to see now is when they're going to face Ants and when they're going to go eventually maybe in that grand final, all they want is that major spot, and then they can celebrate. And even then, there will be lots of expectations on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear them continuously working on things behind the scenes. Let's have a look at the bracket of how things are looking so far into our LCQ. We've had our first 2 quarterfinals today, 2 very quick ones. I know when I sat here and I said, you know, oh, it's been a very fast day so far, I knew I jinxed us, but that's okay. We still had some exciting and some entertaining stage that we saw here today. And a 2-0 versus Wolves. I think we can consider that a big upset, probably bigger than the upset we kind of expected maybe over on the side of ITB Academy versus Fnatic. So those are our 2 quarterfinals for today. But yeah, I guess the first one being the big surprise here, Leo.
Yeah, it's a big downfall, isn't it? I know I want to hammer it down because I had lots of praise for Wolves the entire stage. I was happy with you know, the results of their roster change. They actually removed 2 of the most well-known French players to take 2 some unknown players. Eventually, I just want to point it out. Lasmo played for Make Your Destiny in the previous LCQ. He was playing for a tier 3 French team facing Wolves and got recruited straight after that when they missed the major. This is also what LCQ is about. It's about showing yourself when you are tier 2 or tier 3 players to tier 1 teams. And just seeing Wolves fail there after such a great stage and such a great beginning, you know, it kind of breaks my heart. In the end, I hope they will be back in January to try and qualify for SI still. I just did not expect that early of an exit, especially not against an Ants that was struggling the entire stage.
I remember a couple of majors ago, I think it might have been ahead of the Manchester major or possibly the one before that, I forget now, maybe Atlanta, but Wolves had been to like the last 7 international events and it was a big shock when they didn't make it. And they're that team that we are used to sending in Europe to an international event, and it has been that way for a long time. And it's almost a shame to see the improvement that they've made here in the stage and then see the sort of decline towards the end. But I guess it's one of those occasions where their time will come. You know, the siege they played today wouldn't stand up on an international stage. Now, would the siege that Ents played today stand up on the international stage? Maybe against some opponents, but obviously they've still got a bit of work to do.
Another team that we send to international events quite consistently is G2, and for them, once again, their major is on the line, specifically tomorrow, as they have a quarter-final to play for themselves as well. At 6 p.m, we'll start with the main roster of Into the Breach going up against Wild, and then we'll have our second best of 3 of the day between G2 and Project X. Now, Ollie, looks like we have another Tier 1 versus Tier 1 and another Tier 1 versus Tier 2 matchup. Does that make you more excited for the Tier 1 versus Tier 2 or Tier 1 mashup?
There's only one thing that I'm excited for tomorrow, and that is to watch Hungry play once again. I absolutely love watching him. I know it's almost a bit of a meme and stuff, but I genuinely, I don't know what it is. I just enjoy watching him play Siege. I enjoy watching him on the Capstar, the Ying, the Shields, whatever it might be, because he is one of those exciting players to watch. And going up against G2, again, another big match. G2, that team that attracts a lot of attention. It attracts a lot of viewers. It's got a lot of fans out there. And I think it probably attracts a lot of heat from us on the desk because we expect things from that roster. So to see them here in the LCQ as well, don't worry, they will be getting their fair share of analysis dished out from us 3 tomorrow on that game.
I thought you were gonna say you were excited to get stuck into some siege there, but I was disappointed. It was just seeing a Hangry. No. But to be fair,
more voice
I
lines
can agree
than just
with
that one, Leo.
Really? I need to hear them out.
It's like I've got a string on my back, and if you pull the string, I'm like that Woody toy, you know, where he says like a little voice line.
He plays a different thing. I guess we'll hear more from them tomorrow, but I guess for me, it kinda is. It has to be G2 because G2 in LCQ is always crazy. I feel like they always make it. And Project X was that tier 3 teams that were able to beat a tier 1 team during this qualifier. And they're full of high potential player. And by high potential player, I also mean former tier 1 player, including Hungary. So I think it's going to be a pretty cool matchup. And yeah, it would feel if G2 and Wild qualify to the semifinal. That for me kind of like the grand final of the LCQ, because I think these are the 2 best teams that we have remaining in the stage right now.
I think you're spot on there. I think that could be a really good grand final, but unfortunately we might already get it into semis. Yeah, I mean, of course we want to get stuck into some siege, but we have to wait on tomorrow before the action continues. There's NA LCQ though, in case you want to watch some tier 2 siege later today. I believe in a few hours those LCQs will be starting as well. And then if you want to come back to the superior kind of siege, you'll have to wait until tomorrow, unfortunately. A thank you to you two for being here on the desk and talking us through the games. A big thank you to Hap and Fluke as well for casting us through the games. Thank you, production, for the smooth show as always. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Attackers drop the defuse. Attackers. Attackers are active.
As to where we are now,